Junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 261. Fang Shi bowed. Senior, forgive me for offending this junior. Then he picked up the jade slip and penetrated his spiritual consciousness into it. It is densely packed with names of people. Holding the roster, Fang Shi was silent for a long time until hot tears rolled down her face. Although Jun Wen didn't know what kind of bad news the little junior sister was taking again, he also showed a look of sadness in cooperation. He himself admires himself. Not long ago, he was a fool who couldn't even tell a lie, but now he has abruptly become the leader of the sect's acting skills. What does this mean? It shows that he has a talent for acting. When he was narcissistic, Fang Shi said with a choked voice. Seniors, this junior dares to call your names, and then take you home. One celebrate. Fang Shi was about to read the next name when a powerful voice suddenly sounded. Promise. Fang Shi froze for a moment, then read. Li Qingyang. Another voice sounded. No. How Wanli. Promise. Ellipsis. After reading thousands of names, Fang Shi had already burst into tears. The same is true for you. At this point, the two could no longer tell whether they were acting or showing the true feelings. My heart is very heavy. Although I don't know why these people fought, but these were originally fresh lives, but now they have all turned into cold corpses. Fang Shi wiped away her tears with her sleeve indiscriminately, and said. Seniors, if it is convenient, can I tell you why you fought that day and who is the enemy? It's okay if it's inconvenient. When I erected the monument, I will omit the reason and directly engrave your names on it. She had already discovered that the corpses on the ground belonged to the same party, which could be seen from their clothing. So she was very puzzled. What about the enemy? No matter how strong the enemy is, no one will die, right? After a long time, just when Fang Shi thought she couldn't get an answer, that majestic voice said. Unspeakable. Fang Shi knew immediately after hearing it, and there was no result to ask. She saluted. The younger generation is overstepping. Then, there appeared in front of her, a pile of storage rings. That's right, a bunch of them. Jun Wen's exclamation reached his throat, and he choked it back. Calm down, calm down. It would be bad if the matter of the little junior sister was ruined. Fang Shi showed just the right look of surprise. Senior, this is the capital to bury the bones. Fang Shi quickly shook her head. Senior, we didn't plan this, you should keep it for yourself. Given by the elders, it is irresistible. Fang Shi took a deep breath. The junior would be more respectful than obedient. Thank you, senior, for the reward. Jun Wen followed suit. There are only 3 words flashing repeatedly in my head. Get rich. Get rich. Get rich. Ever since I followed my junior sister, picking up money is like playing. In the past, a big pill had to be split into 8 pieces to eat. Now, he doesn't even care about eating that bland, busted thing. In the past, for a piece of talisman, he had to clean up Pei's second son's house as a dog's leg. Now, he has several sacks of talismans. In the past, his entire net worth was only a few thousand spirit stones, but now he has several million. After going back this time, I'm afraid there will be tens of millions. My dear, this is something that I never dared to dream of before. When he was enjoying himself, he heard Fang Shi say. Senior, if there are clothes in the storage ring, this junior plans to bury them under the monument of heroic souls, and it will be regarded as a clothes tomb for you. Do you think it works? Can. At this time, the commander's armor suddenly fell off by itself, and fell neatly in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi tentatively asked, do you want me to bury this set of armor under the heroic soul monument? Of course. Only then did Fang Shi put the armor and those storage rings into the storage ring, and then led Jun Wen to continue digging. Jun Wen is full of motivation now, that's called working hard. I almost swung the hoe out of the sparks. He thought to himself, it's a pity the talisman seals cannot be used here, otherwise the little junior sister would have finished with a stack of burst talismans. In a blink of an eye, they have been here for 5 days. Fang Shi and Jun Wen only took turns to rest for a few hours in the middle, and they were digging holes during the rest of the time. Finally, all the corpses were buried in the grave. There are 18 deep pits. Fang Shi once again placed tributes in front of each grave, and burned paper money. After all worshipped, Fang Shi asked again. Seniors, do you have any unfulfilled wishes for us to fulfill? After a long time, the majestic voice said, nothing. Fang Shi felt that the other party either didn't trust them, or thought they were incapable of doing it. She didn't force it either. After all, it might not be a good thing. Seeing that she hadn't been teleported out yet, she guessed that the time hadn't come yet, so she asked Jun Wen to meditate together. She guessed that this ancient battlefield relic was divided into several places, and there might be a silver armor commander in each place. From this we can see how big the war was at that time. After practicing for a while, she remembered that she had never been able to comprehend the power of the sword, so she said cheekily. Seniors, this junior has never been able to comprehend the power of the sword. You are all people with advanced cultivation bases. Can you give me some advice? That majestic voice asked her to practice swordsmanship first. Fang Shi immediately practiced a set of sword skills. This set of swordsmanship was improved by her after combining the swordsmanship of the skeleton in the Deep Valley with the Xuanshan swordsmanship. After Fang Shi finished practicing, seeing that the other party didn't respond, she took the initiative to tell about her ability to continuously amplify her moves. The other party asked her to demonstrate. Fang Shi thought about it. Since he was asking the other party to point him out, he naturally couldn't hide his secrets, so he slapped him a few times, and then let out a few, kneeling, words. Then a series of exclamations were heard. Jun Wen said in his heart, it is estimated that these older Piao have never seen such a bad move. Junior sister, this is considered unprecedented, and there will be no one in the future. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 262. After a while, the voice gave Fangxi some pointers. He used ancient languages, which were a bit obscure. When translated into vernacular, it meant that there was no such thing as a big move in the swordsmanship of their era. Today's so-called big move is actually a change of momentum. If it wasn't like this, Fangxi wouldn't be able to release two big moves. As long as she can figure out the connection, she will naturally be able to perceive the sword's power. Fangxi fell into deep thought as if she was enlightened after listening to it. At the same time, the brilliance on her body was shining. Obviously she had an epiphany. Junwen. Originally, he was a little worried that the little junior sister is now on the 4th floor of the foundation building, and she is the lowest cultivation level among them. Only now did he understand that it is better to worry about himself than to worry about the little junior sister. For a pervert like junior sister, leveling up is as simple as eating and drinking. As long as she wants, she can upgrade anytime, anywhere. After Fangxi finished her epiphany, her cultivation also soared from the 4th floor of the foundation building to the 7th floor of the foundation building. Although she still didn't want to understand the connection between the ultimate move and the sword power, she also knew that it wouldn't be understood overnight, so she wasn't in a hurry. She said to Junwen, "Brother, you have mastered so many sword moves, if you can turn them into big moves, your combat power will increase several times. So, think about it carefully." Junwen smiled wryly. "How can I figure this out with my brain? Let me know when you figure it out. However, when those people in the southern region fought against the stone giant, I learned 2 more sword formations. Please help me to refer to them when you have time." Fangxi nodded. "Okay. In the following time, the two have been practicing. Those who can't help but nod, these 2 people not only have good character, but also practice very diligently and hardworking. Given time, they will become masters." So, they were rewarded with a bottle of elixir each. Fangxi did some calculations, and she and Junwen had a total of 5 pills, which happened to be 1 for each of the master and the 4 senior brothers. The whole family should be neat and tidy. How wonderful. In addition, from the fact that resentment gave them the elixir, it can be seen that not all the good things are put in the storage ring. However, one should not be too greedy. How much is too much? Almost on the line. You can't even take away all the things that people put on the bottom of the grave. Another day later, when Fangxi and Junwen were practicing, they were teleported out. Didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to those grievances. When Fangxi regained her sight, she found that there were many people lying around, all in a state of unconsciousness. Among them is Bao Yufu. Fangxi's heart sank. Could it be that she has become a lunatic or a fool? She and Junwen rushed forward for treatment, and Bao Yufu woke up soon. Clear eyes. "Eldest niece, eldest nephew, are you coming out too? Have you also taken the sleeping pill?" Fangxi. "All right, this person's name is not in vain, so lucky." When the other people are woken up, these people either took the sleeping pill or slapped themselves unconscious. They don't know anything about what happened, just like they fell asleep. Fangxi felt that it was impossible for her to last such a long time no matter if she knocked herself out or the sleeping pill. It was probably due to the trick of resentment. Anyway, it's a good thing to be able to come out safely. At this time, people were sent out one after another. It's just that many people have become idiots or lunatics. Among them was Wei Heng. He became crazy, saying that he was valued by the patriarch of the Wei family and would be sent to the longevity sect as an inner disciple, and then said that he was the next patriarch. Occasionally, he would scold Fangxi a few words. "Fangxi, I didn't expect that I still occupy a very important position in your heart." Junwen guessed that after these people went in, they might have become greedy and went to pick up their storage rings. He couldn't help being afraid for a while. If it weren't for junior sister, maybe he would be the same as them. After that, many more people were sent out one after another. Most of the spiritual consciousness has been damaged, but it can be saved if it does not become a fool or a lunatic. Wei Rui and others also came out soon. Their condition is much better than others, and there is joy in their eyebrows. It is estimated that they have gained something. The last ones to come out were all the demons. They couldn't hide their joy, and they obviously gained a lot. But when Fangxi asked, they looked confused again, not knowing what they were happy about. After checking for a while, I found that some of them have increased their spiritual consciousness, and some of them have more good things in their storage rings. But nothing is known about what happens inside. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong asked Fangxi, "Leader Xiao, have you gained something this time?" Fangxi took out the roster and said, "I found that there is an extra roster and some clothes in the storage ring, and there are also a few defensive spiritual weapons." Everyone was surprised. Roster. Fangxi didn't hide anything, let them check it in turn, and then said, "There are rosters and clothes. Do they want me to help build a clothes tomb?" The matter is of great importance, and we can only discuss this matter slowly after returning to the Northern Territory. Everyone asked Junwen again, and Junwen scratched his head. "I also have 2 more spiritual weapons in my storage ring, and my spiritual sense seems to be stronger than before." Everyone heard the words, congratulated a few perfunctory words, and didn't ask any more questions. Junwen watched them silently. "Even in your dreams, you would never have imagined that my junior sister and I have been digging holes, piling up graves, and being filial sons and grandsons. However, we got a bunch of storage rings. A bunch, you know. The most important thing is that I am now at the Jorgchen Foundation establishment stage. Forget it, how can you bastards compare to me? I'm my junior sister's real senior brother, my dear brother. The only brother. Good night, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 263. This long lost sense of superiority is really cool. Junwen felt that he was too awesome. My heart is full of joy, and I can't change my face. Now he can be regarded as having a beautiful chest and a hidden pearl in his belly, right? The vernacular is, they're an issue. However, the magic talisman drawn by my junior sister is really awesome. This has been in for so many days, and it still hasn't failed. Didn't it mean that talismans cannot be used in the Borderlands? It is estimated that there is no way to activate it here, but the previous activation is still valid. Although those who fainted on their own initiative were somewhat envious of what Jun Wen and the others had achieved, they did not regret it. People have to be self-aware. If they hadn't fainted on their own initiative according to what the leader said, they might have become lunatics or fools. At this time, Fang Shi was discussing with Wei Rui and others how to arrange those stupid and insane people. In fact, according to the thinking of many people, it is enough to just give up. After all, in this kind of place, it's hard for me to live, let alone take care of them. Fang Shi has a different opinion. Our Tianshui alliance will not abandon any teammate, even if the opponent has become stupid or crazy. I know it's difficult, but it's man-made. Let's discuss it, maybe we can think of a surefire solution. When Fang Shi said this, her voice was not too loud, but everyone was paying attention to the situation here, so many people heard it. There was a warm current in the hearts of the people of the Tianshui alliance, and they had a strong sense of belonging to the Tianshui alliance, and they were full of gratitude, worship, and admiration for Fang Shi, the leader of the alliance. Even those people from the demon race were a little touched. Although the demons have always believed in the law of the jungle and the strong being respected, they have to admit that Fang Shi's words made them feel a little envious. Who doesn't want someone to help when they're in trouble? Gang Fang frowned. Leader Xiao, I can understand your feelings, but the borderland is full of dangers, and we cannot protect ourselves. If we bring these people with us, we may have difficulty walking. Wei Rui asked, Leader Xiao, have you already thought of a solution? The reason why he said that was very simple. His cousin Wei Heng who was holding back was also crazy, and he didn't intend to give up from the bottom of his heart. Fang Shi thought for a while and said, that's what I think. Among the people present, there are quite a few Taoist friends with impaired spiritual consciousness. Even if we continue to move forward with this, there will be great risks. It's better to leave these people to guard the stupid and crazy people, and we will meet again when we return. In addition, foolish and insane people have lost their ability to act, and their storage rings have become life-threatening symbols. It is better to collect their storage rings together. Part of the fee is paid to the fellow Taoists who guard them, and the rest is used to arrange their future lives. If it's not enough, we'll figure it out later. What do you think? Wei Rui and the others' eyes lit up immediately. This way is good. Those with impaired consciousness, to put it bluntly, are also a burden. It just so happened that, waste utilization, left them behind to guard the lunatics and fools. And the cost is also paid from those lunatics and fools, without any impact on others. So, a consensus was quickly reached. For the sake of easy management, those lunatics and fools were given sleeping pills, just like guarding corpses. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong was very emotional, the Xiao Shishi's mind was spinning really fast. After this operation, her prestige in the Tianshui alliance will soar again, and many casual cultivators will join the Tianshui alliance. The most important thing is that she didn't match anything, she just came up with an idea. Sure enough, many casual cultivators ran over to express the desire to join the Tianshui alliance. Fang Shi asked Jun Wen and Bao Yufu to be responsible for the registration, and then assigned them to several halls. After resting all night, everyone continued to march to the core area the next morning. Although there were some twists and turns, no casualties were caused, and everyone arrived at the edge of the core area without any danger. It's really mysterious to say that Fang Shi and the others hardly saw any plants along the way, but here is lush and lush, with many rare medicinal herbs growing in the outside world. But it is limited to the fringe area, and the core area inside is still barren of grass. Many people don't plan to go inside when they get here, because it is extremely dangerous to bring them into the core area, which is close to death. It's better to stay here to collect some herbs, and you can exchange a lot of straight stones after you go out. Bao Yufu thought so. Therefore, he offered to stay and maintain order so that no one would fight over the medicinal herbs. Fang Shi readily agreed. All those who remained were from the Northern Territory, and none from the Southern Territory. This is also easy to understand. People with low cultivation bases in the southern region were basically killed or injured in the floods and battlefield relics, and the rest of the cultivation bases were good. In the end, the number of people who entered the core area was % in the southern region, % in the demon race, and only % in the human race in the northern region. The sense of superiority that everyone in the southern region had left home for many days has returned. The northern territory is full of mobs. There are not many elites at all. After entering the core area, their advantage in the southern domain came out. Most of the fire essence must belong to their southern region. After resting for half a day, everyone entered the core area. Wei Rui cupped his hands at Fang Shi. Leader Xiao, the next step is to capture the fire marrow. In order not to hurt peace, let's go separately. The demons also made the same proposal. Fang Shi smiled and nodded in agreement. As a result, the three teams parted ways and chose different paths. After Fang Shi and the others left, Wei Rui and others released several fiery red strut beasts from the strut beast bag. Wang Fu Yao, the leader of the Wang Fu family, said with a smile. Those people in the northern territory definitely didn't expect that we would have fire-seeking minks. This little thing is very sensitive to fire marrow. With them, we can get twice the result with half the effort. Geng Fang smiled and said, yes, the fire marrow is very deep underground most of the time, and it is really difficult for those people in the northern territory to find the fire marrow. Although I admit that Xiao Shishi has some skills, the gap in background cannot be bridged by her alone. Others also made sarcastic remarks one after another. This long-lost sense of superiority is really refreshing. There are 2 more chapters to post after writing. Close black lens bracket. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 264. John misses dad every day. On the demon side, the shadow demon Shi Tianhong released a bee-like insect and said, the people in the southern region must have the means to find the fire essence, so they proposed that everyone go separately. It's a pity that they don't know that we have fire-seeking bees, so it's not certain who will win. However, I am afraid there is nothing good about Xiao Shishi, it can only depend on luck. The leaders of the other demon branches also released the fire-seeking bees, and they had to sneer at the human race in the northern domain. Although the alliance was temporarily formed before, the firmness is not much stronger than that of tofu. Now that the fire marrow is right in front of your eyes, who cares about who? Feng Shi and the others really don't have farts here. However, Feng Shi has a little fat bird. As a hunter, if you don't even know where the food is hidden, isn't it a waste snack? It doesn't even need to be released, it can find the fire marrow through Feng Shi's spiritual consciousness. However, the fire pith is not so easy to find. The little chubby bird is as tired as a dog, and he didn't find a bunch of fire pith. The little chubby bird was in a bad mood, so he kicked Huo Woshu, who was sleeping soundly several times. The owner took this thing just to give it fire, who knew that this dog has been sleeping all the time, so it's useless. The little black ball sarcastically said. The master said that a capable person never blames others. You are a coward. The little fat bird was in a bad mood at first, but immediately exploded. You bastard who doesn't even have a physical body, still have the nerve to laugh at me. Aren't you just a piece of waste gas? You are no different from a fart. Don't call yourself a jerk in the future, just call it a shit. The little black ball was so angry. It never thought it would be synonymous with fart. Immediately, he became furious and began to scold the little fat bird. It wasn't until Feng Shi roared that the two cubs stopped. Seeing that everyone was a little tired, Feng Shi asked them to rest where they were. Zhang Wen handed Feng Shi a spiritual fruit, and comforted him. Fire marrow is notoriously hard to find, so don't rush. Besides, we have gained a lot this time, even if we can't find the fire essence, it's nothing. Not to mention anything else, let's just talk about our pile. A pile of 10 direction bloodstar stones can be exchanged for a lot of strode stones. He originally wanted to talk about a bunch of storage rings, but found that he can say this, so he changed his words and said Shifang Zuchenshi. In order to ease the embarrassment, he also took out a few 10 square bloodstar stones to play with. Feng Shi held back her smile and talked to him one after another. While talking, the little fat bird suddenly excitedly said, there is fire marrow underground. It's approaching us. Feng Shi's eyes lit up. If it was someone else, they would definitely be ecstatic at this time, and would not be able to think about other things. But Feng Shi still remained calm. She thought of a key question. The little chubby bird said that the fire marrow was approaching them. Although Huo Sui has no intelligence, he also has the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid harm. How could he take the initiative to approach them? Feng Shi's eyes fell on the Shifang Zuchen stone that Zhang Wen was playing with. Could it be that they were attracted by these 10 direction blood stars? Feng Shi hurriedly took out the largest 10 square blood star from the storage ring, and put it on the ground deliberately. The little fat bird screamed. Master, it's getting closer and closer to us. It's about to reach the surface. Hurry up and get ready. Feng Shi immediately picked up the 10 direction blood star stone, and shook it back and forth against the ground. Suddenly, a cluster of fire marrow jumped out from the ground, and went straight to the Shifang Zuchen stone in Feng Shi's hand. Feng Shi shot like lightning, grabbed it and put it into a special jade box. She had already activated the fire-repelling orb, so the fire essence couldn't do any harm to her at all. Zhang Wen was dumbfounded. Didn't I just comfort my junior sister not to get angry? How did she catch a cluster of fire essence in the blink of an eye? This thing can still sit on the sidelines. Volunteers take the bait. Feng Shi looks very pleasing to the eyes now. She, the 5th senior brother, not only has a strict mouth and a tacit understanding, but also has dog and shit luck. If he hadn't taken out the Shifang blood star stone by mistake, how would she have known that Huo Sui liked it? After all, there are no related records in any classics. Feng Shi immediately told everyone about her discovery. On the one hand, many people have seen the operation just now, and on the other hand, she is also trying to stabilize her leader's personality. Everyone was ecstatic. The gratitude and admiration for Feng Shi soared to a new height. In order to avoid disorderly competition, Feng Shi let everyone disperse. Anyway, the core area has grown, so there is no need to squeeze together. In addition, she also suggested a group of several people, so that after fishing out the fire pith, it is more sure to catch it. Everyone immediately followed suit, and excitedly started fishing for fire marrow. Zhang Wen's mouth is grinning to the bottom of his ears. Small, little sister, why do you think my luck is so good? Will I also have some extraordinary life experience? Ever since he diverted his thinking in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, Zhang Wen misses his father every day. Feng Shi glanced at him. Whoever is close to vermilion is red and close to ink is black. You borrowed all from me. Don't think about these things, hurry up and work. Zhang Wen, who had already floated in the air, landed instantly. Also, the junior sister is Xiangrui, so he will be lucky if he follows her. It has nothing to do with being a father or not. Feng Shi didn't mean to tease him. The main reason is that Zhang Wen has been a little flustered recently, so he has to pour some cold water on him. Soon, Feng Shi caught another cluster of fire marrow. Her Shifang blood star stone is the largest, and its attraction is naturally the greatest. Soon, other people also discovered the fire marrow one after another. Don't be discouraged even if you don't catch it. After all, you just came in, and you have plenty of time. In the southern region, a cluster of fire marrow has been found, but because the fire marrow is buried too deep, they haven't caught it yet. But this does not stop their inner superiority. They found the fire marrow just after they came in. Their luck is not so good. Those people in the Northern Territory are probably running around like headless chickens now. The demons think so too. Fang Shi's radiance was too bright before, which made him suffocate, but now they're finally proud. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 265 Can you speak human words? As time went by, Fang Shi caught 6 clusters of fire essence, 5 of which were century-old fire essence, and the other one was thousand-year fire essence. She yawned and said to Jun Wen, "Brother, it seems that people can't believe what they say. 818 novels. Many people say that the fire marrow is so difficult to grasp, but I think it is quite simple. You can grab it with your hands. Oops, I'm kind of tired of this tedious job now. Junwen, can you speak human words?" They're quite happy here, and the two groups of Nanyu and Mizu are listless. Because apart from the fire marrow that was discovered at the beginning, there are no brains in the future. Even if 10,000-year fire essence and 1,000-year fire essence are rare, but century fire essence shouldn't be so rare. Little did they know, because Fang Shi and the others took out a large number of Shifang blood starstones, the fire marrow in the nearby area smelled the smell, and ran over. In addition, because of the previous agreement, the 3 teams were traveling in different directions, so of course they couldn't find the fire essence. The 2 groups also comforted themselves, at least they caught 1 or 2 clusters of fire marrow, which is better than not finding a cluster in the Northern Territory. Here, Fang Shi frowned suddenly after a short twitch. Jun Wen wondered, "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Don't you think we're a little too smooth? It is said that the core area is full of dangers, but several days have passed, and we have not encountered any danger. I have a feeling that the storm is about to come, and I have brought everyone together, and I will remind everyone." Jun Wen also felt that it was not normal, so he hurriedly called everyone together. After checking the names, I found that there were a few people missing. Before, because everyone was scattered and all their attention was on the fire marrow, they didn't even know when these people disappeared. Fang's eyes heart sank, something really happened. She asked everyone to narrow the distance between areas, and to report the number in order at regular intervals to avoid missing people again. In the end, someone was still missing. Silently. Now, everyone panicked. They didn't even care about fishing for fire marrow, they all gathered around Fang Shi. Now only the leader can give them a sense of security. At the same time, the same situation happened in the Southern Territory and the demon race. Some people even witnessed the people next to them disappear suddenly. Various methods have been tried, to no avail. People are still missing. Compared with the previous crises, this unknown danger is obviously more frightening. As more and more people disappeared, many people began to retreat. Fire marrow is good, but life is not important. Nanyu and Mizu made a decision almost at the same time, that is to go to Xiao Shishi. After rendezvous, exit together. Any sense of superiority, any competitiveness has been thrown out of the sky. Even if they don't want to admit it, they have to admit that Xiao Shishi is their backbone. The 2 sides met halfway. A little surprised, a little embarrassed, and a little sympathetic to each other who are also fallen people in the end of the world. After much difficulty, they finally found Fang Shi and the others. Even though they also found that there were many fewer people in the Northern Territory, their hearts were still at ease. Fang Shi briefly communicated with them, and found that the way of disappearance was exactly the same, but there were no useful clues. Those people disappeared instantly, without even screaming, which is too weird. Wei Rui said, "Could there be relics of ancient battlefields here? And the power of space is much stronger than before, so people are engulfed in it instantly." Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong immediately said, "If it is the remains of the ancient battlefield, everyone should be engulfed in it, why is it just a few people? Besides, the ruins will not be opened frequently." Geng Fang said, "Could it be some kind of invisible monster? It swallowed people into its stomach instantly, that's why it happened." Wang Fuyao questioned, "Even if monsters can be invisible, they can't have no fluctuations in spiritual power, right? Once or twice is swallowed instantly, can't it be the same every time? You know, the missing person doesn't even have time to exclaim." Ellipsis. Everyone discussed for a while, but no result was reached. In the process, several more people disappeared. And NBSP, it disappeared under the eyes of everyone. A huge panic enveloped the crowd. It was as if there was a sword hanging above his neck, and he didn't know when it would fall. Jun Wen furtively took out a rope and tied himself and Fang Zai's arms. If you want to disappear, disappear together. Even if he dies, he still wants to follow his junior sister. Fang Shi. All right, your method is really good. So, he smiled and said to everyone, "What do you think of my brother's method? How about you do the same?" Everyone. However, in case it is teleported somewhere, having a companion is better than being alone. So, groups of 3 and 4 began to tie ropes. After some psychological struggle, Wei Rui walked to Fang Shi's side. "Master Xiao, can I tie you up?" Geng Fang followed closely behind. "Leader Xiao, there are multiple people and multiple strengths, so let me be with you too." Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong also ran over. "Leader Xiao, we were allies before, let's stay together." Ellipsis. People from the Tianshui alliance saw that the Nanyu and the Mizu shamelessly asked to be tied to the leader. What are they waiting for? So, they all ran over. Fang Shi, since everyone is so united, let's all be tied together. So, Fang Shi was at the front, and a string was tied behind. She felt like the old hen in the eagle catching chicks. Behind the key are not all chickens, but also ducklings, gooselings. Good night, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 266. Fang Shi told everyone, everyone stay alert at all times, and if we fall into a dangerous situation, we can respond quickly. Don't be stingy if you have good things on you, especially the defensive ones, use them all. Otherwise, if a person dies, leaving behind a bunch of good things will be cheaper for others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well behaved and obedient. Zhang Wen sneered in his heart, he knew how to obey at this time. When he first came in, did you look so shy? If you know that we have caught a lot of fire essence, I wonder if you will be pissed off. It's just that my junior sister has a good heart. If I have a bad temper, I won't care about your life or death. Just when he was thinking wildly, a huge suction hit, and everyone disappeared in place in an instant. When Zhang Wen regained consciousness, the first thing he did was to see if Fang Shi was there, but in the end, Fang Shi was gone. His heart suddenly sank, but there was no time to think about it now. He began to look around vigilantly. At this moment, someone urged impatiently. What are you thinking? Go ahead. Zhang Wen hurried forward a few steps. He was queuing at this time, the line was very long, and he seemed to be signing up. Zhang Wen followed Fang Shi through the wind and waves, and he was still calm at this time. When the soldiers come, they will block the water and cover them with soil, just see the tricks and dismantle them. He pricked up his ears to listen to the conversations of the people around him, and found that there was actually a recruiting here. Recruiting. Want to fight. At this time, he suddenly found a few familiar faces in the team, Wei Rui, Geng Feng, Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong from the southern region. It's just that after searching for a long time, I didn't see Fang Shi. Looking at the broken rope on his arm, Zhang Wen had an idea. The first thing to do after returning home is to buy a strong rope, preferably a high-level strike weapon. So as not to be interrupted the next time you send it. It's all the people from Nanyu and Mizu who are to blame. If they hadn't insisted on being tied together, maybe the rope wouldn't break. At this time, Wei Rui and others also saw Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen saw the bright disappointment in their eyes. Obviously they were also looking for Fang Shi. Zhang Wen cursed inwardly, you still have the face to look for my little junior sister. If it weren't for you guys, I would definitely be with my junior sister. At this time, it was the turn of a southern monk named Wei Han to sign up. 818 novels. Although this person is also from the Wei family, but it is only a branch, and the relationship with Wei Rui is not close. The person in charge of the registration sized him up. Are you willing to join the Shenyang army? If you are willing, sign the certificate of life and death. As he spoke, the man handed Wei Han a piece of paper. Wei Han looked at the life and death chart, and for some reason, he suddenly said in horror. I don't sign. I don't want to join any Shenyang army either, you guys let me out. The next moment, Wei Han's head was chopped off and fell to the ground. Deserts should be executed. Zhang Wen shrank his neck. I thought to myself, this is indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's lair, but says Wei Han, who has been sent here, so you can sign if you want. Aren't you committing suicide? A few more people passed by, and it was Wei Rui's turn. Wei Rui took the life and death certificate, his body trembling slightly, and signed his name. The person in charge of registration threw him a black wooden sign. Wei Rui, the 6th floor of Jindan, the supply camp. Holding the wooden sign, Wei Rui found several monks in black armor standing beside him, and one of them was the same color as the wooden sign in his hand. So, he stood behind the monk in black armor. Zhang Wen saw that he was still wiping his sweat and guessed that there might be something wrong with the life and death certificate, so he raised his vigilance in his heart. When it was his turn, as soon as he picked up the life and death certificate, all kinds of cruel war scenes appeared in his mind. That's not to mention, there are also his various ways of death, beheading, lingqi, death without a whole body, soul flying away. Although Zhang Wen has suffered some shocks, he is much better than Wei Rui. Because in his opinion, these things are not as terrible as practicing swords with junior sister. After all, practicing sword with junior sister, killed his self-esteem. The person in charge of registration threw a wooden sign to Zhang Wen. Xiao Wen, the 1st floor of the Foundation building, the supply camp. Zhang Wengson said, it seems that these people can't see his real cultivation level, and the effect of the magic talisman is still there. Zhang Wen stood behind Wei Rui while thinking. Zhang Wen soon discovered that the people they were brought in were all assigned to the supply camp. The so-called supply battalion is actually the team in charge of logistics, responsible for food, grass, food, etc. in the mundane world, and I don't know what they're responsible for here. But compared to these, he wanted to know where Fang Shi was teleported. Ugh. People have to learn to be independent. In the days without junior sisters, he can only rely on himself. After a while, the black-armored monk took Zhang Wen and others away from the registration place and arrived at the camp. The big camp covers a very large area, and the leader cannot be seen at a glance. The monk in black armor led him to a barracks, took out the roster, and began to roll the names. After calling the names, he said, Wei Rui, Repair Department. Geng Feng, Repair Department. Shi Tianhong, Repair Department. Zhang Wen thinks that other people are some repair department, and he must be too. As a result, when he was read, the monk in black armor said, Xiao Wen, the Department of Beast Stables. Zhang Wen. Department of Animal Stables. Isn't it just for feeding the horses? Of course, what a monk rides is not necessarily a horse, but it must be a strict beast. How did he get assigned to such a ghostly place? He dared to ask questions, and was told that because his cultivation base was too low, he was only assigned to the Department of Beast Stables. Not only that, but also beat him with 10 army sticks on the grounds of questioning his boss. Zhang Wen. If I had known earlier, I would not have concealed my cultivation. But Wei Rui and the others are all at the golden core stage, so it's useless even if he doesn't cover up his cultivation. Soon, he was taken to the Department of Animal Stables. The man in charge of the animal stables department was also a monk in black armor, and Zhang Wen didn't know what provoked him, so he beat him with 10 army sticks, and then assigned him to the cleaning team. The main task is to clean up the strip beast poop. Zhang Wen was about to cry but had no tears. The first day he left his junior sister, he had a miserable life. There are 2 more chapters to post after writing. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 267. Who is the general on the general stage? For Zhang Wen, who has a slight obsession with cleanliness, cleaning the animal stables will kill him. I almost vomited to death. Because of this, he was questioned about being lazy, and was punished by the team leader Hu Lin to run 10 laps around the animal stable. Zhang Wen didn't dare not listen when he first arrived, so he could only accept his fate. When he was running, many people came to watch and point at him. Even the spirit beasts in the animal stable poked the big heads to watch, howling. Zhang Wen wants to die. He hasn't been through such misery since he met junior sister. When he picked up the cleaning tools again, Zhang Wen looked down on death. He can't always rely on his junior sister, he has to support himself. He endured the nausea and finally finished his work. Then, I found the team leader Hu Lin. First he admitted his mistake, and then praised Hu Lin for his leadership. Originally, he wanted to give the other party some benefits, but since the teleportation came in, things from the outside world couldn't be brought out at all. Therefore, we can only rely on lip service. Zhang Wen used all the rainbow fart skills he learned from Feng Shi. The effect was immediate, and Hu Lin's attitude towards him was much better, and he also taught him some cleaning skills. Zhang Wen finally gained a firm foothold in the cleaning team. Hu Lin also told him cryptically that Colonel Yin of the Beast Stable Division seemed to have a problem with him and told him to be more careful. Zhang Wen was so aggrieved. He just came here, and he didn't know the Xiao Yin before. Why did he dislike him? Is it because he is more handsome? Made him jealous. Just when Zhang Wen couldn't figure it out, someone came to deliver an order, and the general wanted to call the troops, and asked everyone in the supply camp to gather at the school grounds. Hu Lin said, the general of our supply camp has been vacant for many days, and the higher-ups finally sent someone over. You only found out when you asked about it. The supply camp is thankless, and no one is willing to take over this hot potato, so the position of the general of the supply camp will always be vacant. Hu Lin also specially told Zhang Wen that you must be careful when counting troops. If there is a slight mistake, his life will not be saved. Zhang Wen quickly said that he knew. As soon as he came in, he was beaten with 20 army sticks. If he was not careful, he would be a stick. Zhang Wen feels that it has been a long time since he entered the barracks, but in fact it has only been 3 days since he was fully engaged. However, he lived like a year. Even when I saw Wei Rui and the others while queuing up, I felt very cordial. Wei Rui and the others didn't seem to be doing well, all of them were disheartened. Also, many people are deceitful, and it takes time to fully integrate. Thinking of this, Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel a little elated. Although he received 20 army sticks, he still had a firm foothold. In fact, there is nothing wrong with cleaning the animal stables. Apart from being a little dirty, it is not tiring. The most important thing is that there is no danger at all. How wonderful. Then he sniffed his sleeves. Although he has used the cleaning technique several times, he can still vaguely smell a little unpleasant smell. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. At this moment, he saw the black-armored monk who had brought them here before, accompanied by a silver-armored monk, on the platform. Zhang Wen learned from Hu Lin that the black-armored monk was Captain Huo Du, who was half a rank higher than Captain Yin of the Beast Stable Division, and half a rank lower than Pianjiang. When the general turned around, Zhang Wen's eyes almost popped out. That silver-armored monk turned out to be Feng Shi. Although the other party had changed his appearance, he recognized him at a glance. Because other people don't have her stern look in her eyes. Zhang Wen was simply amazed. How did the little junior sister become a monk in silver armor? Ah. He remembered that on the battlefield of the ancient ruins, the owner of that majestic voice gave Feng Shi a set of silver armor, asking her to bury it under the monument of heroic souls in the future. Could it be that the little junior sister relied on this set of armor to bluff and deceive into becoming a partial general of the supply camp? What a guts. After drying, it is heavier than a golden retriever. Besides, how did she do it? Among other things, with her cultivation at the 6th level of qi refining, who would believe that she is a partial general? Zhang Wen looked at Feng Shi who was majestic on the stage, then looked at Wei Rui and the others in the team next to him who was slouching, and finally sniffed his sleeves. Obviously they came in together. Some were working as coolies in the maintenance department, some were shoveling cakes in the animal stables, and some stood on the general platform as the boss. The same people, why is there such a big gap? Just when he was thinking wildly, Captain Huo said. This is Chu Pianjiang. Zhang Wengson said, Chu is partial, is it the side of the ball? Immediately afterwards, Captain Huo began to order troops, and Chu Pianjiang watched with a serious face. Calling troops is nothing more than cue demonstrations and the like. Although Zhang Wen has never practiced, the formation is very simple, just follow Hu Lin. After counting troops, Chu Pianjiang coughed lightly and said, Soldiers and soldiers, the vacancy of the general of the supply camp has caused a lot of speculation. In fact, I, Chu, took over this appointment a long time ago, but I was seriously injured because of killing an enemy a few days ago, and I have been taking care of him. You have also seen that my current cultivation base is only in the qi refining period, because the injury has not healed yet. Zhang Wen. Out of words. It turns out that you used this reason to get away with it. Unhealed. Or was it caused by killing the enemy? Junior sister, you can really make up. Zhang Wen already had confidence in Feng Shi, but at this moment, he felt that it was not enough. From now on, even if junior sister says the moon is square, you will believe it. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 268. I listened to it all kneeling. Chu Pianjiang on the stage was still babbling. Some people think that the supply battalion is not important, and that the supply battalion is not valued by the higher-ups. Even, many people didn't want to stay in the supply camp and wanted to be transferred elsewhere. These ideas are also understandable, because you do not have a correct understanding of the supply camp. As the saying goes, soldiers and horses go first without moving food and grass. Although our supply battalion is not like escorting food and grass in the secular world, it is responsible for all the logistics of the Shenyang army. The repair department is responsible for the construction of the garrison, the refining department is responsible for the repair of spiritual weapons and spirit swords, the animal stable department is responsible for feeding the spirit beasts, and the catering department is responsible for the supply of military rations, including food, clothing, housing and transportation. It can be said that without our supply battalion, the Shenyang army would not be able to move a single step. Chu Pianjiang said this, paused, and said, "You may think that only charging forward is a hero, you are wrong. The Shenyang army is like a flying boat, every part of it is very important, and they are indispensable. The soldiers who clean up the excrement of spirit beasts are not inferior to the soldiers who go to battle to kill the enemy, they are also heroes. All of you are heroes. Any soldier of the Shenyang army is a hero." Junwen found that these people in the supply camp grew an average of half an inch taller. Because the back is straight. It used to be like little quails, but now it looks like a big cock trying to fight. Chu Pianjiang continued. In addition, don't think that the supply battalion can only wash in the rear, knocking and beating. At critical moments, our supply battalion will also rush to kill the enemy. Do you know what another name is for our supply camp? No one answered. On the contrary, some people call the supply camp a shelter for the old, weak, sick and disabled, or a waste collection place. Of course this cannot be said. Chu Pianjiang waited for a while, and then said. Another name for the supply camp is the Almighty Camp, and it is also called the coordinator of all routes. Do you know why it is called that? Because other camps have encountered difficulties, we can always be on top. If you need a vanguard, we are the vanguard. If you need a scout, you are a scout. If you need a cavalry, we are the cavalry. Our supply battalion is omnipotent and everywhere. So, I don't understand why you have to feel inferior. Why do you want to belittle yourself? Being a member of the supply battalion is not only your mission but also your honor. The morale of the supply battalion was immediately high, as if it had been beaten with chicken blood. Even Junwen knew that the little junior sister was talking nonsense, but he was still very excited. Let's put it this way, he can clean the stables 8 times in one go. After Chu Pianjiang waited for everyone to calm down, he continued. If you want to become an all-around battalion, and become a coordinator from all walks of life, you need to rely on real skills. Therefore, while doing your job well, you must work hard to cultivate, and you must not slack off. After saying this, Chu Pianjiang proposed to select a few more soldiers. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Chu Pianjiang eagerly, hoping to be selected. Chu Pianjiang flipped through the roster. Repair Department Wei Rui, Geng Feng, Shi Tianhong. Beast Stable Director Xiao Wen, just these people. Junwen is now more sure that Chu Pianjiang is Feng Shi, because the people she picked are all those who were sent in. Wei Rui and the others were not stupid, they did not recognize them at first, but they were somewhat suspicious. It is now completely determined. The mood is very complicated. They are all leading soldiers, but Xiao Shishi has turned into a famous general. To put it in an inappropriate analogy, wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles to eat what? They are incomparable to others. Chu Pianjiang immediately brought the 8 freshly baked soldiers to his big tent. She pouted, and Junwen pointed at the 2 of them in a pretentious manner. Go outside and watch. The 2 were very obedient and went out immediately. Needless to say, in this supply camp, discipline has been greatly improved. Junwen's voice was a little trembling. Little sister, is that you? Chu Pianjiang hooked his lips. It's the general. Junwen almost cried out loud. My little junior sister. You don't know what kind of life I live. Mr. Pianmei is now a shit shoveler. Wei Rui and the others were also very excited and asked one after another, what is going on? Feng Shi said slowly, I just understand a very simple truth, many people only recognize clothes but not people. This silver armor is the best proof of identity. Wei Rui and others thought that although it was such a rationale, it would be impossible for someone else to do it. Under their questioning, Feng Shi briefly explained the process. After she was teleported in, she was also in line, but it wasn't Junwen's team. Feng Shi started talking to the soldiers who maintained order. When teleporting, she put a few high-grade strut stones in her sleeve pocket in advance, just in case. Now comes in handy. As a result, not only did they successfully get on with them, but they also began to help maintain order. After she heard that the partial general of the supply battalion had never been appointed, she decided to make a cameo appearance as the partial general. After finding an opportunity to escape, he took Yirongan, put on the silver armor and went to Junwen's conscription field. As soon as she came up, she slapped the guard who questioned her identity. He played a show of prestige in front of Captain Huo again, and said some ambiguous words. Then, he was taken into the camp respectfully. Wei Rui and the others were stunned after hearing this. Is that okay? They don't know what to say anymore. Although Feng Shi said it very easily, they knew that even if she said a wrong word, she would reveal her secrets, and they would never recover. But she fooled Captain Huo perfectly. What does this mean? It shows that her mind is very meticulous, and the most important thing is to be able to figure out people's hearts. Not only is he bold and careful, but he also has a well-rounded belly. The sense of superiority that Wei Rui and the others had left in their hearts has now become a negative number. Originally, he looked down at Feng Shi, but now he looked up. It is impossible not to look up. As soon as they came in, Feng Shi asked them to kneel on one knee as a military salute. Those words just now were all kneeling and listening. Good night, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 269 Long sword shines the sun and moon, warm blood protects 9U. Feng Shi also doesn't want them to kneel, the key is to act the whole way. From now on, they have to get used to their identities, so as not to show their feet when they're outsiders. She is also for the good. At this time, Wei Rui was puzzled and said, I remember showing your badge when entering the camp. How did you get away with it? Feng Shi curled her lips. I just said that when I was facing the enemy, the waist card was broken into powder, and they let me in. Wei Rui and others. This is too childish. Would the other party believe such a clumsy lie? Feng Shi saw their thoughts and chuckled lightly. To play a game, you need to know the rules of the game. The moment I regained my consciousness, I judged that this place is an illusion created by obsession. Otherwise, if we suddenly appeared in the team, how could no one suspect it? Among other things, here are all human monks, and a few non-human things suddenly mixed in, and they didn't have any special reaction, which is enough to prove this point. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong and the others. You are talking about things that are not human, are you talking about us? Although we are indeed not human beings, why do you sound so awkward when you say this? Feng Shi continued. Since it is an illusion, it is naturally not so strict. In addition, I guess that the reason why we were coerced into it was probably because we wanted to use us to change the outcome of a war. For someone as unconventional as me, they won't kill me so easily. Everyone. You know how to put gold on your face. In fact, Feng Shi could tell from the style of the clothes of those soldiers that these people should belong to the Shenyang army like the people in the ancient battlefield ruins. That being the case, the silver armor on her body, the roster in her hand, and those relics are enough to protect her life. Zhang Wen murmured, since it is not so harsh, why did you beat me with 20 army sticks? I can still understand the 10 army sticks in the front, but why did you still beat me when I arrived at the animal stable? Feng Shi glanced at him. You were beaten with 10 sticks because you didn't want to go to the beast stables. Do you think Captain Yin of the beast stables will look at you pleasingly? Brother, I am very disappointed with your performance this time. I thought that even if I wasn't by your side, you could still be a captain, but you actually went to sweep the animal stables. Reflect on yourself. Zhang Wen originally thought that he was doing well compared to Wei Rui and others, but now he was beaten by Feng Shi and became paralyzed. Feng Shi looked at Wei Rui and the others again. And you, if you said that you didn't know the place when you first came in, it's been 3 days, and you haven't mixed up like a human being, don't you feel ashamed? Wei Rui and others who were still watching Zhang Wen's joke. 3 days, is it a long time? Feng Shi took a sip of tea and continued. Do you think 3 days is too short? Do you know what I have been doing these 3 days? On the first day, I made friends with those guards. Not only did I know the general situation of the Shenyang army, but I also knew the origin of the Shenyang army. The next day, after I dressed up as General Chu, I did not immediately enter the camp with Captain Huo, but was on duty at the registration office with him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I learned a lot about the Shenyang army from him. On the third day, after entering the big camp, I didn't come over to order troops immediately, but I was accompanied by Captain Huo due to visit the generals in several other camps. Originally, I planned to meet General Yan of Deng, but unfortunately he was away on business, so I couldn't meet him. So, do you still think 3 days is short? Wei Rui and the others were dumbfounded at first, and then lowered their heads. Ashamed. Feng Shi said again, let me ask you, do you know what happened to the Shenyang army? Who is our enemy? Wei Rui and the others lowered their heads even lower. For the past 3 days, they have been focusing on how to gain a firm foothold. For fear of being caught in the wrong place, how could they have the opportunity to inquire about this? Feng Shi sighed. Okay, you don't have to be too inferior. After all, there is no way for ordinary people to compare with geniuses. Wei Rui and others. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong asked, then what happened to the Shenyang army? Who are we going to fight with? Feng Zai's expression was a bit complicated, and he told what he knew. The place where the Shenyang army is located is called the Juyu continent. Although there are also beatings and killings of the weak and the strong, it is still relatively peaceful. Suddenly one day, a force called Tiank League popped up. They began to kill monks on a rampage, beheading everything they encountered, from old people to young children, leaving no one alive. In addition, they also frantically plundered cultivation resources. Their cultivation bases are very high, and what is even more frightening is that even if they're killed, they will come back to life. Some will not be resurrected after being killed several times, but they will not leave a corpse. Panic permeated the entire Juyu continent. In order to protect themselves, the monks in Juyu continent had no choice but to spontaneously organize a team, named Shenyang Army. The reason why it is called the Shenyang Army is because they have prayed countless times to God in the way of heaven, but to no avail. God, hide away. In this case, they save themselves. The gods can be abandoned, but even at the cost of their lives, they will not abandon their homeland. The long sword shines on the sun and the moon, and the blood protects Juyu. After listening to Feng Zai's words, Zhang Wen was filled with righteous indignation. The Heavenly Q Alliance is too useless. I think they are definitely not from the Juyu continent, they should be from outside. It's okay to grab things, but even the elderly and children are not spared, it is inhumane. Even the demons would not do this, they're simply beasts. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong and others. Should we thank you for the compliment? Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 270. You are worse than a bear. Wei Rui frowned and said, in this way, the Tiank League is very difficult to deal with, not to mention how high their cultivation base is. The key point is that they can't be killed, which is too scary. It may be very difficult for the Shenyan army to use us to complete their obsession. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong nodded. Yes, most of these people are from outside the region, so they have special means. We are not their opponents at all. Fang Shi smiled. Just a bit of a perverted smile. Wei Rui and the others felt a little cold. Are you trying to retreat? It is really ambitious to be discouraged before fighting. Have you seen the Shenyan army in this camp? Don't they know that there is almost no chance of winning? Why did they still join the Shenyan army, even signed a life and death certificate? Because they want to defend their homeland and protect the people they care about. Even if the strength of the two sides is very different, even if they know they're going to die, they're still fearless. This is the real hero. You are worse than a bear. Wei Rui and others. In such a short period of time, they have completed the evolution journey from human beings to trash, and then to beasts. Fang Shi continued. Let me ask, if someone invades your sect, your family, would you say such despondent words? Wei Rui and the others subconsciously shook their heads. They will fight with their lives. So, now you have to substitute yourselves into the identity of the Shenyan army. You are the people of Jiyu continent, you are the Shenyan army. Facing difficulties, fearless. In addition, our task is not that difficult. We don't need to completely defeat the Tiank League, we only need to win the next battle. After all, there are only more than one people in this camp, which is only a part of the Shenyan army. Wei Rui and others said, what you said is easy. If it was so easy to complete, these people's obsessions would not have dissipated for millions of years. However, after being hit by Fang Shi like this, they kindled their fighting spirit and began to analyze countermeasures. The opponent's cultivation base is second to none. The key is that he can be resurrected several times, which is too difficult to deal with. If this problem can be solved, then victory is at hand. But they're just hearsay now, and have never met anyone from the Tiank League, so they have no way to start for a while. Besides, they're now in a supply camp. Although Fang Zai's small talk on the stage, it can't change the fact that the supply camp is a waste. When they really fought, none of them had a chance to go to the battlefield. If it was their turn to go up, then most of the other camps would be dead as well. Then how to win? The more I thought about it, the more I felt that there was no chance of winning. Not to mention winning, it is estimated that they may even have problems saving their lives. Thinking of saving their lives, they remembered Fang Shi's saying that the things brought out from the ruins of the ancient battlefield could be used, and they all started to try. Sure enough, it can be taken out. But with this little thing alone, it's still hard to save your life. Not to mention anything else, I can't get out the spread sword, so I can only use the ordinary sword in the camp, which affects the display of strength too much. Fang Shi comforted them. It's okay, when we're on the battlefield, we'll get local materials and use them for the spread swords of those people from the Heavenly Q Alliance. Wei Rui and others. Fang Shi said again, which of you can carve? Wei Rui and others don't know why. Sculpture. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Geng Fang said, I will. Although I'm not very proficient, it's okay. Fang Shi immediately took out a few high-grade spread stones and handed them to him, and gave him a few patterns. Carve according to these patterns. Geng Fang asked in surprise, are these talisman seals? Although I haven't seen it, it can be seen that it is a talisman. Fang Shi nodded, well, the ancient talisman is the talisman they can use here. Don't ask if there is any, just engrave it now. Geng Fang was obedient, and immediately took the spread stone and carved it. Zhang Wen's eyes lit up. Junior sister is going to stamp it, right? Yup. No matter how you say it, it's important to get a few sacks of talismans to defend yourself first. It is estimated that these talisman seals that the little junior sister found from the storage rings of those ancient monks are just talisman paper and ink. How to solve them? There shouldn't be much in those storage rings, right? After half an hour, Geng Fang carved a relatively simple pattern. Fang Shi asked Geng Fang to go to the side tent next to him to continue engraving, and asked others to take turns to stand guard outside, leaving only Zhang Wen behind. Fang Shi took out a thick stack of talisman seals and asked Zhang Wen to hand them to her one by one, and then she stamped them. Zhang Wen sneakily asked in a low voice, where did it come from? The generals in the other camps gave it away. They were very enthusiastic, and I couldn't accept it. Zhang Wen. What a liar. In fact, Fang Shi used resource replacement. She is the general of the supply battalion. Although the combat effectiveness of the supply battalion is not very good, they are inseparable from food, clothing, housing and transportation. After a little poking around, those partial generals took the initiative to please him. So, a lot of people just can't think about it, and they actually think that the supply camp is a hot potato, which is a fat vacancy. In fact, even if they don't give it, Fang Shi has already thought of a countermeasure. There are a lot of used talisman papers and low-level talisman papers in the storage ring, so just use the waste. As for Fumo, there are spread beasts in the animal stables, so let them bleed directly. However, this is the second best choice, and it is better to use serious talisman paper and talisman ink. Fang Shi started to yawn after covering it for a while, and then covered it with her eyes closed. Zhengwen. Why is there such a big gap between people? Fortunately, my Dao heart is solid, otherwise I would be driven crazy by this stimulation every day. There is one more chapter, posted after writing it. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 271. This is simply not a human job. When Fang Shi covered half a sack of talismans, Geng Fang carved another mold. Fang Shi began to cover with both left and right hands at the same time. Junwen has become numb. He felt that if Fang Shi practiced again, he might be able to cover her feet. That idiot Pei Lao used to boast every day that he was a genius at making talismans, but after so long, he still hasn't learned how to stamp it. It's a trash snack. Unlike him, at least he learned Act, Rainbow Fart, and Sword Formation. Thinking of the sword array, Junwen's heart skipped a beat. Small, little sister, I have an idea. A good idea to increase the fighting power of the Shenyan army. Fang Shi didn't even open her eyes. Do you want Wei Rui and the others to teach the Shenyan army sword formation? Junwen, how do you know? Fang Shi curled her lips, because I thought of it a long time ago. Do you know why I didn't bring it up? Because I want Wei Rui and the others to take the initiative to speak. Lest they think we miss their sword array. Do not worry. After a few discussions, they will definitely bring it up. When the time comes, you have to pay more attention to learn. Junwen originally wanted to brag about it, to show off that he had occupied the high ground of IQ, but his junior sister had already thought of it. Not only did I think of it, but people still took the bait from the wisher. Wei Rui and the others were not caught, but he was the stupid roe deer caught first. Fang Zai's guess is correct. Wei Rui and the others are discussing this matter. It is strictly forbidden to spread the sword array in the southern region, but now life is at stake, so I can't take care of so much. Besides, the sword formations they know are not high-grade sword formations, so even if they are investigated, there will be no major troubles. In addition, they feel that their memories have been erased after coming out of the ruins of the ancient battlefield, so it should be the same when going out here. So nothing to worry about. So, I took the initiative to find Fang Shi. When Fang Shi heard this, she was very surprised. You really want to contribute the sword array? It seems that I was the one who watched people through the cracks of the door before, and your pattern is much bigger than mine. Give me a bow. Fang Shi said that she was about to bow, but Wei Rui and others hurriedly moved away. Heart warm. The self-confidence that was beaten to pieces before finally came back. Fang Shi immediately called for Captain Huo, and asked Wei Rui and the others to demonstrate the sword array. Captain Huo Du was ecstatic. Even tears filled my eyes. Fang Shi asked him to organize people to start practicing the sword array, and after it was effective, she would go to General Yan to promote it in the whole camp. Captain Huo was so excited that he immediately followed suit. Junwen is indeed a genius of swordsmanship, not only learned it quickly, but also put forward several suggestions for improvement. Wei Rui and others didn't think highly of Junwen at first. After all, Fang Zai's halo is too strong. Now, look at Junwen with admiration. Still the same sentence, only those who have the ability can win respect. Fang Shi wasn't idle here either, she was stamping all the time. By the time the supply camp sword array had begun to take shape, Fang Shi had already covered more than a dozen sacks of talismans. I'm going to vomit. She decided that when she returned to the Zongmen, she had to force Pei Zhou to learn how to stamp whatever she wanted. This is simply not human work. After finishing preparations, Fang Shi came to see General Yan. General Yan was a serious old man. He frowned when he saw Fang Shi. Qi refining 6 layers. Even if he was injured, he shouldn't have formed a pill. How could the higher-ups appoint such a person as the general of the supply battalion? However, the partial generals of the supply battalion don't need any cultivation, as long as they have a brain and know how to do things. Sit down. What do you want from me? After Fang Shi thanked her, she sat down. Her sitting posture is very standard, and her back is very straight. General Yan had a better impression of her. General Yan, my soldiers and I have invented a group battle mode called sword formation. After using it, the attack power and defense power have been greatly improved. If you think it is feasible, you can promote it in the whole camp. General Yan felt that she was exaggerating. Sword array. It won't be the kind of formation in the secular world, right? Those things are of no use to monks. But he still followed Fang Shi to the schoolyard of the supply camp. And NNBSP, Lieutenant Huo Du began to organize his hands to demonstrate the sword array. General Yan was a little careless at first, but soon his eyes widened. By the time the demonstration was over, he was too excited to speak. He patted Fang Zai's shoulder. Okay, good. I don't know what to say other than good. As the commander-in-chief, he is too aware of how powerful this sword formation is. Soon, the sword formation spread in the camp. 818 novels. Fang Shi has become a sweet pastry. After all, the people in the supply camp have to be taught who to send and how many people to send. Several generals take turns to get close. On this day, Wei Rui came in to report. Chu Pianjiang, Wan Pian from the Vanguard Battalion is coming to visit. Fang Shi had specially visited several partial generals in the camp before, but he didn't see one partial general of the Vanguard camp, and heard that he was out on business. Fang Shi asked Wei Rui to invite someone in. Wan Pian did not arrive, but the voice arrived first. Chu Pianjiang, I don't know how to be polite, I should have come to visit you a long time ago. Fang Shi was taken aback. This voice is very familiar. Soon, a thick-backed middle-aged man walked in. Laughter is like Hong Jung. Are you Chu Pianjiang? You really can't be judged by appearances, your little girl is really capable. Fang Shi exchanged a few words, then said with a smile, General Wan Pian, may I ask, what is your name? Wan Celebrate. Fang Shi didn't know why, a burst of soreness came to her heart. It really is the master of that majestic voice in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. They finally meet. Before, she buried his body with her own hands. This time, she will fulfill her promise and take him and his soldiers home. Safe and sound, complete, returning home alive and well. Good night, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 272 I have an ancestral skill. Fang Shi suppressed the surging thoughts in her heart, and said with a smile. Good name. As soon as we see your name, we will be able to triumph, and we will definitely be able to beat those beasts of the Tiank League to pieces, and they will be defeated. Wan Qingqing laughed so hard that his mouth was almost grinning to the bottom of his ears. No wonder, Lao Qin and the others said that your little girl has a clever mouth and is really good at talking. Wan Qingqing has a square face and a beard, which is as rough as his personality. When Fang Shi buried him before, his face was covered with scars, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. What was originally just a blurred figure became alive now. Wan Qingqing is impatient, so he moved to the main topic after saying a few polite words. Chu Pianjiang, I'm here this time to ask you to send me more people to teach the sword formation in the vanguard camp, and it's best to send some hard hands. You also know that our vanguard battalion is going to be at the forefront. If there is a sword array next to us, the chances of winning will be greater. Fang Shi nodded, okay. Wan Qingqing was puzzled, but Lao Qin had said that although Chu Pianjiang was young, he was very cunning, and he often took the opportunity to ask for things. Why did he agree so happily? Fang Shi called Zhun Wen in and asked him to take a team to the pioneer camp to teach sword formation. Zhun Wen was wondering how the junior sister was so kind to pioneer camp, but when he heard Wan Qingqing's words, his heart trembled. Isn't this the Arpiao in the ruins of the ancient battlefield? Didn't expect to meet here. Although he tried his best to control it, his eye circles were still slightly red. Wan Qingqing thought Zhun Wen was excited. That's right, who in the supply camp doesn't want to go to the vanguard camp? Although the pioneer battalion is the most dangerous, no one in the Shenyang army is afraid of death. Zhun Wen selected some people who practiced well in sword formation, and followed Wan Qing to the pioneer camp. Wan Qingqing was still a little uncertain at first, because Zhun Wen was the one with the lowest cultivation level among the several soldiers. Moreover, it looks smooth and smooth, no matter how you look at it, it looks like an embroidered pillow. As a result, he soon changed his mind about Zhun Wen. Zhun Wen is not only very proficient in the sword array, but also taught it very well, and even has an amazing memory. There are so many people in the pioneer battalion, yet he memorized the names exactly. Little did they know how much impact the roster had on Zhun Wen at that time. Even if you don't know the identity of the opponent, even if you don't know the reason why the opponent is fighting, you still engrave those names in your heart. Besides, after all, it was someone who buried it with his own hands, so he has some impressions. On the other side, Fang Shi came to look for General Yan. As much as General Yan despised Fang Shi before, he now pays more attention to it. The old face is smiling like a flower. Xiaoqiu, come, try the spiritual tea I brought from Yancheng. If you get used to drinking it, I'll make some for you later. Although General Yan was very enthusiastic, Fang Shi still behaved very well. General Yan looked at her again. Not arrogant or impatient, he is a good seedling. As for the cultivation base, who didn't practice it bit by bit? She is still young, take her time in the future. Under the kindness of General Yan, Fang Shi drank half a cup of tea, and then said, General Yan, I have a unique skill passed down from my ancestors, and I usually don't easily show it to others, but now that the Nine Nether Continent is in turmoil, if I keep it private, it will be nothing. General Yan asked curiously, ancestral unique skill, what unique skill? If it hadn't been for Fang Shi's dedication of the sword array before, General Yan really wouldn't believe that a little girl like her could have any special skills. Fang Shi took out the talisman seal, the talisman paper and the talisman ink, and demonstrated to General Yan what the mass production of talisman seals was. The teacup in General Yan's hand fell to the ground. The quality is pretty good, nothing wrong with it. However, General Yan couldn't care less about these now. He picked up the stack of talismans and looked at them again and again. Not only were they all successful, but they were all high-grade talismans. How big is this? She covered so much. If this goes on forever. The Shenyang army also has a supply of talismans, but the number is pitifully small. But this can't be helped, the bastards of the Tiank League are the first to target the formation masters, alchemists, weapon refiners and talisman makers, and there are very few talents left in these fields. General Yan grasped Fang Shi's hand. Now I don't care about the defense between men and women. Xiaoqiu, you can't stay in Tianji camp anymore. I'll send you to Yancheng immediately. A talent like you can't make a mistake. You don't have to do anything in the future, just teach others how to stamp and make symbols. Fang Shi. General Yan, what you said makes sense, but this is not an urgent matter. I'll help our Tianji battalion build some more talismans before we talk about it. The Shenyang army is divided into 7 camps, Tianshu, Tiangshuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Fang Shi and the others are in the Tianji camp. General Yan saw Fang Shi's insistence, so he had no choice but to agree. Fang Shi said again, I came here this time to ask you to help me get more talisman paper and talisman ink, and I will try to make more talisman seals. In addition, the types of talisman seals I know are limited, please help me get more talisman seal styles, preferably carved into molds. General Yan agreed. Then Fang Shi chatted with General Yan for a while, mainly about Qumeng. General Yan sighed, those people from the Tiank League are really difficult to deal with, they will come back to life after being killed, and some even died after being killed 9 times. Not to mention dead, it will also release gas that corrodes aura and vitality. Fortunately, we usually take precautions and won't be recruited. Fang Shi had inquired about this from other people before. She felt that the gas released by the people of the Chan Q Alliance when they died was very similar to the gas of death, but she didn't know the connection between them. Fang Shi chatted with General Yan for a while, and was urged by General Yan to go back and get the seal. Fang Shi instantly felt like a tall man with a seal. To put it bluntly, the donkeys in the production team were not as tired as her. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. Tip: you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 273. One person in Fangxi is one production line. For the next 2 days, Fangxi will only stamp her seal. She thought it was impossible. Not to mention anything else, the key is that the efficiency is too low. She only has 2 hands. How many sacks can she cover even with all her strength? Unfortunately, there is no way to train more people to learn to stamp in a short time. Pei Zhou's talent is good enough, and he hasn't learned it for so long, let alone others. Ugh. If only she had 8 hands. She was stunned. 8 hands. It's not impossible. She can release a small slap. Since a small slap can slap someone's face and pull someone's collar, why not try to stamp it? Isn't it easier than beating someone? Fangxi thinks this method is really feasible. Her stamping is to infuse spiritual power into the mold. The small slap is originally transformed by spiritual power, so just cover it. And it can't consume so much spiritual power at one time. At least one small palm print can cover 7 or 8 talisman seals. The more Fangxi thought about it, the more excited she became. So, I started to try it in the big tent. She thought it was quite simple, but it was not so easy to operate. Not only burned many talisman papers, but even damaged 2 molds. Fortunately, General Yan prepared several copies of each mold for her, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Today, the shadow demons Shi Tianhong and Wei Rui are on duty outside the big tent. When Fangxi made up the class, she had her considerations in mind, and deliberately arranged people from different forces together. On the one hand, it can make them get in touch, and on the other hand, it can also prevent them from having disagreements, which is not good for her. Shi Tianhong and Wei Rui heard crackling, and occasional fire flickering inside the big tent. The two looked at each other. What kind of tricks is this Zhu Pianjiang doing? Because Fangxi had said something first, even though the two were very curious, they didn't go in. Fangxi tossed and tossed all afternoon, and finally successfully stamped a low-level talisman with her small palm. It will be much smoother next time. After proficiency, start to build more difficult talisman seals. After getting familiar with him again, he releases a second small slap, and the 2 small slaps cover at the same time. Then 3, 4, 5. In the end, the entire big tent was full of small palms, and the floor was covered with talisman papers. There are not only seals in the small slap, but also special help to pass the talisman paper to collect the talisman seals and put them into the sack. Fangxi with her arms akimbo. I feel so awesome. I'm a talisman production line alone. Let's just say, who else? That's why I can do things that are not done by humans. Fangxi originally wanted to hide it from Wei Rui and the others, but after thinking about it, she couldn't hide it at all, so she simply called Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong and Wei Rui in. The eyeballs of the 2 of them almost popped out. Hallucinations. This is definitely an illusion. It took a while before the 2 of them believed it was true. Now there is no need to kneel down to look up at Fangxi. Stand on tiptoe and look up. Are you a human? This is a pervert. Fangxi ran to General Yan again and made a fuss about it. General Yan plucked off several beards in shock. Immediately afterwards, an order was given to Fangxi. She was not allowed to go to the battlefield under any circumstances. That's not counting, but he has to transfer his exclusive guard to Fangxi to protect her safety. Fangxi tried her best to persuade Xiao Beidao, and finally made General Yan change his mind. The old man thought about it. The supply battalion was in charge of logistics support. Even if there was a war, they would be at the back, so there should be no danger. If it doesn't work, there is still time to escape. Half a month later, under Fangxi's day and night toil, all the hundreds of sacks of talisman papers that General Yan obtained had been turned into talisman seals. General Yan never dreamed that he could see so many talismans in his lifetime. He handed out the talismans to the soldiers. Emphasis on the pioneer camp. This is also Fangxi's suggestion. The pioneer battalion is the most dangerous, and it should be equipped with more talismans. Fangxi also has some ideas about the resurrection of the Tiank League, but because she has heard about the Tiank League's affairs, she has to be verified on the battlefield to be cautious. On this day, the horns of Tianji's camp continued to rise, and the Tiank League came to attack. Zhang Wen and the others were somewhat nervous. After all, what he was facing was the unkillable Tiank League. Seeing the excitement on Fangxi's face, Wei Rui couldn't help it, and asked, 818 novels. Zhu Pianjiang, I think you seem very excited. Fangxi nodded. These are all fat sheep delivered to your door, can I not be excited? Wei Rui. For some reason, he thought of those people from the southern region. In her eyes, wouldn't they be fat sheep waiting to be sorted? Immediately afterwards, Fangxi said, well, the supply battalion can't hold me anymore, I'm going to go to the pioneer camp to play a guest role. Wei Rui and others. Fangxi asked Tuo Dewei to temporarily act as the commander of the supply camp, and ran to the vanguard camp. It stands to reason that the Shenyang army has strict discipline and must stick to its post, but Fangxi has a reasonable excuse. She is afraid that the vanguard battalion is not very proficient in using sword arrays for the first time, so she will give some guidance. General Yan urged her thousands of times, and when the fighting really started, she hurried back to the supply camp. Fangxi wholeheartedly agreed. The army marched out and stood against the people of the Tiank League on the Tianju plain. Fangxi stretched her neck and looked towards the other side curiously. The difference between the people of the Tiank League and the Shenyang army is that apart from the outer clothing, the most important point is that they have a faint halo on their bodies. Fangxi TSK, she has a pretentious aura. The leader of the Tiank League was an old man in grey robe, who smiled arrogantly. You are nothing more than a group of ants, and you still want to try to defy the sky, you are really overwhelmed. Before he finished speaking, he saw a little girl jump out of the vanguard camp, pointing at him and jumping up and down. Trying to defy the sky. Are you comparing yourself to the sky? Why are you so shameless? Say we are ants, what are you? Fart. That's right, I don't forget to fart even when I die. What is it if it's not a fart? No wonder talking stinks. Fang Shi put her hips on her hips and continued to scold. Look at your big donkey face and your grey clothes, just like the dove that occupies the magpie's nest. And made a broken aperture to pretend to be a calf, just like the cocoon pupa. It seems that you yourself know that what you have done is to trap yourself in a cocoon. You shameless people still have the face to show off your might. Don't you know how to write the word, honesty and shame? If I were you, I would strangle you to death with a piece of vermicelli, crush you to death with a piece of tofu, drown you in dog urine. There is one more chapter, posted after writing it. Closed black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 274 will be outside. The king's life will not be affected. Inside the big tent. The two looked at each other. What kind of tricks is this Chu Pianjiang doing? Because Fang Shi had said something first, even though the two were very curious, they didn't go in. Fang Shi tossed and tossed all afternoon, and finally successfully stamped a low-level talisman with her small palm. It will be much smoother next time. After proficiency, start to build more difficult talisman seals. After getting familiar with him again, he releases a second small slap, and the two small slaps cover at the same time. Then 3, 4, 5. In the end, the entire big tent was full of small palms, and the floor was covered with talisman papers. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 274 will be outside. The king's life will not be affected. General Yan originally thought that Fang Shi's jumping out was too reckless, but now he thinks. Well, scolded. Scolded happily. I wanted to scold them a long time ago. It's just that the usual scolding words are directly greeting the other party's ancestors, not as scolding as Xiaoqiu. Hua hua. Fang Shi spoke so fast and crisply that the old man in grey robe couldn't find a chance to interrupt. He really wanted to kill Fang Shi, but the two sides hadn't fought yet, and they were hundreds of feet away, so they couldn't do anything to Fang Shi. Fang Shi had a provocative face. Yo, stare at me. If you have the ability, send someone to challenge me one-on-one. What's going on? Don't dare to fight. That's right, I'm an awesome 6th level chi refiner, so I'm sorry you don't have the guts to fight me alone. In the past, it was rare for the two armies to fight alone, and it was basically a scuffle, but the grey-robed old man was really pissed off by Fang Shi. I just want to kill her quickly and make her shut up. So, he casually pointed at someone. Qi Mu, you go and teach her a lesson. Qi Mu is the old man's bodyguard, and his cultivation base in the late Yuanying period. He felt that the old man in grey robe asked him to deal with Fang Shi, which was simply overkill. But the military order had to be obeyed, so he had to walk to the middle of the two armies. Fang Shi also jumped up. General Yan roared, Xiaoqiu, come back to me. 818 novels. Fang Shi turned her head and bared her small white teeth. The general is out, and the king's life will not be tolerated. General Yan. Damn, you're only a few hundred feet away from me, so you're going to be outside. The old man was going to die of anger. Because in his opinion, Fang Shi's action is no different from sending her to death. Not only did he think so, but most of the people present also thought so. Even Wei Rui and the others had no idea. After all, the opponent is the late nascent soul. Only Zhang Wen looked indifferent. Although nascent soul is indeed difficult to deal with in the later stage, but the younger sister has a lot of bad luck. Even if she can't win, she won't lose her life. He is very confident in Fang Shi's ability to escape. Qi Mu sized Fang Shi up a few times. Just such a waste, he could crush him to death with just 2 fingers. Fang Shi looked up and down, left and right, and sized Qi Mu hundreds of times. It's the first time you see a live one, so of course you have to study it carefully. Qi Mu was a little scared by her. Stinky girl, what are you looking at? Fang Shi curled her lips. I'm looking at how to make you die faster. After all, I don't want to waste time on a waste. Qi Mu. You have the nerve to call me a waste after a period of chi refining. Fang Shi continued to babble. Let's make an agreement. We can't get help in the middle. If anyone gets help, his danshan will be broken, and he can't practice forever. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she took the lead in swearing. Qi Mu snorted coldly, and swore a poisonous oath. He was ready to do it right away, but Fang Shi said, wait a minute, I need to warm up. Before Qi Mu could react, Fang Shi started to practice swords by himself with an ordinary sword. While practicing, he boasted, see that. Is my swordsmanship very good? Look at this white crane-winged move, how beautiful it is. How ingenious is this trick of rooting old trees. Not bragging with you, just like you, I can kill hundreds of them in one go. Qi Mu didn't know what to say for a moment. How could there be such a strange thing in Juyu continent? Never mind, though, soon she won't exist. Not only him, but people on both sides felt that Fang Shi seemed to be a little out of order. Could it be a problem with his spiritual consciousness? At this moment, Fang Shi unleashed a big move suddenly, and slapped Qi Mu one after another. Qi Mu really didn't have any defenses. After all, Fang Shi practiced sword practice very well there. But he is a late Yuanying cultivation base. Even if he is unprepared, these small slaps can't do anything to him. He even had the strength to laugh at Fang Zai's disgraceful methods, but in the end, Fang Shi threw a large pile of talismans at him, with a lot of shame mixed in the middle. Qi Mu had a bad luck. The previous attacks of Fang Shi's small slaps were all in vain. At this moment, his retreat was blocked, making it impossible for him to avoid the talisman. He had no choice but to use his spiritual power to resist. The worst thing is, accidentally being blinded by the faceless face. It's not that he's a waste, the key is which monk would use such a doggy trick. Fang Shi didn't want to use the local face either, but if the supply camp didn't find chili noodles, they could only use local materials to use the local face. Whether it should be said or not, Chi Mu's foundation is very solid. Even if he was tricked by Fang Shi, he still persisted. It was agreed that no one can help, so the Tiank League didn't move. When Fang Shi and Chi Mu were in a stalemate, Wei Rui and the others, led by Zheng Wen, ran over with lightning speed. Start gang beating Chi Mu. Chi Mu almost died of anger. Isn't it good to fight alone? Are you not afraid that the poisonous oath will be fulfilled and the Danshan will be shattered? It is true that he is in the late stage of nascent soul, but he is already injured, and his eyes are still unclear. Where is Wei Rui and their opponent? A little inattentive, Zheng Wen stabbed his thigh with a sword. Immediately afterwards, Wei Rui stabbed him on his right shoulder. All of this happened in a blink of an eye, and even the people of the Sky Q Alliance didn't realize it. Chi Mu was already dragged away by Fang Shi like a dead dog. When they got to the front of the team, Fang Shi threw Chi Mu to the ground and glanced at Zheng Wen. Zheng Wen immediately raised his arms and shouted. General Chu Pian of the supply camp captured an enemy general in the late Yuanying period. Victory in the first battle. Chu Pian will be mighty. General Yan is mighty. The hidden army is mighty. Wei Rui and the others glanced at each other, heartbroken, and shouted. Congratulations to General Chu. Congratulations to General Yan. Congratulations to the Shenyang army. The Shenyang army is invincible and invincible. The long sword shines on the sun and the moon, and the blood protects Juyu. The atmosphere is here, and everyone is shouting. Even General Yan stretched his neck and shouted, otherwise it would be obvious that he is not a gregarious person. Good night, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 275. General Yan yelled a few more times, feeling the gloom in his heart dissipated a lot. Although the Shenyang army is not afraid of death, but every time they fight against the Tiank League, their morale is somewhat low, which is a bit tragic to be precise. Because every time there will be heavy casualties, many people come with the belief that they must die. Morale has never been as high as it is today, and the strug runs through Changhong. Xiao Chu really has two brushes. He was quite happy. The old man in grey robe was so angry that his face was livid. Chi knew this trash. A late nascent soul was actually tricked by a girl in the chi refining stage. Of course, with his eyesight, it could be seen that Fang Shi was definitely not only at the 6th level of chi refining, but he definitely hadn't reached Jindan. This stinky girl is really damned. Seeing the momentum of the Shenyang army rising, he immediately waved the command flag and launched an attack. The aura of the Shenyang army must be suppressed. The army came rushing like mountains and seas, and General Yan was afraid that Fang Shi would make trouble again, and when he wanted the guards to watch her, she had already rushed out with a cry. General Yan. He wondered, how could this girl run so fast? The nascent soul cultivator may not run as fast as her. The two sides had already started a scuffle, and Fang Shi was instantly submerged. General Yan had no choice but to ask the guards to find someone, but there were so many people, where could they find them? The personal guard managed to see the person, only to see Fang Shi slap the people of the Tianqiu League, and then ran away. Slippery or not, the personal guard felt that General Yan was worrying too much. With her like this, the people of Tianqiming can't catch her at all. Besides, General Yan also needed their protection, so he simply gave up in the end. Seeing that they had left, Fang Shi changed her style of play. Randomly found a sword formation, staring at the battle situation. The grey-robed old man has already fought against General Yan. The grey-robed old man is at the Jorkchen stage of Transformation God, and General Yan is at the 7th stage of Transformation God. There is still a big gap between the two. Therefore, while the grey-robed old man was fighting with General Yan, he still had time to observe the situation on the battlefield. He couldn't help frowning. Except for a few people in the Shenyang army who are fighting alone, most of them have formed a sword formation, and the defense and attack power have increased several times. The people of Tianq League were in a hurry because they had never seen this kind of battle mode. Not only that, the Shenyang army would throw out talismans from time to time. How could they have so many talismans? However, the grey-robed old man is still very sure in his heart. No matter how many tricks the Shenyang army can do, they can't prevent the people of the Tianq League from being able to be resurrected. Even if they are a little uncomfortable now, they will soon find a way to crack it after being resurrected. In contrast, General Yan was in a panic. Although, the Shenyang army has an overall advantage in the scene now, but I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for too long. Of course, now with the blessing of the sword array and talisman, it is much better than expected. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked for Fang Shi in the crowd. As a result, I almost died of anger. I saw Fang Shi standing not far away with her little hands behind her back, watching the fun there. The surrounding enemies were all surrounded by sword arrays from the Shenyang army, but she was not in any danger. General Yan is really angry. You are here to fight, not to visit the market. He used to think that this little girl was a well-behaved girl, but first she disobeyed the military order, and now she came to watch the fun. What a fool. However, due to the intensification of the grey-robed old man's offensive, he also looked at it flawlessly. Fang Shi didn't notice General Yan. She was engrossed in staring at the few members of the Tianqiu alliance inside the sword formation. One of them was beheaded by a sword, and the dead body fell to the ground, but disappeared in an instant. Fang Shi took out a small bench from the storage ring, stood on it and began to search around. After a while, suddenly there was another person dozens of feet away, and it was the one who had just been killed. With the passage of time, the number of people killed by the Tianq League is also increasing, and more people are resurrected. Fang Shi didn't get any valuable clues. The places where these people were revived seemed to be random, and there was no pattern at all. However, the place of rebirth is safe, without exception. Fang Shi feels that all things are mutually generated and restrained, and resurrection is no exception. As long as you search hard, you will definitely find a way to check and balance. If you can't find it with your eyes, how about with your spiritual sense? She immediately released her consciousness, covering a small area around her. Coincidentally, as soon as she released her consciousness, she saw a faint figure beside her. Fang Shi almost subconsciously let out a small slap and patted it up. The result was shot directly. Fang Shi, so you can't help but fight. Immediately afterwards, that figure appeared again. Fang Shi let out another small slap to slap her away. After repeating it 5 times, a storage ring and a spread sword appeared on the ground. Yo-ho! She learned from other people that if the storage ring and the spread sword were dropped, it would mean that the members of the Sky Q Alliance were completely killed. Does that mean that she just unintentionally killed a member of the Tiank League? No, she found that the places where those people were resurrected were not fixed. Why did this unlucky guy keep being resurrected in the same place? Could it be because she shot him to death before he was solidified, so he could only be resurrected in place? In order to verify her guess, Fang Shi began to look for the next unlucky person. At the beginning, she only dared to search in a small area. After all, it was too easy to be attacked by the outside world. But she found that everyone's attention was on the fight, and no one noticed her at all. So, she bravely began to expand the scope of her spiritual search. A faint figure was soon spotted. She immediately let out a small slap and slapped the opponent away. After a while, the same figure appeared again, and Fang Shi was shot away again. After repeating it 3 times, a storage ring and a spread sword appeared on the ground again. Fang Shi. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 276 Fang Shi was choked with a fall. Fang Shi herself admired herself. Why is she so powerful? Why are you so awesome? Casually discovered the loophole of the Tiank League's resurrection. As long as you search for the opponent with your spiritual sense and slap them apart before the opponent's body is solidified, he will have no chance to condense into a human being. And when it is not solidified, the opponent is very fragile, and it will be over with just one shot. But, she also knows that this approach is not for everyone. After all, not everyone's spiritual consciousness is as strong as hers, and once the people of Tiankoming realize the disadvantages, they may find a way to remedy it. No matter how you say it, vote first. Seeing that no one attacked her spiritual sense, her courage became more and more bold, and the scope covered by her spiritual sense became wider and wider. If you find that someone is about to be resurrected, just run over and take a shot. However, in the eyes of some people, Fang Shi was just slapping the air, like a fool. It's just that everyone was a little puzzled, why there are so few resurrected people from the Tiank League. Even if there is, there will be no movement at most 2 or 3 times. Fang Shi patted Xiao Xiaomi for a while, but felt that it was meaningless. She decided to squat the old man in grey robe. It's just that General Yan was a little disappointed, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. General Yan's personal guards were all entangled, and there was no way to come to help. Fang Shi wanted to help General Yan, but her cultivation level was too low. It seems that it can only take bad water. She circled around and got behind the old man in grey robe. Of course, she was several feet away. If you get too close, you will be noticed. Fang Shi grabbed 2 handfuls of talismans, then screamed in Qi Mu's voice. My lord, I am Qi Mu, save me, help me. The old man in grey robe turned his head subconsciously, and Fang Shi threw the talisman in his hand at him. Although the old man in grey robe was a little surprised, he smiled contemptuously in an instant. As soon as he waved his hand, those talismans were enveloped by spiritual power, and then they threw towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi was so frightened that Yazi ran away. Forget about the embarrassment. When the old man in grey robe was feeling proud, his heart sank. He's hit. He thought that Fang Shi was going to attack him with a talisman, but only now did he find 18 sneaky little slaps approaching him at some point. Although he didn't take these small slaps seriously, he was delayed for a moment when he turned around to deal with Fang Shi just now, and now he was delayed for a moment by the small slaps. General Yan's sword light arrived. The old man in grey robe had no choice but to take the sword forcefully. A mouthful of blood came out. He was going to die of fire. He was tricked by a little girl. He was still calling Qi Mu an idiot before, so what is he? General Yan doesn't care what he thinks, he just wants to take advantage of your illness to kill you. The offensive move is as tight as the next move, it is simply risking one's life. Although he knew that the grey-robed old man would come back to life, but once he was killed, it was one less time, which created opportunities for others. Fang Shi managed to avoid her own talisman, and came back with a bounce. This time she stood further away, and began to babble. I said Jue, don't be stubborn, you are no match for General Yan like you. Yo, your blood is red too. TSK, I thought that a person like you has a black heart, and the blood she bleeds is also black. By the way, you don't know that Qi Mu has betrayed you, do you? He told all your secrets. You guys don't know anything about resurrection at all, actually at #% at #% #. The grey-robed old man subconsciously wanted to hear what Fang Shi said behind him, but what Fang Shi said was vague and his voice was very low, so he couldn't help being a little distracted. General Yan had been waiting for this moment, and he slashed with his sword with all his might. Not only was the old man in grey robe split in half, but even the ground was split into a crack. According to Fang Shi's personality, she must blow rainbow farts at this time. But she doesn't have time to spare now. She expanded her consciousness to the maximum, searching for traces of the old man in grey robe. During the period, there were a few small shrimps, but she pretended not to see them. Finally, she saw the figure of the old man in grey robe. It's just a little far away. Fang Shi looked at General Yan, and said eagerly, quick, throw me to that place. General Yan didn't know why, but seeing Fang Xi's eager eyes, he did as he pleased. He threw Fang Shi to the place she said like throwing a bag. Fang Shi was choked up, her bones were about to fall apart. But she didn't have time to think about it now. She slapped the grey-robed old man who hadn't solidified yet, fearing that he wouldn't die, and released several spiritual flames from her left hand. If you can't be shot, you will be burned to death. The old man in grey robe disappeared. After a while, it appeared again. Fang Shi concocted according to the law, this time because she started early, it was easy to break up. After going back and forth 8 times, a storage ring and a spread sword fell on the ground. The poor grey-robed old man was clearly a cultivator of the Jorkchen transformation god, but he was killed by Fang Shi, a little foundation builder. General Yan also came to Fang Shi at this time, although he didn't know what Fang Shi was doing gesticulating there, but he didn't stop him. Until I saw the storage ring and the spread sword on the ground, I was shocked. He had just fought against the old man in grey robe, so of course he could recognize that it belonged to the old man in grey robe. Xiao Chu killed him. How is this possible? When he was in a daze, Fang Shi said, General Yan, now that the opponents are leaderless, this is our chance to annihilate them. Come on, follow me. General Yan. Who is the boss between us? Immediately afterwards, he heard Fang Shi pulling her neck and shouting, Chu Pian, the supply battalion, will behead a commander of the great perfection of the Tiank League. Soldiers, the leader of the Tiank League has been handed over by me. Rush for me. Kill them all. Avenge the dead soldiers. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 277 We can save ourselves. General Yan is a little speechless. You can just say the next few sentences. The first sentence is long-winded. Is it necessary? I still like to brag about myself at a young age. Besides, can't you take me with you when you say it? Anyway, I also killed him once. Although he thought so in his heart, it did not delay him from harvesting the enemies. Once the grey-robed old man died, General Yan became the person with the highest cultivation in the audience, and dealing with those with low cultivation was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Fang Shi was not idle either, and continued to kill the members of the Tiank League who were about to be resurrected. After a long time, she can remotely control the little sap. In this way, the efficiency is greatly improved. Fang Shi thought it was nothing special, nothing but familiarity. The people of the Tiank League are out of luck. I thought it was okay to die, after all, I can be resurrected. Who knew that there was a little pervert here who specialized in harvesting their lives? Let's put it this way, Fang Shi has made a lot of storage rings alone. In the end, I was a little too lazy to pick it up. He simply called Zhang Wen over and asked him to help pick it up. Not to mention, Zhang Wen quickly saw the way, and wanted to follow suit. Immediately, he released his consciousness, but he didn't see any bullshit. Had to give up. Alas, admit the gap between yourself and your junior sister. Stop struggling. After all, everyone has their own strengths, and I also have something better than junior sister. For example, I can comprehend the power of the sword, but my junior sister has never been able to do it. The ruler is short, the inch is long, people can't underestimate themselves. When Zhang Wen was doing psychological counseling for herself, Fang Shi found General Yan. She babbled about it to General Yan and asked him to give it a try. General Yan had guessed when he saw Fang Shi gesticulating there before, but now he had no time to think about it on the battlefield. If it takes some time, you should be able to understand the key points. General Yan immediately released his consciousness, and sure enough he saw a faint figure. He was a little dazed for a moment. Fang Shi tugged at his sleeve. What are you still doing in a daze? Go and feel the joy of sitting on the sidelines. General Yan regained his composure, and with one palm, the figure was scattered. After going back and forth 3 times, a storage ring and a spread sword appeared on the ground. Zhang Wen kindly kept it for him. General Yan has no flaws to take this into consideration now, so he hastened to let other Huoshan monks try it too. As a result, no one but him could see those phantoms. In other words, the cultivation base of the late stage of the transformation of the gods will do. Then, why can Xiaoqiu see it? Is it because her consciousness is comparable to the late stage of transformation? That's right, if she didn't have such a powerful divine sense, she wouldn't be able to produce hundreds of sacks of talismans in a short period of time. What an amazing talent. Fortunately for the human race. Fortunately for the 9 nether continent. He suppressed the turbulent thoughts, and began to join forces with Fang Shi to kill those monks of the Tiank League who wanted to be resurrected. He has a high level of cultivation and can slap it apart with a single palm. Soon, several members of the Tiank League were beheaded. This is something I never dreamed of before. At this time, not only did the Tiank League have no commander, but also very few monks were revived, and soon they had nothing but parry skills and no power to fight back. However, Fang Shi continued to bang and bang to boost morale, and every one of the Shenyang army seemed to have been beaten with chicken blood, and they were extremely brave. Even the people from the supply battalion rushed forward. We, Chu Pianjiang, have said that we are the omnipotent battalion, and we are the support envoys from all walks of life, so it's time for us to show our talents. Even the spirit beasts that used to travel rushed up screaming. Although their spiritual intelligence is not high, they also know that the people of the Tiank League want to destroy their homeland. Go. Kill. Unity of all people, its profit breaks gold. An hour later, except for a dozen captives, all the members of the Tiank League were killed. These dozen or so captives were specially asked by Fang Shi to stay. After all, only Chi Mu and a mouse were not enough. The soldiers began to clean the battlefield, and everyone's face was filled with victorious smiles. Fang Shi stood beside General Yan, watching all this. Especially when she saw Wan Qingqing laughing with her big teeth bared, she couldn't help but smile, but the corners of her eyes were a little moist. At this moment, Zhang Wen raised his arms and shouted. Chu Pian will kill 853 enemies. General Yan beheaded several enemies. Chu Pian will be mighty. General Yan is mighty. General Yan. No. Why is it that Xiaoqiu kills only one person, but I have only a few people here? That's right, I don't seem to kill as many as she does. It would be embarrassing to shout it out. Immediately afterwards, there was a mountain of cheers like a tsunami. The cheers resounded through the sky. We won. Big win. Hearty victory. Many people shed tears. It turns out that the Tianq League is not that scary. It turns out that they can also win without the cost of human life. God, so what if you hide away? We can save ourselves. From tomorrow, it will be updated around PM. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 278 I am still despicable, shameless and shameless. General Yan waved his flag, the soldiers beat the victory drum and sang the victory song, and returned to the camp beaming with joy. Fang Shi gave all the storage rings and straight swords to General Yan. She is indeed greedy for money, but she also has a bottom line. General Yan now sees Fang Shi as pleasing to the eye. Let's put it this way, in his eyes Fang Shi is even rarer than Ling Shi. He praised her severely, and then let her leave. Zhongwen Pidian's invitation to credit. Small, Chu Pianjiang, how are you doing? Did I do well this time? I heard that you and the Qi Mu were going to fight alone, and you made him swear a poisonous oath, so I knew you wanted us to help you at a critical moment. So I rushed up with Wei Rui and those idiots. Also, if you bring Qi Mu back, I can tell from the look in your eyes that you want me to promote it for you. Isn't my little word hard enough? Let's just say that my comprehension ability, action ability, and leadership ability are all pretty good. Fang Shi also thinks that Zhongwen is doing well, although her brain is not very good, but as long as she can understand her intentions, it will be fine. So I praised you a few words. Zhang heard that this is so beautiful. Walk with wind. Kaka. When they got back to Deng, Wei Rui and the others came over beamingly to talk to Fang Shi. Although they have experienced countless fights before, none is more exciting than this time. Seeing those people from the Tianq League being beaten to pieces, I felt indescribably happy. Zhongwen saw them taking turns blowing rainbow farts to Fang Shi, and his heart was sour. Originally, only Xingwu, that stinky and shameless person, robbed him of his junior sister. Later, the personal heirs of the four major sects all robbed him of the junior sister, and later even the heads of the four major sects joined in. Immediately after, those people from the Yan clan, and now it is even more outrageous, even the people from the southern region and the demon race have started to rob him of his junior sister. Why are you so shameless? It's best that they don't remember what happened after leaving the illusion this time, lest then him rob the little junior sister. Thinking of this, his heart moved, and he said doubtfully. Small, Chu Pianjiang, you said before that as long as we help them win a victory, their obsession will dissipate. Why are we still in the illusion? Fang Shi was taken aback. Yes, this battle has already been won, why are they still here? She was lost in thought. It didn't take long for her to see something was wrong. If this illusion was transformed by the obsession of the Shenyan army, then what would be transformed would only be what they knew. How could they know the principle of the resurrection of the Tianq League? There is only one answer, this illusion is not only the obsession of the Shenyan army, but also the resentment of the people of the Tianq League. The combination of the two forms this illusion. Yes, if there is only the resentment of the Shenyan army, with their conduct, they will not involve the latecomers. Because in a way, it's tantamount to imprisoning people here. But if it is also mixed with the resentment of the people of the Tianq League, then it makes sense. Not only did they kill people from the Nine Nether Continent before they were alive, but they also wanted to stir up trouble after death. Thinking of this, Fang Shi's face showed a look of sternness. Wei Rui and the others subconsciously stood up straight, with their hands down, not daring to speak. Originally, Zhongwen wanted to make a fuss, but he was the one who discovered something strange after all. But seeing Fang Shi like that, he didn't dare to say anything. Junior sister is usually laughing and joking, but when she's serious, she's weird. Fang Shi immediately stated her guess. Wei Rui and the others all looked shocked, and then said in panic. Then, how do we get out of here? If this place is transformed by the obsession of the Shenyan army, they only need to help them win a victory. But now there are still resentments from the people of the Tianq League, how can these people be willing to send them away? Fang Shi said coldly, then beat them until they collapse. Let them not have the courage to survive. Go and bring Qi Mu over to me. Wei Rui wanted to say that their supply camp did not have the right to interrogate criminals, but seeing Fang Shi's chilly appearance, he dared not say so. Relying on the courage to come to General Yan. Not to mention, General Yan really saved face, not only allowing them to interrogate Qi Mu, but also the rest of the captives. Soon, Wei Rui dragged Qi Mu to Fang Shi's big tent like a dead dog. Qi Mu showed a ferocious face. Smelly girl, you didn't win me with real skills at all, you won with no martial arts. Fang Shi curled her lips. I'm not only invincible, I'm also despicable, shameless and shameless. Wei Rui, stab him with a dagger. Remember to avoid the vital parts, I just want to hear his screams and have fun. Wei Rui immediately followed suit. Qi Mu broke out in cold sweat from the pain, gritted his teeth and said, do you want to get a confession from me? Stop wishful thinking. Even if you use the soul search method, you won't get any useful information. He was right, the Shenyan army was not stupid. They had captured many people before and wanted to get some useful clues from them. The result was nothing. Fang Shi didn't want to get any useful news from Qi Mu's mouth, she was carefully observing the changes in the aura around him. She had discovered before that with the loss of vitality of the people of the Tiank League, the halo would gradually fade. The halo at the beginning of the resurrection is also light. This halo obviously represents vitality, but how is this halo formed? Is it present at birth, or is it formed with the help of external objects? If you figure this out, maybe you can completely solve the mystery of their resurrection. But seeing that Qi had only one breath left, Fang Shi didn't figure out why, so he was taken down for treatment. Then, another prisoner was interrogated. In the end, still no progress. Fang Shi decided to change her mind. Since she couldn't find a solution to the symptoms, let's deal with the root cause first. So, someone brought Qi over again. Qi looked at Fang Shi with resentment. Smelly girl, just wait for me, sooner or later I will return these humiliation to you 1,000 times and 100 times. Fang Shi smiled. No, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide right now so that you can come back to life. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 279 Explosion. Explode now. Qi was overjoyed at first, then sneered, what trick do you want to play? Fang Shi sighed, I'm serious. I'm kind-hearted and soft-hearted, I really can't see you suffering anymore. Come on, cripple his hands and feet, stuff a rag in his mouth, and let him go. Qi. Why are you kidding me? My hands and feet were all amputated, and a rag was stuffed in my mouth. How could I die? Are you mad? Wei Rui and the others acted very quickly, and quickly fixed it according to Fang Shi's instructions. Although Qi was free, he couldn't move at all. He stared at Fang Shi with incomparable resentment. Fang Shi said with a smile, it's useless for you to stare at me, if your eyes can kill me, grass will grow on my grave. Besides, you can't use your brain. Even though your hands and feet are crippled, you can't kill yourself by biting your tongue, but you can explode your danshan. Not only can you burp as you wish, but you can also blow us up by the way, what a bargain. You explode. Just to adjust the awkward atmosphere now. Qi, however, remained silent for a long time. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows, explode. Hurry up, are you greedy for life and afraid of death? It shouldn't be, can't you be resurrected? Let me guess, could it be that once you blew up your danshan, you would completely burp and have no chance of resurrection? Fang Shi paused for a moment, and then said, or, you can't explode your danshan at all. Fang Shi noticed that Qi pupils shrank. She got it. These people from the Tiank League should not be able to blow up the danshans. Of course, you can't draw conclusions lightly, you have to verify it. So she interrogated other captives and got the same passive feedback. Fang Shi thought of a bad idea. So, General Yan was invited in. In fact, General Yan has been outside the tent. Otherwise, Fang Shi wouldn't dare to let Qi explode himself. He is in the late stage of nascent soul, if he really wants to blow himself up, they won't even have a chance to escape. After Fang Shi asked General Yan to sit down, he said, the next time we face off against the members of the Tiank League, give them a sigh of relief. As long as they're alive, they cannot be resurrected, so we can save a lot of effort. Originally, I was worried about driving them into a hurry. They blew the danshan ahead of time, but now I don't have to worry about it. General Yan smacked his lips. Although that's the case, it's not very easy to operate. As the so-called sword has no eyes, it is not easy to grasp this speed in melee. It is more difficult to catch alive than to kill. Fang Shi also felt that this was a problem, and she could only adapt to the situation on the battlefield at that time. As soon as General Yan was sent away, Wang Qingqing came. Before anyone arrived, laughter came in first. Xiao Chu, you have made a great contribution this time. Although some brothers in our pioneer battalion were injured, at least they all came back alive. I'm a big bastard and I don't know what to say. I have prepared some gadgets for you. You can play with them. Speaking of which, he gave Fang Shi a storage ring. Fang Shi opened it and saw that it was basically full of spoils of war. Among them is the small porcelain bottle that Xin Junwen got on the battlefield. She wondered before that the Nine Nether continent was in short supply of pills. How could Wang Qingqiang have such powerful pills? After working for a long time, it was the spoils of war obtained from the Tiank League. Fang Shi refused to take it. Again, she is indeed greedy for money, but a gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Wang Qing couldn't resist her, so he took out a shiny stone from his storage ring. This is Yunming stone, I got it by chance. It's not very useful, but it can emit light, which is good for lighting. You can play with it. Fang Shi saw the halo around Wang Qingqing's palm, and her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps, she can use the Yunming stone to disguise herself as the pretentious halo of the Tiank League. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. After Wang Qingqing left, she called Geng Fang in. He can carve, and his hands are very dexterous. Fang Shi asked him to break the Yunming stone into small gravels and sew them on the back of her clothes, the back of her boots and her hair accessories. After Fang Shi put it on, when she looked in the mirror, she really had a faint aura. She burst out laughing. Aunt Qi and the others tight-lipped. Didn't he refuse to reveal the secret of the halo? Then she can sneak into the Tiank League. What she can do by herself never bothers others. She asked Geng Fang to perfect it again, to find a way to hide the broken stones, so as not to show his feet. Geng Fang racked his brains and finally made it seamless. He was a little complicated. He is a direct descendant of the Geng family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families in the southern region. Although he is incomparable with those in the tower, he is still considered a leader of the younger generation. But since meeting this Xiao Shishi, his self-confidence has left home. Not only that, he also changed his career. First a carver, now a tailor. I really complied with that sentence. A sculptor who doesn't know how to cultivate immortals is not a good tailor. Seeing that Geng Feng's craftsmanship has matured, Feng Shi chose 2 sets of Tiankming clothes from the spoils of war and asked him to remake them. Fortunately, the stone one Qingqing brought was big enough, and there was still some left over after changing 2 sets of clothes. Feng Shi put it into the storage ring, and if there were any small gravels left behind, she would use these to remedy. Feng Shi didn't tell General Yan about this. If he wanted to deceive the enemy, he had better deceive his own people as well. She felt that she still had to do some preparatory work. So, I started to go to some people to ask for arms there. They have all shared a lot of spoils, and now the wool is at its thickest. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 280 quietly, I'm leaving. There is no fate that Feng Shi can't melt. After a lot of talking, she got an alchemy furnace and a lot of herbs. What excited her was that she even got an alchemy book. There are many elixirs recorded on it, among them is an elixir that can disguise gender. Even in the stage of transformation, there is no way to tell. Feng Shi felt that this was tailor-made for her. Although the names of some medicinal herbs in this alchemy book are not the same as those in the ancient scrolls, after some guessing and comparison, Feng Shi can roughly match the names. Then, this guy started alchemy in the big tent. These herbs are much stronger than the herbs outside, so Feng Shi's first furnace didn't master the heat well, and it was smelted. Suddenly thick smoke billowed. Feng Shi ran out of the big tent in disgrace, coughing non-stop. But this time, she missed the little black ball very much. Unfortunately, since entering the illusion, she has been unable to get in touch with the little black balls. Wei Rui and Shi Tianhong, who were on duty outside, didn't feel any better. They even coughed and choked, tears came out. Even a group of soldiers passing by suffered disaster. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is Chu Pianjiang doing? Are you burning paper for the dead soldiers? Thinking about it this way, Chu Pianjiang's image in their hearts has grown a lot. Feng Shi thinks this is not good. Even if the refining is successful, there will be a medicinal fragrance, which will still attract people's attention. So, she found General Yan and proposed to survey the surrounding terrain. Of course General Yan would not agree. What if I meet someone from the Tiank League? However, Feng Shi was so capable, General Yan finally agreed in a daze. So, Feng Shi took Zhang Wen and others away from Tianji camp to a valley 10 miles away. She asked Zhang Wen and the others to be on guard, and she started alchemy. Except for a few pills that she needed, the rest were Sansheng Zuomengsan. It is a powdered poison that, once taken, falls into a coma and wakes up after 3 days. It will not cause any harm to the body. It is also because the toxicity is not strong, so it is not easy to be noticed. Wei Rui and others are doubting life. Xiao Shishi can make alchemy. And except for the first batch of furnaces that are being debugged, the next few furnaces have a % success rate of pills, and they are all high-grade pills. She was right, there is really no comparison between ordinary people and geniuses. Feng Shi felt that it was almost done, so she took Zhang Wen and the others back to Deng. In the next few days, she interrogated those members of the Tiank League every day. This time I didn't ask about the resurrection of the Halo, and started chatting with them. The captives hadn't planned to make a sound. The two sides are enemies, what is there to chatter about? However, Feng Shi is so good at chattering, they can't help but argue with each other every time. Finally, lie flat. Anyway, it's just chatting and not revealing any secrets, so she can chat if she wants. On this day, when Feng Shi was chatting with those captives again, the trumpet sounded, and the Tiank alliance attacked. Zhang Wen looked at Feng Shi with teary eyes. Small, Chu Pianjiang, can't you take me with you? Do you think I will become your burden? Ah. Zhang Wen. It makes me sad that you answered so simply. Feng Shi glanced at him. When I'm not around, I'll leave everything to you. I believe you can do well. Zhang Wen was immediately stunned. Understood. The little junior sister is afraid of a fire in the backyard. That's why she put me, her most trusted person, at home. I am indeed my junior sister's favorite. An hour later, the Shenyang army and the Tiank League stood facing each other. The leader on the opposite side was an old man in a red robe. He sneered at General Yan and said, "A few days ago, that idiot Yan Luan fell into your scheme, so that the boat capsized in the gutter. It's not that cheap this time." After finishing speaking, he waved the flag and the army pressed forward. Feng Shi's previous guess was correct, and the Tiank League really came up with a countermeasure. When she released her consciousness again this time, someone started attacking her with their consciousness. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage to her, it interfered with the speed of her search for the resurrected person. Fortunately, the Shenyang army deliberately kept alive, but it reduced the number of times the enemy was resurrected. Although General Yan was no match for the red-robed old man, he would not be defeated for a while. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Under the cover of Zhang Wen and the others, Feng Shi sneakily changed into the clothes carefully crafted by Tailor Geng, and took the pill that could forge her cultivation level and gender. The appearance after the disguise is basically a face with no characteristics, and it cannot be changed according to the thoughts in the heart. Therefore, Feng Shi made a fake scar on his face, and smeared a lot of blood on his face, so that he could get away with pretending to be someone of similar stature. After everything was ready, Feng Shi joined the battle with a howl. It's just that she helped people from the Tiank League this time. A stab here, a stab there. Every time I help, I will give the name of the person I pretended to be. Jia Dongchuan. As a result, many people in the Sky Alliance had an impression of Jia Dongchuan. Humans, preconceived, even after her scars are healed, they will think she is Jia Dongchuan. According to those captives, the relationship between people in the Tiank League is very indifferent, and they don't have much contact with each other. It happened to be convenient for her to act. Seeing that the two sides were at a stalemate, Feng Shi sneaked to the back of the Tiank League and fed the strip beast that was used for transportation. Zhao Shengguizi pill. Originally, she wanted to refine the pill of many children and many blessings, but she didn't have all the herbs at hand, so she improved it a little and turned it into the pill of Zhao Shengguizi. In fact, the effect is similar. Those strid beasts that transported them went crazy in an instant. Rampage, just want to quickly find a partner for reproduction. He even set his sights on the strid beasts of the Shenyang army. Even if they're separated by thousands of rivers and mountains, they can't stop their courage to find love. Once they get mixed up, the battle can't be fought. Both sides had to withdraw their troops. Fang Shi swaggered into the team of Tiank League. She also looked back at the direction of Yin Jun. I left quietly. Just as I came quietly. I waved my sleeves. Do not take away a strid stone. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Closed black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 281. Many people spontaneously burn paper for Fang Shi. On the side of the Shenyang army, General Yan soon discovered that Fang Shi was missing. The old man almost died in a hurry. She is not an ordinary soldier, she is the light of Juyu continent. Could it be that he was so loud that he was stared at and killed? Soon, a set of silver armor was found on the battlefield, but no body was found. Zhang Wen groaned, Chu Pianjiang. You died so badly, you didn't even save your body, you must have been beaten into ashes. My Chu Pianjiang. Why did you leave like this, how can you live without us? Wei Rui and others. No wonder they're brothers and sisters, not to mention anything else, we can't keep up with this exaggerated acting skills. General Yan was quite anxious at first, but seeing Zhang Wen like this, the old man's eyes flickered, and he shed a few sad tears. When the soldiers heard that Chu Pian was about to die in battle, they all knelt down on one knee and burst into tears. What a wonderful man Chu Pianjiang is. Not only did she contribute so many talismans, but she also taught us the sword formation, not to mention she discovered the loophole in the resurrection of the Tiank League. Without her, we would have died long ago. It is not an exaggeration to call her a reborn parent. Wei Rui and the others felt very complicated. How long is this? Xiao Shishi has such prestige in the Shenyang army. This is also in the illusion. If this is real, it is estimated that she will be the commander of the Shenyang army in less than a year and a half. The army returned to the camp in grief. As soon as he returned to Deng, General Yan called Zhang Wen over. Where did Xiao Chu go? Zhang Wen was not surprised at all. If General Yan didn't even have this ability to judge, he wouldn't be able to be the head coach of the Tianji battalion. Besides, before Fang Shi left, he had told him to act a little more exaggeratedly, and it would be best if General Yan could see some clues, lest the old man get angry in a hurry. Seeing that he was speechless, General Yan urged, quickly tell me, where did Xiao Chu go? Chu Pian took her, she pretended to be a member of the Tiank League, and followed her to the Tiank League's camp. General Yan thought he heard it wrong. What did you say? Zhang Wen repeated it again. General Yan felt that this matter was too ridiculous and impossible. Not to mention anything else, everyone in the Tiank League has a halo, how can Shirky pretend? Someone has to be caught at a glance. Zhang Wen told about Yun Mingxi. Even so, General Yan still felt that Fang Shi was too nonsense. Zhang Wen sighed. Chu Pianjiang also knew that he was going to die, but she said that even if there was only a faint hope, she would give it a try. Because only by finding the secret of the Tiank League's resurrection, can we eliminate them faster and reduce unnecessary casualties. General Yan couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiao Chu is really a role model for the human race in Juyu continent. No, a role model for all races. If this matter can be done, she will save thousands of souls in the Nine Nether continent, even if she is a god, it is not an exaggeration. Zhang Wen continued, General Yan, Chu Pianjiang was cautious, so he didn't report to you in advance. She said that she would plead guilty to you after she returned safely. General Yan's voice choked up. She risked her life to find out the news. What is the crime? You go down first. He is restless now, so he needs to be quiet. Before leaving, Zhang Wen warned, General Yan, you can play a full set of plays, you. General Yan interrupted him, I know it well. It's not that he is short-sighted, Xiaoqiu managed to sneak into the Tiank League, how could he make things up for her foolishly? Zhang Wen found out General Yan's big tent, and saw many people spontaneously burning paper for Fang Shi. Crying and burning. The movement in the pioneer camp was the loudest, especially Wan Qingqing's cry was like thunder. When we got to the supply camp, the atmosphere became even stronger. Not only did they burn paper, but someone also burned a lot of paper stuff meant for Fang Shi, so that she would not be alone in the ground. Zhang Wen. In order not to show his secrets, he also howled, his eyes were swollen like rabbit eyes, red. Howling while thinking, I don't know how the little junior sister is doing in the Tiank League. You must be careful when you first sneak in, and you may be angry. My poor little junior sister. At this time, Fang Shi, who was being talked about by Zhang Wen, was happily eating barbecue. It is so oily and fragrant. The strid beast rioted before, and several of them were killed in the chaos, so Fang Shi urged others to bring a large piece of strid beast meat for barbecue. The Tiank League is different from the Shenyang army, the constraints are not so strict, and even a little loose. Barbecuing meat in a camp pan is nothing out of the ordinary. Fang Shi also did this on purpose. The more ostentatious the more it shows that there is no ghost in mind. Frankly. I am Jia Dongchuan is me. At this time, there were many people around her, talking loudly. Those idiots from the Chongwang department were taken over by the Tianji battalion, really embarrassing our Tiank League. Today is also the strid beast riot, otherwise none of those people in Tianji camp would even try to escape. These ants in the Nine Nether continent are still trying to resist, they're really overwhelmed, it's just an ant shaking a tree. Lao Su can be resurrected 4 times, they only have 1 life, what can I fight with Lao Su? I think it's quite exciting for them to struggle to the death, much more interesting than those who killed before. It's no fun to kill those old and young women and children. You can kill several with 1 sword. It's no different from killing chickens. I still remember one time it only took a quarter of an hour to slaughter a village, even the little ones, like crushing a bedbug. Ellipsis. Fang Shi took a bite of the barbecue. A bunch of beasts. I'll let you groan for 2 days, let's wait and see. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 282 look good, I'm going to counterattack. Although Fang Shi wished to kill these people, she didn't show it at all on the surface, and followed her with rhetoric. But this time, someone came over. I heard no, that Chu Pian from the Tianji camp is about to die. I don't know which brother made the credit. Fang Shi was surprised and said, Chu Pianjiang, that idiot who is very good at making gestures. The visitor nodded, yes, that's her. Fang Shi scoffed coldly. Good death, you deserve it. I knew she was not a good one. Do you really think that our Tiank League is just paper, so she found the loophole so easily? People from the 9th Serenity continent still want to compete with us, so go eat your ass. It is estimated that he was killed during the melee. It's time to die. The crowd also followed suit, and greeted all 18 generations of Chu Pianjiang's ancestors. Fang Shi scolds the most and is the most flamboyant. It happened that Li Pian from the Gale Wind camp passed by here and asked Captain Han beside him. What's the name of the one with the scar on his face? Han Dewei sized Fang Shi up a few times, then pondered what Li Pianjiang was thinking, and said. His name is Jia Dongquan, and he performed very bravely in this battle. He can be seen killing the enemy almost everywhere on the battlefield. Li Pianjiang nodded. I also have some impressions of him. I didn't expect his eloquence to be pretty good. Promote him to be a team leader. Han Dewei said in his heart, this Jia Dongquan is really lucky, but the cultivation base of the 9th floor of the foundation has been confused with a small team leader. Because the Jia Dongquan who was killed by Fang Shi was the 9th floor of the foundation building, so she also disguised herself as the 9th floor of the foundation building. This is about the same as her real cultivation. Soon, the appointment came down. Fang Shi transformed from a small soldier into a team leader of 30 people. Fang Shi herself didn't even think of it. Should I say it or not, she really has a bit of official luck. When I first came undercover, I got a small captain. She immediately ran to Captain Han and blew rainbow farts, and then offered another straight stones. Anyway, she won't feel bad if she can get it back sooner or later. Captain Han's smile was much more sincere. You're on the right track, kid. Let me tell you the truth. You've caught Li Pianjiang's eyes. Work hard and have a bright future. Fang Shi was overwhelmed with flattery, and after talking for a while, she left. She didn't go to Li Pianjiang to offer her courtesy, because now is not the time. As soon as he returned to the team, Lu Shuang, the captain of the 3rd team, brought someone over to find fault. You don't even look in the mirror, but you're as thin as a chick, and the 9th floor of the foundation building is worthy of being equal to me. If you kneel down and yell twice, I will forgive you, or else I will beat you every time I see you. The Tiank League is lax in discipline, and such fights are not uncommon. No one in Fang Shi's 9th squad helped her out, and it was obvious that she was not convinced by her as the captain. Fang Shi said slowly. My captain was officially appointed by the superiors, are you dissatisfied with Captain Han or Li Pianjiang when you say this? How about we go and judge in front of the 2 of them? Lu Shuang choked, don't use adults to oppress me. I'll ask you, do you dare to fight me? Fang Shi knew that if he didn't fight, not only would he be bullied by Lu Shuang, but he wouldn't be able to convince the members of the 9th team. But if she fights, she can't use her big move, and she will be exposed in that way. While she was weighing it, Lu Shuang had already stabbed him with a sword. Fang Shi had no choice but to fight. Losing is not losing, sneer. Hit and hit, but let's talk first. If I accidentally hurt you, or directly kill you, don't blame me. Lu Shuang laughed loudly. Will I lose to you at the 5th level of the Golden Core? You really are not afraid of the wind and slap your tongue. His sword carried the sound of wind and thunder, obviously mastering the sword power of wind and thunder. Not only has the sword momentum, but also the sword light, occupying an absolute advantage on the scene. Fang Shi looked at his crazy face, wishing she could just slap him a few times. Unfortunately, it cannot be used. Seeing Fang Shi retreating steadily, the members of Team 9 showed disdain. Originally they were dissatisfied in their hearts, but it was hard to say it out. If Jia Dongquan was defeated by Lu Shuang, he probably would be ashamed to be the captain himself. Fang Shi was annoyed 1 time in her heart that she couldn't master the sword's power, so let me bring you a big swordsmanship platter. Thinking of this, her sword move suddenly changed. Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment, but he wasn't too surprised. It's not surprising that one person knows 2 sets of swordsmanship. As a result, just after 8 strokes, Fang Shi's swordsmanship changed again. Just as Lu Shuang got used to it, Fang Shi changed to another sword style. The onlookers looked shocked. How could Jia Dongquan know so many sword skills? Many of them are their swordsmanship. Little did they know that when Fang Shi was observing the enemy's situation on the battlefield, he memorized the sword skills of these people by the way. Thinking about it carefully after leaving the illusion might help her comprehend the power of the sword. Didn't expect to use it now. Even so, Lu Shuang gradually gained the upper hand. 1 power dropped 10 times, whereas his cultivation base. Jia Dongquan, no matter how many swordsmanship you have mastered, it will be useless. After a quarter of an hour at most, you will definitely lose. Fang Shi knew what he said was right. She was able to persevere until now when she can use her ultimate move, which is already pretty good. Unless it is a sword formation, it is too difficult to kill the enemy by leapfrogging. Thinking of the sword array, Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. Although the sword formation must be composed of at least 2 people, as long as her speed is fast enough, it is not impossible. As long as she stands in the right position at the right time and makes moves, she can fill the vacancy of the other person. She admired herself for being able to come up with such inhuman ways every time. What a clever little ghost she is. However, she had to find 2 sets of swordsmanship that matched. Her little head was running fast, and finally found 2 suitable sword techniques. She showed a very bright smile. Captain Liu, you are older than me, so I gave you a few tricks just now. Watch it, I'm going to counterattack. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 283 Fang Shi was promoted again. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he stabbed out with a sword suddenly, and then his footsteps changed, and he went to another direction in an instant, just avoiding Liu Shuang's sword light, and used a sword move that belonged to another set of swordsmanship. In an instant, she moved in another direction. Liu Shuang was a little confused for a while. Why did he feel like he was fighting 2 people? What the hell? The more Liu Shuang fought, the more flustered he became, because he really felt the pressure of fighting 2 people. How can this be? Could it be that Jia Dongchuan has some unique skills? That's right, Captain Han couldn't promote him for no reason. Maybe he already knew this. He can relax for a moment during the duel, but he was thinking here and there, so he was out of luck. Fang Shi caught him with a weak spot, and the strud sword cut his throat directly, and blood flowed instantly. Fang Shi jumped out of the circle, and said flatly, "You lost." Liu Shuang covered his neck with his hands, and looked at Fang Shi in surprise. Just a little deeper, and he would have to lose his life. Why didn't you kill me? Fang Shi smiled. Although your words were a little aggressive before, I can understand. After all, my cultivation is too low. It's normal for you to be unconvinced. It was just a misunderstanding. Why bother shouting and killing? Brother Liu, I have heard of your name a long time ago. I know that you are famous for your bravery in battle. We don't know each other today. Why don't you have a drink with you, brother? When Liu Shuang saw Fang Shi hand him the ladder, he quickly took it. He laughed twice. Brother Jia, no wonder everyone says you can talk. You are really good. I have long wanted to get close to you, so shall we have a drink or 2? Fang Shi asked people to prepare food and wine, and she and Liu Shuang chatted while drinking. After Liu Shuang had 2 glasses of wine, he had nothing to say. Brother Jia, although we haven't dealt with each other before, don't worry, I'm committed to you, brother. When we go back, the 2 of us will have a good time. Fang Shi's heart skipped a beat. Go back. Where? She poured 2 more glasses of wine for Liu Shuang, and said with a smile. Brother Liu, to be honest, I'm a little homesick. I don't know when we will be able to kill all these wastes in Jiyu continent. Liu Shuang clicked his tongue and said, aren't you short-hearted? There are so many rules in Tiang continent, how can you be more relaxed here? Could it be that you still have a good friend in Tiang continent? Fang Shi automatically filtered out the nasty words behind him. She had expected that these people came from another continent. The key problem now is to find a way to solve the mystery of their resurrection. So, she brought the topic to the halo. Brother Liu, do you think the people in Jiyu continent are so stupid? The one surnamed Chu said that we used a halo to pretend to be aggressive, which is really ridiculous. Liu Shuang burped. They're just frogs in a well, how would they know that it was caused by the projection of the soul? That's right, their highest level of cultivation is only God transformation Jorgchen. Of course they don't know that there are other cultivation levels such as refining emptiness, merging bodies, and Mahayana. Fang Shi was listening, but Liu Shuang passed out because he drank too much. Fang Shi was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but today's harvest is enough. It seems that these people from the Tiank League are not the main body, but the soul projections of some monks in the Tiank continent. No wonder they couldn't explode the Danshan. Because there is no Danshan at all. No wonder there is no body after death. Fang Shi was shocked. Just the projection of the primordial spirit can revive several times in the Jiyu continent. If those people's real bodies come down, how can there be any way to survive in the Jiyu continent? However, it should be limited by the rules, otherwise they wouldn't be able to perform Yuanshan projection. Although she knew this, she still couldn't find a solution to the method of resurrection. It seems that she has to make persistent efforts. Fang Shi was afraid that Liu Shuang would become suspicious, so when Liu Shuang woke up, she dragged him to talk nonsense, and proposed to marry him as a brother of the opposite sex. Liu Shuang drunkenly agreed. As soon as she sent Liu Shuang away, Captain Han sent someone to call her over. I heard you beat Liu Shuang. Fang Shi was a little embarrassed. It was purely a fluke, I played a little clever. Captain Han narrowed his eyes and said, demonstrate it to me, how did you make the move? Fang Shi immediately demonstrated the original. Captain Han pondered for a while. I think your style of play is somewhat similar to the sword array of the Shenyang army. Fang Shi looked admiringly. Did you see that? I did borrow their sword formation, and I don't know if it will work, but who knows, I actually won. Han Dewei suddenly stood up. So, you know their sword formation? Fang Shi scratched her head. It's not even a meeting, that's right, it's just that interesting, or else I'll try to figure it out when we start a war next time. Han Dewei thought about it, and brought Fang Shi to see Li Pianjiang. After watching Fang Shi's demonstration, Li Pianjiang also thought about it. Don't look at them looking down on the Shenyang army, but it is undeniable that the Shenyang army has brought them a lot of obstacles. Especially when they fought against the Tinji battalion yesterday, their sword formation was very difficult. If Jia Dongchuan can learn their sword formation, it will be good news for the Tiank League. So, Fang Shi was promoted again. From a small captain to a captain who manages 100 people. Fang Shi herself felt that it was outrageous. I seem to have only been here for 2 days, right? Not even 2 full days. Your Tiank League made me a captain. If I stay with you for another 2 months, will I be able to directly replace the red-robed old man as Commander-in-Chief? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 284 Taylor Gang hand stitched, indestructible. Fang Shi was quite helpless. She just wanted to come to Tiankaming to be an unknown little undercover agent. As a result, he was promoted every day. Alas, it's so hard to keep a low profile. Regardless of whether it is difficult or not, Jia Shaowei is fresh out of the oven. Fang Shi was able to become the captain. On the one hand, General Li Pian wanted to win her over, and on the other hand, some people died in the battle with the Tianji battalion, so there just happened to be a vacancy. The right time, place and people are all in place. The first thing Jia Shaowei did when he took office was to gather everyone together and deliver an impassioned speech. To sum up, there are only 2 points. The first point is to praise Li Pianjiang as a flower, and even praise hand away. The second point, the information revealed inside and outside the words is that she is the big celebrity in front of Li Pianjiang and hand away. The reason why I said this is to show my loyalty to Li Pianjiang and hand away, and on the other hand, to prevent any provocations from those who don't have good eyesight. She came undercover, and she didn't want to waste her time on it. In the evening, Lu Shuang came over to congratulate him. In fact, he was afraid that Fang Shi would wear small shoes for him. Fang Shi was very enthusiastic, and Lu Shuang was very flattered by her brother-in-law. Originally, Fang Shi wanted to repeat the routine, but Lu Shuang said that he still had something to do, so he left in a hurry after saying a few words. Fang Shi was a little annoyed. She didn't want to waste too long with the Tiankaming. She should get rid of them as soon as possible, and leave the illusion as soon as possible. Otherwise, she has been delayed in the junction for too long, and master should be in a hurry. Fang Shi had someone prepare a banquet, and then call several captains under her to have a good drink and talk. To be honest, these captains were not convinced by Fang Shi. But who made him the celebrity in front of Li Pianjiang? I can't afford it. Therefore, the atmosphere during the meeting was quite harmonious. Fang Shi was slightly drunk, and said with a smile, "What our Tiang League lacks most is people who like to use their brains. If you want to go up, you need to use your brains more in the future. For example, once the Shenyang army knows that we are projected by the soul, how should we deal with it? You all talk about your own opinions, speak freely, and say what you think." In order to show off in front of Fang Shi, several captains chatted together. "What if you know? Unless they have a way to destroy our soul ring, we can still be resurrected." That's right, only a spiritual attack can destroy our ring of primordial spirit, but the human spiritual sense in Juyu continent is too weak, let alone a spiritual attack. The demon's consciousness is stronger, but they are stupid. Even if we occasionally use our spiritual consciousness to attack our body, we don't even know how to attack the ring of primordial spirit. Speaking of this, I remembered the idiot surnamed Chu. She only knew how to use her spiritual sense to find the place where we were resurrected, but she didn't expect to use her divine sense to attack us. Ha ha ha. How stupid. Ellipsis. Fang Shi squinted her eyes and listened, so she had to attack the ring of primordial spirit with her spiritual consciousness. This is really not easy to handle. Not to mention this time, even the outside world, the human race still seldom use divine sense to attack. Although the demons are also possible, they don't use much. On the contrary, the gluttonous people are very good at attacking with spiritual consciousness. Thinking of this, her heart moved. Could it be that there was something hidden in the separation of the Manzu from the Mazu? Fang Shi began to intentionally guide these people to talk about spiritual attacks. Although she has strong spiritual sense, she has never figured out how to attack with spiritual sense. Maybe you can get inspiration from these people's mouths. How could these people know that the person in front of them was a spy? In order to express themselves, it can be said that they know everything and talk endlessly. From their few words, Fang Shi realized that she had made a big mistake before. She thought it would be easier to turn her consciousness into smaller things, so she tried to turn her consciousness into embroidery needles, but all ended in failure. Now I learned from these captains that it is more difficult to transform the consciousness into smaller things. It seems that she has to readjust her thinking. When she was thinking about this matter, a captain surnamed Xiao didn't know if he drank too much, so he said to Fang Shi, "Lieutenant Jia, I think your soul ring is brighter than ours, so you must not have weak spiritual consciousness. How about we exchange ideas?" The other captains followed suit. The wine is strong and cowardly. They have now selectively forgotten that Fang Shi is Li Pian's celebrity. Fang Shi. Before she had time to say anything, Captain Xiao attacked the halo behind her with his divine sense. Captain Xiao and the others were surprised to find that Fang Shi's halo was still bright, without any change. Now, their faces changed. Captain Jia's consciousness is so terrifying. Although Fang Shi didn't know what they were imagining, but when she saw their hellish appearance, she began to act fanatically. He said lightly, "Are you satisfied now?" Captain Xiao was dripping with cold sweat, and woke up from the alcohol. So are others. I didn't expect that Captain Jia was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He must be hiding his strength. That's right, how could Li Pianjiang promote a person who built the 9th floor of the foundation to be a lieutenant? Fang Shi took advantage of the situation and beat them a few words, then said with a smile, Okay, no talking, no laughing, no fuss, let's continue drinking." She thought to herself, don't say that you are attacking with your spiritual sense, even if the Mahayana monk you are talking about is here, it is useless. After all, I am. The Ring of Cloud Dream Stone. Gang Taylor hand stitched, indestructible. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 285 I told you to go undercover, but you became an official. After those team leaders left, Fang Shi continued to think about the method of spiritual attack. Bigger is easier. Then what should she try to turn her consciousness into? Sword. It seems a bit difficult, it is best not to be so fine. Then, bricks. It can be large or small, and it is convenient to use. Try to transform into a large brick first, and then try to transform into a small brick when you are proficient. It was a good idea, but I tried several times and failed. In the next few days, apart from thinking about the way to attack with spiritual sense, Fang Shi would just visit around. Not to mention the camp she belongs to, even the other camps are wandering around. Especially the spread food division of the supply camp. Although it is not like preparing food and grass for the secular army, it is usually necessary to prepare some spiritual food. These foods are rich in aura, and eating them is beneficial and harmless. In addition, there are many altar spread wines. Fang Shi intentionally gets close to Miao Xiaowei of the Lingshan division. Few people can stop Fang's Eye's offensive, even if Rainbow Fart is useless, she still has a money offensive. As long as you are willing to spend your money, there is no one who can't take it down. What's more, people like Tiankming a mercenary, seeing Ling Shi is closer than seeing their own father. Soon, Fang Shi became commensurate with brother Miao Xiaowei. The benefits are obvious, she treats guests to dinner, and the banquet is more sumptuous than others. In the eyes of others, her friendship with Xiaowei Miao was just for the sake of appetite. Because of this incident, Han Dewei even took her to beat her, and told her to focus on thinking about the sword array, don't let the boss go around, it's like a string of money. Fang Shi deeply reviewed her mistakes, and then asked. Captain Han, I've been thinking about it lately, but I haven't made any progress. When will we start a war with Tianji Battalion? I'll take a good look at it when the time comes, maybe there will be something to gain. Han Dewei casually said, it's only 2 or 3 days. Fang Shi immediately expressed her determination, then returned to her big tent, and continued to think about the method of spiritual attack. I don't know if she is in a good mood, but she has finally transformed her spiritual consciousness. She felt that it was unattractive to be bare, so she drew a little bastard on the big brick, and she suddenly had the aura of domineering. It's a pity that there is no subject for the experiment for the time being, or else I can take a few shots to enjoy myself. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and an order was issued from above, and the war started the next day. Fang Shi immediately jumped to the Lingshan division of the supply camp. She exchanged a few words with Xiaowei Miao, and said with a smile. I heard that everyone has wine to drink tonight. With our friendship, can I pick a few jars of good quality first? Lieutenant Miao scolded with a smile, you're the only one who has too much to do. It's all spread wine, so just move a few jars. Fang Shi waved her hand. You also know that I have only been in office for a few days, so why don't I take this opportunity to show off that I have connections? Don't worry, I'll get you something good when all the waste in Tianji camp is sorted tomorrow. Captain Miao knew that Fang Shi was generous, so he smiled and agreed. The spread wine was originally stored in Lieutenant Miao's storage ring, but because it was going to be distributed at night, it was put in a temporary shed and guarded by special personnel. Fang Shi took Lieutenant Miao's badge to the shed, opened the wine jars one by one, and quietly poured the Sansheng Zuomingsan in his palm into it. She deliberately reduced the dose and delayed the onset time. In the end, he pretended to pick out a few altars and took them away. In the evening, the camp of the Tiank League was very lively. This kind of thing can't happen on the side of the Shenyang army. It can only be said that the Tiank League is too conceited and free and undisciplined. Fang Shi watched those people drink down the added wine, gritted her teeth secretly, drink it. Drink hard. You bastards who have committed many crimes should also be punished. The next day, early in the morning, the Tiank League marched in the direction of the Tianji Battalion. Some people felt a little dizzy, but didn't bother, thinking it was the hangover. At this time, General Yan had already received the report, and immediately led the army to stop it. Junwen has lost weight these days. Although he knew that Fang Shi had a lot of ideas, after all, she went to the Tiank League, and there were dangers everywhere, so don't be in any danger. So he was worried all day long, he couldn't eat well, he couldn't sleep well, and he had to work hard on acting, teaching sword formation. It would be strange if he wasn't thin. Although Wei Rui and the others were not as obvious as him, they were all a little lighter. General Yan is even more so. The old man looked forward to receiving the news every day, but was afraid of receiving the news. Every day is suffering. Hearing the news of the Tiank League's attack, he called Junwen over. For this battle, you must bring Xiao Chu back to me. If you can't bring it back, come and see me. Junwen. 2 hours later, the armies of both sides stood facing each other. Junwen's eyeballs almost popped out. Because standing beside the old man in the red robe of the Tiank League was a thin school lieutenant, isn't this the Jia Dongchuan that the junior sister pretended to be? Did she become a captain? You were asked to go undercover, but you became an official. This is outrageous too. The point is that junior sister has only been there for 10 days and 8 hours. If we wait another year and a half, and still study some way to crack the halo, the little junior sister will take over the Tiank League directly. The old man in red robe said to Fang Shi. Lieutenant Jia, come and scold me. Fang Shi. She originally thought that she was called to the front to focus on protecting her so that she could observe the sword array. In the end, let her scold him. It's only because she scolded herself too flamboyantly earlier that the red-robed old man fell in love with her. It's a pity that you don't have to scold me for being eloquent. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 286 Shukyu is really a childlike innocence. Fang Shi decided to stand on the last post. So I put my hips on my hips and started cursing. The useless snacks of the Shenyang army, you all listen to me. We Tiankaming are the chosen ones, you will end badly if you fight us. As long as you have looked in the mirror, you should be a little self-aware, and you are worthy of arguing with us. Sooner or later, your Shenyan army will be completely annihilated by us, and your family and friends will all die under our sword. Even your little brats don't want to live. That Chu guy is so capable. What's the result? Don't let us kill it. An idiot like her deserved to die a long time ago. Living another day is a waste of aura. Ellipsis. The eyes of the soldiers of the Tianji battalion were all red. Not only did Feng Shi's scolding not dampen their confidence, but it made them hate the Tiang League even more. Many people were staring at Feng Shi, wishing they could cut her into pieces. Zhang Wen couldn't help but sweat coldly for Feng Shi. The ability of this little junior sister to pull hatred is also invincible. General Yan couldn't take it anymore, waved the commander flag, and rushed towards the enemy first. The red-robed old man smiled contemptuously and waved the handsome flag. The two sides started a scuffle. Some people in the Tiang League felt their heads were getting heavier and heavier, and some even passed out directly. The people in Tianji camp were all confused. Do you want to touch porcelain? But I didn't have time to think too much, it was just right to faint, so I caught him alive. But this time, General Yan and the red-robed old man had already fought against each other. The old man in the red robe didn't drink alcohol yesterday, so it didn't affect him. But as time went by, he noticed something was wrong. There was an ominous premonition in my heart, and I wanted to withdraw my troops immediately. But this time, Feng Shi came behind him. My lord, let me help you. The red-robed old man is a little displeased. Why don't you come here to join in the fun if you don't study the sword array? Just when he was about to reprimand him, the big brick transformed by Feng Shi's spiritual consciousness smashed down on his ring of primordial spirit. It was Feng Shi's first time to attack someone with his spiritual sense, and he was somewhat unskilled. He originally wanted to hit the halo on the back of the red-robed old man, but ended up hitting the crook of his hind leg. The ring of primordial spirit on the hind legs of the red-robed old man went out instantly, and then knelt down. General Yan was stunned. What is this new trick? However, of course, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. A sword light was aimed at the red-robed old man, piercing a hole in his shoulder. Fearing that General Yan might accidentally injure her, Feng Shi yelled. General, I am Xiaoqiu. General Yan. Feng Shi continued to hit the red-robed old man with big bricks. This brick was smashed for the soldiers of the Shenyan army who died in battle. This brick was smashed for thousands of souls who died in vain. This brick was smashed for myself. This brick was smashed for my fifth senior brother. Ellipsis. The red-robed old man was attacked from the front and back, and he had no strength to fight back. With the complete disappearance of the primordial spirit ring, a storage ring and a spirit sword appeared on the ground. General Yan was dumbfounded. This killed the opponent's main general. At this time, Feng Shi told General Yan to turn his head. General, look, this is all the country I laid down for you. At this time, the Tianji battalion had the absolute upper hand. The vast majority of people in the Tiang League were captured alive, and only a few people who hadn't drunk were still dying. General Yan had already welded his stunned eyes onto his face. Fearing that the illusion would be shattered at any time, Feng Shi explained the origins and weaknesses of the members of the Qianqiu alliance in the most concise language. General Yan was both surprised and delighted. Although the human race is not good at the method of attacking with consciousness, the demon race still knows some. In time, they will definitely see results. Defeating the Tiang League is just around the corner. Feng Shi said a few more words, then went to the front of those captives, taking big bricks and smashing their soul rings one by one. General Yan watched this scene with his spiritual sense. I was very relieved. Until I caught a glimpse of the little bastard painted on the big brick. Xiaoqiu is really a childlike innocence. Feng Shi kept smashing, even though his consciousness was already stinging a little, he still didn't stop. She wants to smash the beasts of the Tiang League to pieces. Let them have no courage to continue to exist. I don't know how long it took, Feng Shi heard a cold voice. You're proud of it, aren't you? It's just speculation. You are ants after all, no matter how hard you struggle, it will be futile. The only thing waiting for you is death, accept your fate. Feng Shi said impatiently. Stop beeping, hurry up and die. That voice might be pissed off. The sound is distorted. Do you think what you see, know, and guess is the truth? You will never know why our Tiang alliance came to the Jiyu continent, let alone you. The sound stopped abruptly. Feng Shi gritted her teeth, she hated talking halfway. Just then, she heard General Yan calling her. Xiaoqiu. Feng Shi looked up at General Yan. General Yan looked at her kindly. Xiaoqiu, thank you, after waiting for millions of years, we can finally be free. Feng Shi wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't open her mouth at all. General Yan looked at her, as if they had passed through the long river of time, and the two really met each other. Xiao Chu, we are tired. However, we have no regrets. Although we didn't win, we held them back, so today we had the chance to meet. Children, everything is left to you. The next moment, everything before Feng Shi's eyes began to shatter and disappear. Good afternoon, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 287 Master, who else would you? After a long time, Feng Shi found herself standing in the place where she disappeared before. I don't know when, tears were streaming down my face. She wiped her tears with her hands indiscriminately and froze. Why is she crying? By the way, they were here to capture fire essence before, and then someone disappeared inexplicably. And then she became an old hen with a flock of chicks, ducks, and geese. What happened later? Why can't I remember? But this time, Junwen and others appeared around one after another. Several people also looked confused. It seems that many things have happened, but I can't remember anything. Fang Shi didn't like the feeling of being wiped out of memory, so she began to look inside her consciousness. Soon, she discovered that a very small area in her consciousness was blocked by things like runes. This thing should be the seal of divine consciousness, right? When she was thinking about how to break the seal, Yu Jian, who was floating in the sea of consciousness, scrambled towards the seal. In an instant, the seal was shattered and eaten by the jade sips. Fang Shi. Leaving aside the matter of eating things, these jade janes can break the seal tomorrow morning. Why wait until she finds out before breaking it? It's obvious, take credit. What kind of weird things does she have? However, she has no time to worry about them now, and what happened in the illusion made her feel very heavy. Regardless of the interface, the martyrs who defend their homes and the country will make people admire. General Yan and the others not only fought bloody battles during their lifetime, but also guarded the Juyu continent in their own way after death. The heroic Strid sleeps forever, and the Strid lives forever. The Juyu continent is likely to be the continent she is on. Although I don't know what happened after the Shenyan army fought with their lives, but judging from the 2 dead places that have been discovered, there must be latecomers who block the pace of the Tiank Alliance's invasion. In times of crisis, someone will always stand up. Follow one after another, fearless of death. Fang Shi thought of what the cold voice said when the illusion was about to dissipate. They didn't seem to come to Juyu continent to plunder resources. What was it for? Her heart skipped a beat. After being killed, the members of the Sky Q Alliance will exude an aura of death. Could it be that their ultimate goal is related to the aura of death? Fang Shi showed a murderous look. No matter what your purpose is, anyone who violates my homeland will be punished no matter how far away. Since they failed to achieve the goals, they will definitely commit crimes again. Therefore, the most urgent task is to let all forces break their stereotypes and join forces to defend against the enemy. In addition, more people must master the method of attacking with spiritual consciousness. Once the Tiank Alliance invades, let them go and never return. But these are easy to say, but too difficult to do. The human race in the southern region is superior, and they look down on the human race in the northern region, and they also look down on the demon race and the gluttonous race. The human race and the demon race in the northern territory are enemies of life and death again. Although the man tribe has signed a 10,000-year friendship treaty with the human race, it is still a fool. Although when a strong enemy comes, the situation forces us to unite together, but that would be too passive. Prior to this, the barriers between these forces must be eliminated, and brainstorming should be done to develop an easier-to-grasp method of attacking the mind. Just, who can do this? The little black ball said in a fart-faced way. Master, who else is better than you? No one but you can complete such a great cause for thousands of years. You will be the emperor of Juyu continent in the future. Fang Shi. Although your rainbow fart is very sweet, but what the hell is Lu Huang? However, since she hadn't heard the sound of the little black ball for a long time, she felt that its cheap swishing sound was quite kind. The little fat bird also hurriedly said. That's right, only master, you have such a great talent, you are destined to be an extraordinary person, you are destined to be the light of the 9 nether continent. We are not called Lu Huang, we are called Juyu Zhiguang. The light of all creatures in the 9 nether continent. The only light. The little black ball pouted. How can the light of the 9 nethers have the arrogance of the Lu Huang? It doesn't matter if you don't call it the Lu Huang, then form a 9 nethers alliance, and our master will be the leader of the alliance. 818 novels. My clever little head, I can be a military advisor at any rate. The little chubby bird curled his lips. You still want to be a military advisor just because you are so stupid. I'm afraid you want to eat farts. I'm stupid. I don't know who has the ability to grow fast without meat. It's just a free meal. 205. Ellipsis. Fang Shi said impatiently, shut up. The 2 little ones were suddenly as quiet as chickens. Fang Shi has a headache. 2 spiritual pets can quarrel like this, let alone those forces. There is a long way to go to eliminate the barriers between them and even integrate them together. Zhang Wen saw that Fang Shi had been silent all this time, so he asked. Little sister, do you remember anything? Fang Shi shook her head, no. It's not that Fang Shi doesn't believe you, it's that this place is still the core after all, and there may be something strange about it. Knowing more is not good. Zhang Wen comforted, it's fine if you can't remember it, as long as we are safe and sound, it is better than anything. His eyes flashed, the little junior sister must have remembered. If she hadn't remembered, she wouldn't have been so calm. It's not that he is bragging, as long as the little junior sister looks at her, he can know what she is thinking. At this time, Wei Rui said, what about the others? Not all of them. Before he finished speaking, the shadow demon Shi Tianhong pointed to the distance. There seems to be someone there. After a few people rushed over, they found that it was some of the people who had disappeared before. Immediately afterwards, those who disappeared were found in other places. It's just that these people's spiritual consciousness has suffered some damage. Although they are not crazy, they still need a long period of recuperation to recover. Wei Rui asked Fang Shi, what should we do next? Should we go back or continue to search for the fire marrow? Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron _ left previous home index next Chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 288. Why do you always want to kneel down to her? Fang Shi sighed. I only caught 6 clusters of fire marrow, too few. I'm going to go inside again. As for you to weigh it yourself, especially those with impaired spiritual sense, it is best to go out first, so as not to be risky. Wei Rui and the others looked stunned. You said you caught 6 clusters of fire marrow. Fang Shi nodded. Yeah, only 6 clusters were caught, you must have caught a lot, right? Wei Rui and the others stopped talking for a moment. When they heard that almost everyone in the Tianshui alliance had caught fire, they didn't want to talk anymore. Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong asked cheekily, Mr. Xiao, how did you do it? Fang Shi was very frank. I fished with the Shifang Zuchen stone. Huosui is very interested in this kind of stone. The eyes of everyone in the demon race suddenly lit up. They also have the 10 direction blood star stone. Wei Rui and the others were even more confused. 10 directions blood star stone. What happened? When they learned that they were pulled out from under the stone, they didn't want to talk for the rest of their lives. They also encountered stone giants, and they left with 2 empty paws. Not only did Xiao Shishi pick up a lot of stones which were of great use in the flood, but he even led someone to dig up the Shifang Zuchen stone. Why is there such a big gap between people? Is this the gap between geniuses and ordinary people? Wei Rui and the others were taken aback. Why do these words sound familiar? Like who told them? However, now is not the time to study it. I have to find a way to get some Shifang Bloodstar stone. So, he looked at Feng Shi. Feng Shi said with a smile, some people from our Tianshui alliance should leave early, and you can buy the Shifang Bloodstar stone from them. I believe you will offer a reasonable price for such an urgently needed good thing. Wei Rui and others. Reasonable. Are you afraid you want us to bleed? But in order to catch the fire marrow, he had to pay a high price with heartache, and bought the Shifang Bloodstar stone from some people in the Tianshui alliance. The people from the Tianshui alliance looked at Feng Shi with eyes full of admiration, trust and dependence. The leader is really great. Since following the leader, they have become rich. From now on, the leader will do whatever he says, so follow her. After those people with impaired consciousness left, Feng Shi looked at Wei Rui and the others. Let's go separately. After all, our cultivation base is low, and it won't be good if we hold you back. Wei Rui and the others had hot faces. Leader Xiao, we were too narrow-minded before, let's stay together, we can take care of us even if there are many people. Feng Shi chuckled happily. Okay, that's what I said, otherwise I wouldn't have told you about the Shifang Zuchen stone. Let's go, let's catch the fire marrow. Shi and Junwen walked ahead, followed by Wei Rui and others. Wei Rui and the others felt that something was wrong. For some reason, they always felt that Xiao Shishi in front of them was amazing. Although her previous performance was indeed very good, it's not that they have the feeling of looking up to her. It's like watching The Way of Heaven. What's even more outrageous is that he always wants to kneel down on one knee for her. What the hell is wrong with this? Gang Feng was even more confused. His hands were itchy. He wanted to carve things, he wanted to sew clothes. Is his brain flooded? How could the direct descendants of his majestic Gang family have such unmotivated thoughts? After walking for tens of miles, Feng Shi took out the 10 direction Bloodstar stone and started fishing for fire marrow. Wei Rui and the others followed suit. Fire marrow will soon be hooked. Never thought it would be so easy to catch fire marrow. Therefore, following the right people is very important. They will follow Xiao Shishi for the rest of their lives. Pooh. What kind of shit idea is this? How come this brain doesn't listen after coming out of the illusion? For the next few days, Feng Shi and the others have been catching fire marrow. Although they have gained a lot, they have never encountered Wanyan Huo marrow. Less than fire marrow. Because she stayed in the illusion for too long, Feng Shi was afraid that Xiao Beidao would be worried, so she decided to return immediately. Anyway, the fire marrow caught is enough for the little chubby bird to eat for 10 or 8 years. It's not too late to come again if you have the opportunity. Apart from not being able to catch the 10,000 years fire essence, Feng Shi has another regret, that is, the fire-swallowing demon has not yet woken up. She thought that it would wake up when it arrived at the place where the fire marrow gathered this time, but she was still sleeping soundly. After leaving the core area and meeting with everyone, they set off on their way home. On the way, I brought those stupid and crazy people with me. Although there were some small twists and turns on the road, it was still smooth to reach the edge of the junction. Calculated, they stayed in the borderlands for almost 2 months. When the people from the southern region came, they were proud and arrogant, and they were already brothers and sisters with the people from the northern region. The parting was imminent. Wei Rui and the others were a little reluctant to part with each other, and they invited Feng Shi to visit the southern region one after another, and all of them left behind the jade talisman of communication. Junwen, who was ignored the whole time. Can you guys show me some basic respect? After the people from the southern region left, Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong and others also left. They are silent. Although I have a lot to say, I can't say it. In the borderland, they can talk about the world, but once they come out, they're enemies for generations. The human race and the demon race are incompatible. Feng Shi looked at their backs, and suddenly shouted, hey, I'll go to the demon race to play with you when I have time. Shi Tianhong and the others staggered. You better not go. If you go to our demon world, you always feel that our demon world is going to be a mess. In an instant, they felt that their thoughts were ridiculous. Xiao Shishi was just talking, how could she have the courage to go to the devil world to make trouble? What's the difference between that and dying? Exclamation mark. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 289 Feng Shi is a little envious of you. The rest are all members of the Tianshui alliance. What's outrageous is that there are still many disciples from the 4 major sects. They comfort themselves that the Tianshui alliance is an unofficial organization, so there is nothing wrong with us joining. A flying boat just came. People from the Tianshui alliance hurriedly stood in 2 rows, respectfully invite the leader to board the boat. Feng Shi nodded at him, and Shi Shiren got on the flying boat. Feizu staff. Is the leader of the Tianshui alliance so impressive? However, only a quarter of the people were able to return safely last time. I didn't expect so many people to come back this time. The road was very smooth, and it was almost time to reach Tianshui city. Feng Shi delivered a speech. The central idea is that although we will soon be separated, our hearts will always be together. When it is needed in the future, I, the leader, will still come out and raise the banner. Gathering is a mass of fire, scattered is a sky full of stars. Only then did everyone shed tears and parted. Fang Shi handed over those crazy and stupid people to Bao Yufu, the deputy leader, and asked him to resettle them. First use the strud stones and materials in their storage ring to pay for the relevant expenses. If it is not enough, she will find a way to raise funds next time we meet. Bao Yufu felt a little bit reluctant, and tried his best to invite the two of them to be guests at home, but Fang Shi declined. After getting off the flying boat, Fang Shi led Zhang Wen into the crowd, and then entered a tailor shop. The follower waited for a long time but did not see the two of them coming out, so if they went in to look for them, where could there be any shadows of the two of them? At this time, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen had already changed the clothes, and even changed their genders. Fang Shi dressed up as a young boy. Zhang Wen dressed up as a young girl. Should I say it or not, it's pretty handsome. Zhang Wen is so awkward. But that's the only way to hide your identity. Just this time, the next time he is killed, he will not agree to such a bad idea from junior sister. However, thinking that he was already at the level of Foundation Establishment Jorgen, he felt very happy. He can imagine how the three heads in the family will react when they find out. Especially Jing Laosi. He has been trampled under his feet now. Thinking of Rong Laosen who has not returned for a long time, the sense of superiority is overwhelming. Alas, when we separated, Rong Laosan was on the 6th floor of the Foundation building, and it is estimated that it is at most the 7th floor of the Foundation building now. It is far worse than his Foundation Establishment Jorgen. Thinking of this, Zhang Wen said, "Junior sister, it is estimated that Rong Laosen will be back soon. He likes to preach to others the most, and he is very disciplined. Our master used to like him the most, and praised him for his integrity and chivalry. Cut. I think it's just a blind eye. Let's put it this way, if I do something out of the ordinary, he can kill me righteously without anyone else. I hate him the most." When Fang Shi heard Zhang Wen mention the third senior brother, she was a little dazed. The third senior brother Rong Zheng appeared relatively late in the book. He is very disciplined and a bit stubborn. It's black and white with him, there's no flexibility. Shen Zhilan deliberately created a persona in front of him who cared about all the people in the world, which won his favor. But it was such a person who valued rules very much. After learning that all his brothers and sisters had died tragically because of Shen Zhilan, he turned grey overnight and became possessed. After his cultivation soared, he went to seek revenge on Shen Zhilan alone, but after being humiliated by Shen Zhilan, he died by hacking into pieces. The bones were still hung in a prominent place, denounced by thousands of people and reviled by thousands of people. Fang Shi only sighed at this. She could understand Rong Zheng's state of mind. The rules and regulations he valued most became a joke in the end. The so-called justice was just a fig leaf for those who cared. That being the case, it is better to become a demon. From one extreme to the other. Fang Shi looked at the heartless Zhang Wen, a little envious. What a fool, what a joy. As long as he is like this, Rong Zheng will definitely not have troubles. People like Rong Zheng think too much and do too much, but they're not themselves. Zhang Wen found that Fang Shi looked at him with deep meaning, and asked happily. Little junior sister, what do you think I am doing? Do you also think I am very powerful? Looking at the entire Northern Territory, I am the only one who can reach the great consummation of Foundation establishment at this age. That idiot Xing Wu can't catch up with me even on a donkey. Fuck me. Fang Shi nodded. Well, fifth senior brother, I also think you are very powerful. Zhang Wen, my snot bubbles are about to come out. How difficult it is. I actually got the affirmation of my junior sister. The two talked and laughed, and arrived outside Xuanshnong's mountain gate in the middle of the night. Because Fang Shi had sent Xiao Beidao a message in advance, the old man was waiting there anxiously. As soon as Fang Shi got off Zhang Wen's flying sword, she knelt down. Xiao Beidao's old face was very comforting. This child Shashi is really filial. It's not right. It looks like a boy. 818 novels. Who is that big girl next to him? Why do you look a bit like Lao Wu? Fang Shi whispered furtively. Master, it's me. My apprentice is back. I brought you a lot of good things. Xiao Beidao said with red eyes. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. As long as people are safe and sound, it is better than anything else. Not to mention that he is not very poor now, even in the most embarrassing time, he only asks for the safety of his apprentices. Xiao Beidao looked distressed. Teacher, you have lost weight, have you suffered a lot this time? After finishing speaking, he glared at Zhang Wen. You eat too much, and you don't know how to take good care of your junior sister, what a heartless thing. Zhang Wen. Obviously I lost weight, but my junior sister has gained weight, okay. Master's partiality is gone. Either way. Beating is kissing and scolding is love. Master loves me very deeply. Because he wanted to conceal his identity, Xiao Beidao couldn't say too much, so he brought the two of them into the sect. At this time, if Fang Shi felt something, she looked up. A cloud floated in the sky, and it was dark. Ji Lei poked his head a little guilty. Good afternoon, see you tomorrow. Closed black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 290. Sensing Fang's eyes gaze, Wu Yun rolled himself up. Can't see me, can't see me. Fang Shi. This thing has no brains at all, but now it seems to have become a fool. Fang Shi ignored it, Pidian followed Xiao Beidao to the main peak, and then slipped into his yard. As soon as he entered the house, Fang Shi was surrounded by a group of swords. But, seeing a large number of explosive talismans clutched in Fang Shi's hand, she immediately retracted into the corner, as if nothing had happened. Fang Shi felt that this day was impossible. There are 5 opera L fruits in the Danshan, a lot of jade slips that invite credit in the sea of consciousness, a group of swords hidden in the house, and a sneaky robbery in the sky outside. All the weird things in the world have happened to her. At this time, those sword moves may have sensed Jilei's existence, and all the Saizi ran away. Feng Shi. That's all you have to offer. Feng Shi still ignored Jilei, washed up briefly, and began to cultivate spiritual consciousness. Although in the illusion, she took a lot of pictures of the Yuanshan ring of the Tiank League, but it was only an illusion after all. She'll have to practice a lot. The tribulation thunder from the sky had already flown above the courtyard, hesitated for a while, and struck a bolt of lightning towards Feng Shi's house. A corner of the house collapsed in an instant. It is also because Shranshnong is too poor and the materials used to build the house are not strong enough. Feng Shi brought back a lot of lightning strike wood from the Ji clan, but she forgot about it due to too many things. Feng Shi walked out of the house unhurriedly, and looked up at Jilei in the sky. Are you here to hack me this time? I don't blame you, because I know that destiny is hard to break, and you can't help yourself. Let's get to know each other anyway, and I will help you. Exchange my life for your future. Chop it. When Jilei heard this, he was immediately ashamed. However, it has to complete the task. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult, so I can only feel sorry for you. If you want to blame your bad luck. Ha, what seems wrong with this statement? No matter, let's cut it first. Thinking of this, Jilei is a Jilei to Feng Shi. Feng Shi didn't hide. It was a hard hit. Jilei felt more and more that he was nothing. So, when he struck the second thunder, he threw down a pile of top-grade straight stones for Feng Shi. Just burn the paper for you in advance. Feng Shi still did not hide. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth because of the lightning strike, and she also sat on the ground paralyzed. Don't make me suffer, just get closer to me and send me on my way with a thunderbolt. Jilei felt the same reasoning. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain, and it is better to let her deal with it quickly. It also spares the torment of conscience. Therefore, the height was lowered, and it was only 10 feet away from Feng Shi. Feng Shi shook her head. It's still too far away, come closer, I want to take a good look at you before I die. Jilei was almost moved. It was raining. What a good man. It's a pity that I will burp soon. It's true that good people don't live long. While thinking about it, Jilei lowered his height again, only a few feet above Feng Shi's head. Feng Shi's teardrops fell down. As the saying goes, people who are about to die have good words, I have a golden word for you. Jilei couldn't help getting closer, wanting to hear what Feng Shi had to say. At this moment, Feng Shi stood up abruptly, threw out a black iron cover, and covered Jilei tightly inside. Fearing that it would jump out, I covered it with several layers. Jilei, %% at $% %. It was about to explode. I treat you with all my heart and soul, but you actually play me. Fortunately, I have had such a long psychological struggle, and I have compensated you with so many top-quality stones, but you are acting. In anger, it cracked the black iron cover with crackling noises. Feng Shi wiped the red juice from the corner of her mouth, and said slowly. Little Lilei, you can't blame me for this matter. If you want to blame it, you are too rude. What you lost was just a chance to complete the task, but what I lost was my life, and what's more, my soul was scattered, and I would never be reborn forever. You have a vicious heart. Fortunately, I always thought that you were a god of justice, but in the end you did the dirty thing of betraying your friends, which really disappointed me. Jilei's movement of striking the black iron shield stopped for a moment, and then struck again. I won't listen to your bastard chanting scriptures. I am Jilei, it is my bounden duty to hack you, what is wrong with me? Feng Shi sighed, Xiao Lei, I saved not only me, but also you. It doesn't matter whether it is a person or a robbery. Everyone has to use their own judgment. Even the way of heaven can't kill a person for no reason, right? I consider myself to be an upright person, worthy of the sect at the top, and worthy of the common people at the bottom. I have never killed a person in vain, and I have never done anything outrageous. It is also known as a model of the human race and the light of the Northern Territory. If even people like me are struck by lightning, where is the justice? Where is the justice? Where is the fairness? As Jilei, you cannot be a pawn at the mercy of others. If you become a true messenger of justice, all things in the world will respect you from the bottom of their hearts. At that time, you are no longer Jilei, but Thunder God. Where to go, you think about it. There was an instant silence inside the black iron hood. Jilei didn't take Feng Zai's beeps to heart at all. But the word, Thor, hit its heart. This is much more majestic than tribulation thunder, sky thunder, and lightning. That's God. That is a god who can be compared with a demon god. I never dreamed that I could be on an equal footing with that person. Damn, I'm tempted. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 291 How to have fun, how to play. Jilei's heartbeat only lasted for a moment, and he cursed at Feng Shi angrily. You bastard, you actually broke my Dao heart. You actually urged me to go against the will of heaven. You were planning to kill me. Phoenix dog. I am at odds with you. Of course, Feng Shi couldn't understand no matter how loudly it scolded. She held the black iron cover in one hand and the black iron ring in the other to prevent the thunder from coming out of the ground, and waited for the thunder. Of course, the mouth is not idle. Little Lilei, what I tell you is from the bottom of my heart, and I only say these things for your own good. Otherwise, who would waste your time with this spit star? You may not be able to figure it out for a while, which is normal, and you will think about it after you go back. Jilei ignored her and continued to chop. This time, however, it began to chop. Get out and seek revenge on the stinky girl. Fang Shi continued. Take a step back and say, you hack me to death, do you think you will feel at ease? This thing will definitely become your demon. You can't find someone to explain it, and after a long time, you will go crazy. If this is the case, Heavenly Tao will definitely kill you. Tell me, what are you planning? Why don't you just act like you're obedient, put on a show, and go through the motions? It's normal for a scourge like mine to be tougher. Besides, Tiandao doesn't just want to hack me alone, it will take a few months before it's my turn again, so let's wait for a while. Jilei still ignored her and continued to chop the soil. I don't want to listen to your beeps, I'll have to chop you into ashes when I get out. Even if you kneel down and beg me. The thunderbolt struck, and finally the lower part was suspended in the air, and it got out with raging anger. And then, no more. It was covered again by Fang Shi with a black iron cover. Fang Shi also kindly taught it an idiom, wait for the rabbit. Jilei was almost going to die of anger. Phoenix dog. I hate you. I am at odds with you. Fang Shi said slowly. Little Lilei, you were wrong about this matter today, and I was wrong too, let's get even. But I know you must be unwilling, or else, you use the avatar technique to divide yourself into two parts. The main part went back to intersect with the Tao of Heaven. Although you didn't hack me to death, you also hacked me to vomit blood, which can be regarded as an explanation. The split body will stay and monitor me, and can report to Tiandao at any time if there is any trouble. How do you look? Jilei was moved again. Not to mention anything else, following the stinky girl, it's so fun. No, what I mean is that if you know yourself and the enemy, you will win every battle, and you will know more about the black-hearted dog, so that you can hit her accurately when you hit her again. That being said, it seems to be okay. How about trying? Anyway, it is a split body, even if it dissipates, there is no loss. Besides, the black-hearted dog has been prepared for a long time. I can't kill her today, so I might as well stay and be an undercover agent. The more Jilei thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible, so he slashed towards the black iron cover. This is the secret code it used when it was with Fang Shi before. Once means agree, twice means disagree. Only then did Fang Shi release Jilei from the black iron cover. Jilei really wanted to go back on what he said, and chop the black-hearted dog in front of him into flying ash. 818 novels. But thinking of the losses she had suffered at her hands, she felt that she must have a backhand, so she just didn't dare. Fang Shi said with a smile, Little Lilei, I knew that with your intelligence, you would definitely make the most correct decision. You can use the avatar technique now. The split body will stay and monitor me, and the main body will go back if there is nothing to do. It is not appropriate to let Tiandao wait for a long time. Jilei. Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose by you? Do not. Must be an illusion. I am the wise and powerful Lord Jilei, how can I be restrained by a girl? I just don't think it's appropriate to stay any longer as it's almost dawn. Jilei immediately split into two, the main body flew away, leaving the split body behind. Because it didn't consume much lightning power before, even if it is a split body, it is as thick as a rolling pin, flaunting its might and flying in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi pursed her lips, Xiao Lei Lei, you have a great reputation, if you make it so public, I'm afraid many people will come to kneel down to worship you, and it will be troublesome. Jilei thinks it makes sense. As a result, it quickly became as thick as a strand of hair and wrapped around the jade hairpin on Fang Shi's head. It looked similar to the texture of Yuchai. Fang Shi took out the messenger talisman and sent a message to Xiao Beidao, and then began to meditate cross-legged. When Jilei floated above her yard, she had already sent a message to Xiao Beidao. First, reassure him that he will be fine. Second, ask him to evacuate the people living nearby, so as not to be accidentally injured by thunder. Third, it is strictly forbidden for disciples to come and watch. In the end, she told Xiao Beidao that it was because of her success in closed-door training that robbery and thunder were attracted. Of course Xiao Beidao knew that the last one was false, but what the little apprentice said was what he said, he just took it as true. Soon, Xiao Beidao brought people over. The brilliance on Fang Shi's body flashed, almost blinding everyone's faces. Where did Wang Hua come from? It was just a flash from Jilei. Jilei doesn't want to help Fang Shi, it just thinks it's fun. It's okay to play. How to play. The brilliance dissipated, and everyone watched Fang Shi's cultivation soar all the way. She used the divine hidden talisman before, and everyone didn't know that she was on the 4th floor of the foundation building, and they always thought she was on the 1st floor of the foundation building. Now, she has risen to the 6th floor in a row and has soared to the 7th floor of the foundation building, which is her true cultivation. Fang Shi must have realized again. And not just an epiphany. Looking at it like this, I had epiphany at least 3 times, or even more. No wonder it attracted thunderstorms. Yes, if there are too many epiphanies, it is possible to discover the secrets of the sky, which will naturally attract thunder. I knew Fang Shi was a good seedling with understanding as soon as he got started. He really is a genius. Xiao Beidao, who had already prepared a stomachful of speeches. There is one more chapter, posted after writing it. Closed black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 292 My God, Jilei has become Fang Zai's follower. Xiao Beidao was already acting up, ready to perform. Unexpectedly, these people not only learn to make up brains, but also learn to rush to answer. It's good, but it saves him a lot of energy. He was a little worried that Fang Shi would get hurt, but seeing her alive and kicking, he felt relieved. At this time, Jiang Ji, Pei Zhou and Jing Yan also came to ask questions. Zhengwen didn't come because of retreat. Fang Shi asked him to come out a few days later, so as not to arouse suspicion. Because Fang Shi's house needed to be repaired, and it was dawn now, Fang Shi followed Xiao Beidao to his yard. Mainly to report the harvest this time. Fang Shi concealed what happened in the illusion, and told other things exactly. It wasn't that she was worried about Xiao Beidao, but the arrival of Ji Lei made her vigilant. Back then when the Tiank Alliance invaded, the god of the Nine Nether Continent was also Tiandao who was in hiding. Now that she just came back from the junction, Ji Lei came to attack her. Is it because she is a soul from another world, or because she knows too much? So for Xiao Beidao's safety, she decided to keep this matter a secret for the time being. It's not too late when the time is right. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she took out all the good things she got like offering treasures. Except for the fire marrow, all the rest should be given to Xiao Beidao. Xiao Beidao felt that every time the little apprentice came back from outside, he would be very troubled. Because the little apprentice always gives him things, it's not enough if he doesn't want it. He is so difficult. The old and the young made a lot of concessions, and finally Xiao Beidao reluctantly kept a small part. Still gave Fang Shi an IOU. Xiao Beidao asked some more details, and then said, although I don't know the origins of those monks in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, since you have promised to set up a stele of heroic souls for them, you must keep your promise. Are you going to erect a monument in the name of the Tianshui Alliance, or let Wei Shi come forward? Fang Shi shook her head. Master, this matter has to be discussed in the long run, and I will talk to you when I think it over. The heroes of the Shenyan army should not be forgotten, nor should they just erect a monument of heroic souls hastily. When she finishes her plans, she will erect monuments for them vigorously, and she will let everyone in the northern and southern regions, no matter the human race, the demon race or the gangster race, come to worship them. Xiao Beidao knew that the young apprentice was successful, unlike the second idiot of the fifth apprentice, so he didn't continue this topic. Instead, he changed the subject and said, by the way, your third senior brother is back, but you have retreated since you came back, and it is estimated that you are about to leave. This child Rong Zheng is very similar to me, he is upright and upright. Fang Shi. Don't you blush when you say this? I don't know who took me as a personal disciple for 5,000 million strut stones. The most important thing is that only 5,000 of the 30 million were obtained. Xiao Beidao continued, I used to think this was good, but since I accepted you as a teacher, I have some new feelings as a teacher. Those who are too rigid are easy to break, and those who are gentle are undefeated. Rong Zheng's temperament is too easy to suffer. You can enlighten him more when you have time, let him learn to be flexible, don't be so stubborn. If his words are not pleasing to the ear, don't be as knowledgeable as him, tell the teacher, and the teacher will deal with him for you. Fang Shi agreed with a smile. She's not the type to sue. I never trouble others with things I can solve by myself. When Fang Shi was about to leave, she suddenly remembered Xingwu and the others and asked, Master, why didn't you see Xingwu and the others? Did they go back? Xiao Beidao said with some embarrassment. Well, after your third senior brother came back, he explained the truth to them, saying that their behavior violated the rules of their respective sects. If things go on like this, it is no different from treason. So, they all left. Although Xiao Beidao also felt that it was annoying for Xingwu and the others to hold back, but he didn't expect the three apprentices to be so unreasonable and drive everyone away. Fang Shi. No wonder Junwen said that he annoyed the third senior brother the most, and it really wouldn't be very popular with him like this. When he leaves the customs, she will meet him well. Fang Shi came out of Xiao Beidao's courtyard and stopped by to see the golden-haired Suanni. The golden-haired Suanni was stunned when she saw Fang Shi, because her cultivation had already reached Yuanying Zhouchen. Transformation God, just around the corner. Fang Shi smiled and praised it, and even fed it some monster meat. The golden retriever Suanni is so flattering. She was shaking her head and tail, when suddenly her eyes widened and she stopped moving with her tail between her legs. Monsters are much sharper than humans. Although it didn't detect the existence of Geely at first, it sensed it now. Tribulation thunder is also enough damage. Jumping up and down on the jade hairpin, scaring the golden-haired Suanni. Just say it. It is Lord Ji Lei, who in the world is not afraid of it. That's why the phoenix dog is so bold that he confronts it many times. But it doesn't matter, when it ends its undercover work, then it will be her hiccup day. Fang Shi thought it would be good to frighten the golden retriever Suanni, lest it keep drifting away. So I didn't explain it, but I just told the golden retriever Suanni to practice hard and be strict with her mouth, don't say what shouldn't be said. The golden retriever Suanni was as well behaved as a little quail, and kept nodding. My goodness. Ji Lei has become Fang Zai's follower. What a pervert she is. Terrible. Just as Fang Shi came out of the animal stables, a person walked towards her. Fang Shi knew at a glance that this person was Rong Zheng. On the one hand, he was wearing the clothes of his own disciples, and on the other hand, the seriousness on his face almost caught up with her Dean when she was in school. The person who came was indeed Rong Zheng. He also recognized Fang Shi from her age and clothes. He frowned and said, according to Section 30 of Article of the Sect rules, disciples in the sect are not allowed to approach the animal stables of the gods and beasts of the Genpai without the order of the sect master. As a direct disciple, you know and break the law. What crime should you have? Before Fang Shi was in trouble, the golden-haired Suanni rushed out of the animal stable, and spat out Rong Zheng's face. Pooh! You little bastard! You deserve to be called the light of my life. Spit and drown you. Let's talk about the update. The update time is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 chapters. If there are special circumstances, leave at the end of the previous chapter. See you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 293 Third senior brother was tragedy miserably. Rong Zheng was dumbfounded. The whole person is very sour. I don't even know what I should do now, or what I can do. Do you use the door rules to reprimand the golden retriever Suani? The door rules are made for the disciples of the door, and they don't apply to the golden retriever Suani at all. Besides, who in the Xuanshan sect doesn't know that the golden-haired Suani is just a bastard, who can control it? I remember when he went down the mountain, this thing was tied with a chain, how did it come loose? When he was in a daze, Fang Shi respectfully saluted him. Fang Shi met the third senior brother. I heard master say that you are righteous, you really deserve your reputation. Rong Zheng felt that Fang Shi was mocking him, although he had no proof. Upright. Almost drool all over. Before he could speak, Fang Shi said again. Third senior brother, I need to explain your accusation just now. First, the golden retriever Suani has a special relationship with me, not to mention that I entered the animal stable, even if I rode it out for a couple of laps, from the master to the handyman, no one would question it. Second, Section 30 of Article of School Regulations No. does indicate that disciples in the school are not allowed to approach the animal stables of the Zhenpai divine beasts without a handbook from the head of the sect, but there is another sentence at the end, except for the elders and their subordinates who are in charge of the affairs of the Zhenpai divine beasts. Elder Mu once publicly stated that if he has something to go out or retreat, I will handle all matters related to the township of the beast. Therefore, it is reasonable and legal for me to enter the stable. Third senior brother, is it inappropriate for you to convict me without investigating thoroughly? Fortunately, I have a strong mental capacity. If I were a little girl with a weak heart, I might be messed with by you and go straight to hang myself. To put it mildly, you are wronging people, but to put it more seriously, you are disregarding human life. Rong Zheng's face turned blue and white. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Shi said again. Taking a step back, even if I violated the sect's rules, third senior brother, you are neither an elder of the law enforcement hall nor a disciple of the law enforcement hall, so what right do you have to convict me? The correct procedure should be that you summon the law enforcement hall immediately and let the law enforcement hall deal with me instead of convicting me privately here. What you're doing is nothing more than showing off that you know the rules of the house very well, even by heart. Your behavior is not only selfish, but also extremely ridiculous. Excuse me for making irresponsible guesses, but the reason why you are so keen on being a human figure is not only to show off, but also to cover up your inferiority complex. Because only by standing on the commanding heights of morality can you experience the feeling of being looked up to. Master often mentioned you in front of me, and said that among these disciples, you are the most like him. I really feel sorry for Master and his old man. He actually accepted you, a fool who doesn't know right from wrong and holds chicken feathers as arrows. Rong Zheng's face turned green with anger. Even because of being too angry, the whole person trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Shi's voice became choked up. Senior brother third, do you know what I have experienced in Hunyuanzong? During the selection of the inner sect, Shen Jilin beat me seriously in order to snatch my volley grass, and my danshan was almost shattered. But she bit back, saying that I robbed her of the volley grass and injured her. What's ridiculous is that Hunyuanzong's law enforcement hall can clearly judge the right and wrong by looking at the photo stone, but they directly charged me without asking indiscriminately. Not only was the stick responsible for 20, but I was also reduced to a handyman. Shen Jilin was clearly the perpetrator, yet she became the victim. Isn't it ridiculous and ironic? What is the difference between what you did just now and Hunyuanzong's law enforcement hall? What's the difference between you and the vicious Shen Jilin? Third senior brother, you reminded me of that painful memory again. You are adding salt to my wound. You have failed me so much and I will never forgive you. When Fang Shi said this, tears were streaming down her face, and she ran away crying. Although the golden retriever Suani guessed that its light of life was acting, it was still very angry to see her tears streaming down her face. Sprayed several mouthfuls of saliva on Rong Zheng. If I knew this earlier, I just filled my stomach with water. Rong Zheng didn't dodge. He stood there dumbly. Seeing his bear-like appearance, the golden-haired Suani cursed silently, then turned and went back to the animal stable. It has to cultivate hard, otherwise it will be a shame for its light of life. Ji Lei, who was squatting on top of Fang Shi's head, was in a good mood after watching a good show. Its little strut pet is quite good at acting. That second idiot named Rong Zheng must be dead guilty. TSK, Pure 205. In this world, it is the only one that can wrestle with Fenggu. After all, it is smarter than Fenggu. Fang Shi felt that the house might not be able to be repaired in a while, so she came to see elder brother Jiang Ji. Eldest brother, we haven't sparred for a long time, are your hands itchy? Jiang Ji. If I don't compete with you for the rest of my life, I won't feel itchy. But if the junior sister wants to compete, he can only agree. Furthermore, he also wanted to see how Fang Shi's combat effectiveness would be after her cultivation base was improved. He analyzed it. Fang Shi is now on the 7th floor of Foundation Establishment, and he is on the 6th floor of Jindan. If it was someone else, they might not be the opponent of junior sister. However, he has been studying the kneeling big move recently, and has come up with corresponding countermeasures. He feels that his chance of winning should be %. Jiang Ji is not arrogant, but seeking truth from facts. His foundation is very solid, and his cultivation base has been improved step by step, and he has hardly borrowed any pills. There is no way, I was poor before, and I can afford to eat even if I wanted to. So his combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of monks of the same level. Unfortunately, he neglected one thing. That is, perverts are different from normal people. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 294 page Zhou finally succeeded. As soon as the two fought against each other, Fang Shi began to use more moves. Because Jiang Ji was well prepared, he performed with ease. Just when he felt that he could finally win easily, Fang Shi smiled sinisterly. Brother, I have recently researched a new attack method, which is to attack the consciousness. You have to be careful. If you accidentally get injured, don't blame me. Jiang Ji. Why are you so bad at it? Even so, he raised his vigilance. Suddenly, he noticed something abnormal, but it was too late. The consciousness seemed to be hit by something. Although it wasn't too heavy, it still stunned his consciousness for a moment. His heart sank, no good. However, Fang Shi did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack, but jumped out of the circle. Brother, tell me about how you felt just now. Is it fun? Jiang Ji. Speechless, he still expressed his feelings in detail. Fang Shi stroked her chin. It seems that % of the strength can only make you stunned for a while. Senior brother, your spiritual consciousness is very strong. Jiang Ji. Are you praising me or are you praising yourself? Junior sister, have you researched the method of spiritual attack? He also knew what he was asking was nonsense. It's just that I think this is too unbelievable, so I want to confirm it. Fang Shi said with a smile, well, although there is still a distance from my expectation, it is still okay. Eldest brother, let me show you something fun, if you let your consciousness out. Jiang Ji immediately released his consciousness, and then saw a large brick made of his consciousness, and the strange thing was that there was a little bastard painted on it. Jiang Ji. No wonder he felt that his consciousness was hit by something just now, it turned out to be this big brick. Little junior sister's attack methods are always so unexpected. Seeing Fang Shi's expectant eyes, he had no choice but to say against his will. Junior sister, your spiritual sense attack method is very good, simple and convenient, and the attack power is still very strong. Fang Shi nodded happily. I think so too, especially the little bastard I drew, not only lifelike, but also very domineering. Jiang Ji nodded ignorantly. Well, it's really domineering. Eldest brother, since you like it so much, after you learn it, you can also draw a little bastard on the divine sense attack weapon. Jiang Ji. God, I was wrong. I shouldn't speak out of conscience. Fang Shi took out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Ji. Eldest brother, this is my experience in cultivating spiritual consciousness, you can keep it as a reference. Your cultivation base is very solid, but your spiritual consciousness is still a bit weak, you should focus on your spiritual consciousness for the time being. Jiang Ji nodded. Well, I see. Fang Shi gave Jiang Ji the elixir obtained from the ancient battlefield, and asked him to take it when he was promoted to Yuanying. Just now she had given Xiao Beidao a pill of this kind, and the old man was moved to tears. At first she refused to ask for it, and let Fang Shi keep it for herself. Fang Shi talked all kinds of things, so he stayed. Seeing that Fang Shi didn't mention the origin of the pill, Jiang Ji wisely didn't ask. This is the tacit understanding between their brothers and sisters. The little junior sister said what she wanted to say, and if she didn't say it, she didn't want to say it. Fang Shi chatted with Jiang Ji again, and then came to look for the second senior brother Pei Zhou. Before entering the yard, Fang Shi heard Pei Zhou screaming inside. Fang Shi, second senior brother, second senior brother. Soon, Pei Zhou opened the courtyard door with a look of excitement. Little junior sister, you came just in time, I've made it. I've finally made it. Fang's eyes lit up. Second senior brother, have you successfully stamped? Pei Zhou nodded vigorously, not to mention the excitement. The ghost knows how much he has paid to be able to seal the success. Let's put it this way, even in his dreams he is stamping. Pei Zhou demonstrated it to Fang Shi on the spot. Because I was too excited, failed. Fortunately, the second pass was successful. Although it was only the lowest level talisman and it took much longer than Fang Shi, it was a success after all. As long as it takes time, it will definitely improve a lot. Pei Zhou's self-confidence that had been shattered by Fang Shi finally healed. He took out the long unused fan and shook it. Junior sister, I have already said that it will be a matter of time before I learn to stamp, but I didn't pierce the window paper before. It's not me bragging, my spiritual sense is much stronger than others, stamping is just a piece of cake. Fang Shi said with a smile. Second senior brother, I think so too. Your talent in talisman making is unmatched. Not to mention the human race, you are number one even in the now race. Pei Zhou was flattered by Fang's eyes praise, and he kept shaking his fan until after images appeared. Fang Shi changed the subject. Second senior brother, our Xuanshan sect is still in great difficulty, and the master is still short of money, so getting rid of poverty and becoming rich depends entirely on you. After you practice, you can stamp it. 1,000 sacks is not too little, and 10,000 sacks is not too much. Second senior brother, I believe in you, you can do it. Pei Zhou was flattered at first, feeling that he was valued by his master and junior sister. But he quickly realized that they were using him as an animal. 1,000 sacks, 10,000 sacks. I'm afraid I don't want to make him vomit blood. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi demonstrated to him the automatic assembly line operation of Shaosap. Pei Zhou's newly healed self-confidence shattered into 8 petals in an instant. The fan was also silently put away. I do not deserve. Fang Shi was afraid that he would be beaten down, so she started to beat him again. It probably means that even if you are not as good as me, you are still a genius in the normal sense. As for me, I can no longer be described as a genius, I am a genius among geniuses. Pei Zhou. Are you comforting me, or are you hurting me again? Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 295 Little Martial Sister, it must be you. However, Pei Zhou quickly adjusted. It is a fact that his talent is not as good as that of junior sister. What he can do is to use diligence to narrow this gap. Fang Shi was very satisfied. Previously at Yueming Academy in the southern region, because of the inheritance of 4 meritorious elders, Pei Zhou directly broke through to the golden core stage. This kind of breakthrough can easily cause emotional instability, so she deliberately stimulated him so much, wanting to see how his mood is. Now it seems that his mood is very stable. In fact, the reason why Pei Zhou has such a state of mind is due to his experience with the blood of the royal family of the Yan clan. Such a big shock has been adjusted, so of course this shock is nothing to worry about. Fang Shi gave Pei Zhou the jade slips about her experience in cultivating her spiritual consciousness. Second senior brother, although I gave the same jade slips to every senior brother, your spiritual sense is the strongest. I think you should be the first to learn how to attack with spiritual sense. I am very optimistic about you. Pei Zhou's self-confidence shattered into 8 petals returned again. Little junior sister, don't worry. If I say anything else, I dare not say, in terms of spiritual consciousness, I am the only one besides you. After speaking, subconsciously wanted to shake the fan, but held back. Fang Shi felt completely at ease with him now, with the narcissism of the second senior brother, even in front of Tiandao, he could find his own advantage by every stitch. She gave the elixir to Pei Zhou again, so that he can take it when he needs it in the future. Pei Zhou didn't even ask about the origin of the elixir, and happily accepted it. Fang Shi came out from Pei Zhou, and came to look for fourth senior brother Jing Yan. Jing Yan has been practicing. As long as he has breath, he will practice. He didn't want to let his junior sister charge forward for him when he was in danger again. It should be him who protected her. Fang Shi didn't dare to treat Jing Yan in the same way as he did to Pei Zhou, otherwise he would be depressed. She has to be encouraged and given priority. So, she poured Jing Yan a few bowls of chicken soup for the soul, and then she talked about the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Jing Yan's eyes lit up instantly. He knew very well that the cultivation conditions in the southern territory were much better than those in the northern territory, and even if he kept practicing, he might not be able to catch up with them. However, if one masters the method of attacking with divine consciousness, then the gap in cultivation can be made up. Fang Shi didn't expect that Jing Yan had learned to overtake in curves now, so she felt quite relieved. Although this term is a little inappropriate, she can be said to be heartbroken because of these senior brothers. Seeing that these crooked neck trees are starting to straighten now, she is naturally very relieved. As soon as Fang Shi came out of Jing Yan's place, she received a message from Zhang Wen. Junior sister, is third wrong back? He didn't pick on you, did he? Fang Shi smiled and told Zhang Wen about what happened before. Zhang Wen gloated and said, little junior sister, it has to be you. Yes, that's the way to treat him. Let me tell you this, 8 out of 10 of the scapegoats I blamed on me were his convictions. Let me recite the house rules as soon as you see me, and don't bother others when you see him. But, little junior sister, although he is old-fashioned and annoying, he is actually not bad. Once when I went out to practice with him, if it weren't for him, I would probably have died. What's more, he is quite generous. When I'm short on money, he can lend me as long as I open my mouth. It's not like Pei's second son, who takes Zhou every time and asks me to clean his house. Fang Shi knew why Zhang Wen said these things. It was because she was afraid that she might have opinions on Rongzheng, or even create estrangement. In fact, you have heard too much. What she sees in people is not the appearance but the essence. Although Rongzheng is rigid and dogmatic, his heart is warm. Otherwise, the book wouldn't turn heads overnight because of the death of the senior brother, and directly bewitched. For a righteous person like him, getting him possessed is more painful than killing him. But he got in. Because in his heart, the brothers and sisters are more important than himself. How could she really hate such a person? She just wanted to help him be himself again. It is impossible to treat such a stubborn person without ruthless medicine. That's why she said such heavy words and deliberately slandered his starting point. Of course, thanks to Golden Retriever Suani's assist. After all, its saliva will keep people in a sour state of sobriety. Fang Shi didn't hide it either, and told Zhang Wen about her intentions. Zhang Wen chuckled, junior sister, I knew you wouldn't really get angry with Rong Lao-san, and most importantly, we wouldn't want to get angry with a stubborn donkey. Well, when can I leave the customs? I have not seen you for 8 hours and a quarter of an hour. Fang Shi, stay for another 3 days. She is really envious of this fifth senior brother. Not only heartless, but also thick-skinned. A thin-skinned girl like her is incomparable to him. There was another purpose behind her being so hostile to Rongzheng before, and that was to let him know what kind of character Shen Jilin was. Even if Shen Jilin performed well in the future, with this preconceived idea, Rongzheng would not have a good impression of her. Fang Shi wandered around for a long time before returning to her yard. The house has been repaired, and the handyman in charge of the repairs also gave Fang Shi a basket of pine mushrooms, saying that they suddenly popped up in the yard. Ji lay on Fang Shi's head. It seems to be my master's masterpiece. Fang Shi smiled and accepted the songling mushroom, and then gave each of the handymen a bottle of good homeostatic pill. The handyman left happily. Fang Shi never underestimated anyone, even if the other party was just a small handyman, she would respect him. After entering the room, Jilei flew down from the jade hairpin and flew around the room. This will be its bedroom in the future. Although it's a bit shabby, but you don't have to pay so much attention when you go out, so let's make do with it. It must sleep on the bed. As for the phoenix dog, this little pet is only fit to sleep on the floor. So, swaggeringly, lay on the bed. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 296. Seeing Ji Lei, lying, on the bed, Fang Shi didn't say anything. Humming a little song, she put her quilt on the floor and spread it out, and lay down on it with her eyes closed to rest. Ji Lei was quite proud at first, thinking that Fang Shi didn't dare to compete with it. But soon it doesn't feel right. Feng Gu is so bold, is there anything she dare not do in this world? There is a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Although it can't guess what the conspiracy is, it must be a conspiracy against it. Snort. If you want to plot against me, there is no way. Not to mention doors, there are not even windows. Ji Lei immediately flew up from the bed and flew around Fang Shi twice. Fang Shi opened her eyes. Hey, why don't you sleep on the bed anymore? The visitor is a guest, I left it for you to sleep on purpose. Go to sleep, soft and warm, how good it is. The more she said that, the more Jilei felt that there was something wrong with it. Fly directly to the top of the beam. It's better here. Condescending, everything is under my control. Fang Shi persuaded her for a while, then sighed. Alright, since you don't want to sleep on the bed, then I'll make it difficult for you to sleep. Fang Shi moved the quilt to the bed, and soon fell asleep soundly. Jilei. I won't be tricked by Fengguo again, will I? No. Certainly not. I'm the extremely intelligent and unparalleled Master Jilei. How could she be tricked by a little spirit pet? The little black ball saw Jilei's twitching appearance, and asked the little fat bird. Do you see the dog is angry? The little fat bird said slowly. Nothing to be angry about. The owner left it just to make use of it, and besides, it was just a split of Jili, and it would dissipate in a short time. Instead of competing with it, you might as well practice hard. Ever since I ate the fire marrow, my ability has been increasing. The little black ball is even more angry. Back then, it was the only one for the unscrupulous master, and it was her favorite pet. But now, it has become a scoop of Ruo Shui's 3000. Maybe it's still half a scoop. Fang Shi, you scumbag. However, according to what she said, he will soon go to the demon realm, and that will be its home field. Not to mention anything else, if she wants to pretend to be a demon, she has to rely on it. At that time, I will stand aside all the little fat birds, the fire-eating cats, the Chankan banners, and the bullshit tribulation thunders. My jerk is the master's apex. Fang Shi really wanted to go for a walk in the demon realm, because the strength of the southern territory was much stronger than that of the northern territory human race, so the demon race had to be pulled into the camp of the northern territory human race. Only in this way can he have the confidence to break his wrist with Nanyu. However, she doesn't want to go for the time being, she plans to go after breaking through the golden core. 818 novels. Otherwise, the strength is too weak, and it will not be easy to mix in the devil world. So, after breakfast the next day, she began to concentrate on practicing. Jilei tossed and turned on the beams, just like dried fish in the sun. So boring. Why doesn't the phoenix go to make trouble? You should continue to hate the wrong Zheng. No matter how bad it is, you can go to a few senior brothers to discuss it. How boring it is to practice dryly. Jilei was really bored, so he sneaked out of the house. I'll go and play with that golden retriever Sun Ni. It completely forgot what its original intention of staying was. Fang Shi noticed that Jilei ran out, but didn't care, and continued to practice. Although Jilei is a bit stupid, he still has principles and will not hurt people for no reason. Jilei flew halfway, saw Rong Zheng approaching, and immediately flew back to the house in a panic. Of course, in order not to be noticed, it flew from the grass. Commonly known as, fly on grass. Seeing its bluffing appearance, Fang Shi guessed that it might be Rong Zheng. Sure enough, a moment later, someone knocked on the door. Fang Shi slowly opened the courtyard door. After seeing that it was Rong Zheng, he closed the courtyard door again. Third brother, there is nothing to say between us, please go back. Rong Zheng, who was rejected by the door, frowned even tighter. Little sister, I'm here to apologize. What happened yesterday was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have charged you before I investigated clearly and caused you harm. Sorry. Fang Shi sneered. Sorry. A sorry can make up for the harm done to me. Just because of your words, the wound in my heart that healed with difficulty was torn open again bloody. Because these painful memories keep me awake at night. Jilei, who doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement, nonsense. Obviously you slept like a dead pig yesterday, you didn't even wake up after I flew 3 times over your head. Fang Shi continued. Third senior brother, some mistakes can be made up for, but once made, there is never a chance to make up for some mistakes. I don't want to talk to you about the extra words, please come back. Rong Zheng felt that he was really not human. He didn't sleep last night. Those words Fang Shi said resounded in his mind over and over again. Although he felt that Fang Shi's words were too much, even slandering him. But it is undeniable that yesterday was indeed his fault. Especially thinking of what Fang Shi said later, and thinking of her tearful face, he slapped himself hard. He didn't have a prejudice against junior sister, nor did he deliberately pick her fault. It's just a matter of habit, if you see someone who violates the door rules, you have to point it out on the spot. Rong Zheng took a deep breath. Junior sister, I know it's too late to say anything now, but I will use the rest of my life to make up for the harm I caused you. I'm going back first, and I'll see you another day. Fang Shi used her spiritual sense to see that Rong Zheng had left, and then opened the courtyard door. There is a storage ring outside in the yard. Fang Shi poked into her consciousness and took a look. There were many gadgets that little girls like, as well as many spiritual fruits and snacks inside. There is also a Xuanshan Sect regulations. Fang Shi, some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 297 Confidence shines. Fang Shi was speechless for a moment. It seems that although the strong medicine she gave has some effect, it is not great. If you want the third senior brother to change, there is a long way to go. While thinking about it, Fang Shi put the things into her storage ring. Jilei thought to himself, you say you don't forgive others, but you take other people's things, you are really thick-skinned. Fang Shi seemed to have guessed its thoughts, and took a look at it. 818 novel. Things are innocent, why should I accept them? Besides, waste is shameful. Fang Shi went back to the house and continued to practice. For the next few days, Fang Shi was practicing. During this period, Junwen also left the customs. Jilei made a cameo appearance as a friend. Therefore, because of the continuous epiphanies, Zhengwen has seen the light of his Dzogchen cultivation in the foundation building period. Hearing everyone's praise, seeing the envious eyes of Rong Lao San and Jing Lao Si, Zhengwen was so beautiful that he couldn't even find Bei. Most importantly, Xiao Beidao rarely praised him as a flower. Zhengwen feels that the pinnacle of life is nothing more than this. This was brought to him by his junior sister. From now on, he will follow the little junior sister wherever she goes, even if the little junior sister goes to the devil world, he will follow. Maybe his father is the demon emperor. Anyway, if he can't find his father for a day, his father may be the demon emperor, the suzerain of the longevity sect, or even Tiandao. Everything could be his father. Just when Zhengwen was so beautiful, he was snapped back to reality by Feng Shi, and he honestly went to practice. He didn't even ask why Feng Shi attacked with his consciousness, nor did he ask what happened in Feng Shi's illusion. He just wants to practice now. On the one hand, she was being honest by Ban Juan, and on the other hand, Feng Shi said that she might go for a walk in the devil world after forming the alchemy. If he wanted to follow, she had to form the alchemy first. Therefore, Zhengwen practiced desperately. Feng Shi is very optimistic about him. Because since Jilei came, their sword powers have been hiding in Zhengwen's courtyard. Zhengwen is also a genius of swordsmanship. I believe he will be able to comprehend several sword moves soon. People are a little biased. Feng Shi is no exception. Among the 5 senior brothers, she was the most willing to take Zhengwen out to have fun. Taking the elder brother Jiang Ji out is like taking a simplified version of Xiao Beidao out. No matter what she does, he will be worried, for fear that she will be in danger. Taking the second senior brother Pei Jiao out, there is no major problem other than being narcissistic and smug, but he is a gangster. It's not that Feng Shi discriminates against the Miao people, but that sometimes it's inconvenient, and it's likely to show her feet. Take third senior brother Rong Zheng out, and before she starts to act, you can pick out more than one fault for her. Taking fourth senior brother Jing Yan out, she had to think carefully before speaking, for fear of hurting his fragile little heart. Although the fifth senior brother has a mediocre mind and a mediocre cultivation, he has many advantages. In addition to being strict with her mouth, the most important thing to be able to blame her is to understand her intentions. With just a look, a word, or even nothing, he can guess what she means. The most important thing is to be heartless. Getting along with this kind of person is very relaxed and has no scruples. Not tired. Feng Shi was practicing that day, and received a message from Wei Rui from the Southern Territory. In addition to making contact with each other and inviting Feng Shi to the Southern region, there is also a news revealed. The Wangfu family sent people to Xuanshnong in the Northern Territory again, and this time it was Wangfu Wenlian, the elder of the Wangfu family. The reason why Wei Rui revealed this news to Feng Shi was to show his sincerity. Xiao Shishi has a good head, maybe he can use this news to exchange Xuanshnong for some benefits. As for the Wangfu's family, it's better to be deflated. Feng Shi declined Wei Rui's invitation, chatted briefly, and then put away the jade talisman of communication. She had already guessed that the Wangfu family would not let it go, so this matter was expected. She told Xiao Beidao about it. Xiao Beidao was a little worried. He met Wangfu Wenlian once, and the other party was not only highly cultivated, but also a smiling tiger with a hidden needle in his face. Not easy to deal with. Feng Shi blinked her eyes. And NBBSP, Master, this incident is not just about our Xuanshan sect. I think the Southern Territory wants to use this incident to probe the reality of our Northern Territory. So, let's not hide it and quickly tell the other 3 heads about this matter. Let them come over and cheer us on. Bring a few more monks who transform the spirit, and if it is convenient, bring the beasts of the Zhenpai. Let's give the Wangfu family a serious blow. In case they don't give up and come over again and again to ask for someone. He also beat those caring people in the southern region to make them fearful. What do you think? Xiao Beidao nodded appreciatively. It must be that the precious apprentice has a lot of eyes. So, a message was sent to Bailey Muchen, Hu Wangkui and Lu Zhenkuan. If it was before, the 3 of them must find various reasons to shirk. After all, this matter is Xuan Tianzong's private matter in the final analysis. But it's different now. Since Xuanshnong has Feng Shi, they can't wait to find a chance to come to Xuanshnong for a stroll. Of course they can't wait for it. So, one by one in a hurry came. Not only did they bring the cultivators who transformed themselves into gods and the divine beasts of Zhenpai, but they also brought all their own disciples. The euphemistic name is long experience. Xingwu and the others were all overwhelmed. I heard that Feng Shi had long wanted to come after leaving the customs, but thinking of Rong Zheng's dead face, he just didn't dare. It's not that they're timid, the key point is that Rong Zheng's appearance is similar to the law enforcement elders in their law enforcement hall, which makes people feel scared. As soon as they heard him talk about the rules of the house, their brains hurt. For a moment, the Xuanshan sect was very lively. Golden Retriever Suani is the happiest. Although it is still the lowest in cultivation, as long as it is diligent, it will soon be able to catch up with the latecomers. So be very enthusiastic, very steady. Confidence shines. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 298 Master, you have changed. It was rare for Xiao Beidao to be generous, and the food was better than last time, not at 1:30. He also specially called Rong Zheng over and told him that there was only one central idea, and told him not to talk as much as he had nothing to do. Rong Zheng. Master, you have changed. You have always said that I am the most like you, that I have the bones of righteousness and chivalry, but now you imply that I talk less. Thinking of the words Feng Shi scolded him, he couldn't help but doubt life. Is he really wrong? Xiao Beidao also had no choice. The last time the 3 apprentices drove Xingwu and the others away, it was a bit unpleasant. If he beeps blindly again this time, all the popularity accumulated by the little apprentice will be harmed by him. It's enough to not ground him. Xingwu and the others were worried that Rong Zheng would talk about the door rules, but now that he is silent, they feel relieved. However, when they saw Zheng Wen, everyone felt sour in their hearts. Especially Xingwu. He felt that his talent was much stronger than Zheng Wen's, but he had only built the 7th floor of the foundation, and Zheng Wen had already completed the foundation building. Where should I go to reason? It must have borrowed from my junior sister. Speaking of this, Xingwu blamed his master. Back then, junior sister took the initiative to recognize you as the second master, but you foolishly refused. It's good now, every month I have the cheek to give away the materials passed on to my disciples, and Chang Chuang's attempt to accept others as apprentices has not been successful. What a 205. If he had agreed at the beginning, maybe he would have completed the foundation establishment George now, even a golden core. Hu Wangkui didn't know that the little apprentice was slandering him, so he was grinning. Old Xiao, you just called us over. Our 4 major sects are connected with each other, so we should help each other. If Wang Fu Wenlian is easy to discuss, we will treat him as a distinguished guest. If he is a bald-tailed dog, we are not used to his problems. Bailey Muchen and Lu Zhengquan also meant the same thing. The strength of the Southern Territory is indeed stronger than that of the Northern Territory, but there is no need for them to do a little bit of a low, because there is a border crossing, and the Southern Territory does not dare to do it easily. Just as he was talking, someone came to report that people from the Wang Fu family had arrived. Wang Fu Wenlian's identity was there, so Xiao Beidao and others went outside the mountain gate to greet him in person. Wang Fu Wenlian did not come alone, he brought many people with him, including Wang Fu Yao. After Wang Fu Yao returned from the borderland, it might be because of a change in his state of mind that he was promoted. From the original 6th level of Golden Core, it became the 7th level of Golden Core. Originally, he was valued more in Wang Fu's family, but now he is even more valued by the elder Wang Fu Wenlian. This time I specifically asked him to follow. Wang Fu Yao was very happy, and when Xuanshnong's affairs were finished, if he had time, he would meet Xiao Shishi. If she wants, he can introduce her to the great elder. Regarding Jing Yan, Wang Fu Yao had no idea. He is a true descendant, but he is also unwilling to meddle in the family affairs of the patriarch. Everything is decided by the great elder. Wang Fu Wenlian was looking at Xuanshnong's plaque at this time. I thought to myself, Xuanshnong has a profound foundation, but it is a pity that one generation is not as good as the other. It is an irreversible fact that the situation in the Northern Territory is declining. Sooner or later, it will be in the pocket of the Southern Territory. He has a city mansion, no matter what he thinks in his heart, he doesn't show it on his face. However, when he saw that the heads of the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory were all there, he was taken aback for a moment. Seeing the cultivators of transforming spirits coming out in a file, they were stunned again. When I saw the beasts sent by the 4 major towns, I was somewhat uneasy. This scene is a bit too big. Are you welcoming me, or demonstrating? Xiao Beidao smiled brightly. Great elder, you have come from a long way, you have worked hard. Come on, please come inside. The 3 of Bailey Muchen also smiled and said a few polite words. As if the 4 of them were originally a family. The great elder's heart sank. Didn't it mean that the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory didn't like each other, and they pinched like black eyes all day long? Why do you look so harmonious? He suppressed the doubts in his heart, and followed Xiao Beidao and others into Xuanshnong, and to the meeting hall. Xiao Beidao ordered people to bring tea and fruit snacks, said some polite words, and then asked. The great elder is here for my 4 apprentices. The great elder nodded. Master Xiao is really quick to speak, so I'll just say it straight. Last time, Liang Sangui, that dog slave, was speechless and ran into head Xiao. After returning, he was severely punished by the head of the family, and he was removed from the position of chief executive. The head of the family was eager for his son, so he sent the old man over to take Yansa back to recognize his ancestors. Xiao Beidao thought to himself that the great elder deserved to be the great elder, he could speak more than Liang Sangui. 818 novels. He smiled and said, Grand Elder, I have expressed my attitude before, this matter depends entirely on Jing Yan's personal opinion. If he wants to go back to Wang Fu's family, I will never stop him. But if he doesn't want to go back, no one can force him. Xiao Beidao's words were somewhat tough. The great elder acted as if he hadn't heard, and said with a smile, then let Yansa come over, and I'll talk to him. Xiao Beidao secretly scolded Xiao Mianhu, and asked someone to call Jing Yan. Soon, Jing Yan came. Not only him, Fang Xi and the others all came. Regardless of the cultivation level of these direct disciples, they are full of energy, walk with style, and full of confidence. Wang Fuyao stood up because she was a junior. Seeing Fang Xi coming in, his knees felt weak for some reason, and he wanted to kneel down on one knee. He couldn't help cursing secretly. Sure enough, something went wrong. In the past, I only saw Xiao Shishi wanting to kneel on one knee, but now why do I just want to kneel when I see a girl with a similar figure? Isn't this a bitch? Good afternoon, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 299. You are really a good person. After Jing Yan and others saluted, Xiao Beidao recommended to Jing Yan. This is the great elder of the Wang Fu family, you can call him great elder respectfully. Jing Yan saluted the great elder with a cold expression. I have met the great elder. The great elder smiled very kindly. Yan sir, even if sect leader Xiao didn't introduce you, I would still recognize you because your appearance resembles that of the patriarch. So the blood is inseparable and inseparable. Come, this is a greeting gift for you. The Great Elder took out a small porcelain bottle. In it is the consolidated foundation pill, which will be of great benefit to the formation of the pill after you have established your foundation and achieved great perfection. If it was the old Jing Yan, he would definitely not want it. He doesn't care about things from Wang Fu's family. But since he was fed all kinds of chicken soup by Feng Shi, especially the black chicken soup, he felt that he was not taking advantage of the bastard. So, he reached out to take it, and thanked him lightly. Seeing that Jing Yan had accepted the elixir, the Great Elder felt that the matter was more than half settled. Yan sir, last time Liang Sangui, that dog slave, couldn't speak human language, he was already punished by the head of the house. I am here this time, on the one hand to express my apology to Head Xiao, on the other hand I want to take you back to the Wang Fu family and recognize your ancestor. Don't worry, as long as you return to the Wang Fu family, the patriarch will not only make up for what he owed you over the years, but also, you are qualified to become the heir of the patriarch of the Wang Fu family. In addition, I know that you grew up in Xuanshnong, and you have a lot of affection for this place. After you recognize your ancestor and return to the clan, you can come and visit at any time, and it is even possible to take people to live in Wang Fu's family. The conditions offered by the Great Elder are not unattractive, and may touch the hearts of many people. However, Jing Yan was not included. Not to mention, he knew that the Wang Fu family came for his jade beads. Even if there was no other purpose, he would not go back. Xuanshnong is his home. He is not going anywhere. So, when the Great Elder finished speaking, he said indifferently, "Thank you for the Wang Fu family's respect for me, but I'm not interested in recognizing my ancestors and returning to my clan. I just want to stay in Xuanshnong and practice hard." The Great Elder thought that he had the chance to win, but he was poured cold water, which made his heart feel cold. He was somewhat annoyed. I feel that Jing Yan doesn't know how to flatter. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said patiently, "I know you have feelings for Xuanshnong, but one has to look at the long term. The cultivation resources in the south region are better and more conducive to your development. As the saying goes, water flows to low places and people go to high places, you have to think clearly." Jing Yan still looked calm. "Well, I figured it out." The Great Elder persuaded him for a long time, but Jing Yan still couldn't change his mind. Seeing that he didn't eat oil and salt, the Great Elder had no choice but to say, "Your child seems to be on the edge of a dead end. No matter what, then you should think about it again. When you want to go back, the door of Wang Fu's family will always be open to you." The Great Elder said this very grandly and generously. However, everyone knows that there will be a follow-up. Sure enough, the Great Elder went on to say, "Yan sir, Ling Yunju is the treasure of the Wang Fu family's townhouse, and it was worn on you by accident that day. Now that you don't want to return to the Wang Fu family, can Ling Yunju be returned to us? Don't worry, we will give you some compensation. Whether it is Lingxi, Tiansidabao, or even Yueming Academy's registration qualifications are fine. What do you think?" Jing Yan refused without thinking. The Great Elder was very angry, but he still didn't attack. "Yan sir, I know that Ling Yunju means a lot to you, so you are reluctant to part with it. But things are dead after all. Talent is more important. Although your mother has passed away, your grandfather's family is still alive, so you don't want to meet them." Everyone present understood that what the Great Elder said was a threat. If Jing Yan didn't hand over Ling Yunju, Jing Yan's grandfather's family would suffer. Really shameless. Jing Yan hesitated. Just when she was at a loss, Feng Shi said with a smile, "Great Elder, Junior Feng Shi greets you. Logically speaking, I shouldn't say this much, but my fourth senior brother treats me like my own sister on weekdays, and his affairs are naturally my affairs. If I don't say a few words, I will suffocate to death." Great Elder. Feng Shi continued. "Great Elder, I've always heard that you're a mountain traveler with outstanding character. I can see it today, and it really lives up to its reputation. What you said just now seems to be a warning to my fourth senior brother that if you don't donate the beads, his grandfather's family will be attacked. Actually, you are reminding me of my fourth senior brother. Now that there are beads in hand, some people still throw rats. Once the amulet of beads is gone, all the bright and dark ones will come. Not to mention my fourth senior brother, his grandfather's family will definitely not survive. Therefore, if my fourth senior brother wants to survive, if he wants to keep his grandfather's family, he must hold the beads tightly in his hands. If you hadn't reminded me, my fourth senior brother might really be confused. 818 novels. You are such a good man. Fourth senior brother, why don't you thank the Great Elder for your kindness?" Jing Yan. Great Elder. Everyone. Jing Yan was stunned for a moment, then respectfully bowed to the Elder. "Thank you, Great Elder, for your kindness and virtue. Jing Yan will never forget it." The Great Elder wanted to say, I have not, but I can't say it. Could it be that I'm threatening you and I'm just shameless? Just now, Jing Yan was still in a dilemma. Now, instead of him, he is in a dilemma. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 300. You are my enemy for life. As expected of the Great Elder quickly smiled and said, "It's not really a point, but it's still the same sentence, Yan sir. Recognizing your ancestors and returning to your clan is the most correct choice for you. As the saying goes, it's a crime to hold the jade, and you can't keep Ling Yunju with your ability. Not only can it fail to play its purpose, but it will also lead to fatal disasters. I don't force you either, so think about it." The Great Elder's words had a lot of truth in them. Although he was furious in his heart, the scene was fine. Xiao Beidao said a few words in a timely manner, and then asked someone to set up a banquet. During the dinner, Wang Fuyao kept looking at Feng Shi intentionally or unintentionally. Why do you think this Feng Shi looks a bit like Xiao Shishi? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. The two can't fight each other at all. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the great elder said, Master Xiao, apart from Yance's business, I also want young people to compete with each other. Although the top talents of our Wangfu family either went to the Changshengong or the 4 major academies for further study, the few I brought here can be regarded as the best. How about letting them make gestures now? Of course, everyone understands the subtext in his words, that is, he brought only second-rate players this time, but it is enough to deal with you. What arrogance! Master Xiao said with a smile, then let's compare. No matter how nice the words are, it's useless, and the competition will see the truth. The great elder felt that the first match was very important, so he sent Wang Fuyao. He just glanced at the direct disciples of the 4 major sects, only 2 of them are at the 6th level of the Golden Core, and Wang Fuyao is at the 7th level of the Golden Core, so they should have a good chance of winning. Jiang Ji was about to take the initiative to invite Ying. Although Wang Fuyao was 1 level higher than him, he was still very sure in his heart. As long as he is not compared with the perverted little junior sister, even in the early stage of Yuanying, he has the power to fight. As a result, Feng Shi was the first to say, Master, let me compare with him. After all, the cultivation base of the southern territory is too vain, and the 7th level of Jindan is similar to my 7th level of foundation building. The elder is very happy. But no one with a brain can say such a thing. The 7th floor of Jindan in our southern region is similar to the 7th floor of foundation building in your northern region. Why is your foundation building in the northern territory so valuable? This Feng Shi probably just had a mouthful, and would not really compete in the competition. 818 novels. If you really try to fight, you will definitely lose if you have at most 5 face-to-face meetings. Not only him, Bailey Muchen and the others also felt that Feng Shi was just talking, although they admitted that Feng Shi was very good, but the difference was too much. On the contrary, it was as if a group of personal biography had been beaten, and Xingwu even thought for a while that Feng Shi had won, so he should say something about rainbow farts. Although Xiao Beidao had the heart of an old father, he also knew that the young apprentice was capable, so he hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Great elder. Do you really want to make gestures? Fine. That's what you asked for. Wang Fuyao really wanted to compete with Feng Shi, because he wanted to take the opportunity to test whether Feng Shi was Xiao Shishi. There is no need for anything else, as long as she is forced to make a big move, it will be clear at a glance. After all, everyone only has one big move. After the 2 entered the competition venue, Feng Shi said with a smile. Your cultivation base is low, you should do it first. Wang Fuyao. We don't know if you are blind or blind. He was not polite, and immediately called out the flying sword, stabbing Feng Shi's throat. Feng Shi dodged to avoid it, and then released the wooden sword. On the scene, Feng Shi was very passive. If it wasn't for her quick movement, she would have lost long ago. Wang Fuyao wholeheartedly wanted to force Feng Shi to make big moves, so the moves became faster and faster. Feng Shi felt that she and Wang Fuyao had fought side by side anyway, so it was inappropriate for him to kneel in public. So, he transformed into a large brick of spiritual consciousness, and threw it at Wang Fuyao with % force. Wang Fuyao only felt a stabbing pain in his consciousness, and when he recovered, Feng Shi's wooden sword had already touched his neck. The place was dead silent. Many people didn't even realize that Wang Fuyao had already lost. What happened? Is Wang Fuyao a fool? Why not hide? At this moment, Zhang Wen scratched his neck and shouted. Little junior sister established the foundation and won the Golden Core battle, a complete victory. Little junior sister is invincible and invincible. Little junior sister is mighty. Xingwu, who was about to shout slogans. You actually took my job. Zhengwen, you are really my lifelong enemy. Wang Fu SP, Wang Fuyao's face turned red, even if Feng Shi's divine sense attack caught him by surprise, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. In the final analysis, it is to underestimate the enemy. He felt that a small 7th floor of foundation building would not be able to overturn any storms at all, and he could easily win with % of his strength. In addition, all he was thinking about was how to force Feng Shi to make a big move to verify whether she was Xiao Shishi. As a result, I didn't pay attention for a while and lost. He felt so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground and slip in. No matter how self-restraining the great elder is, he can't hold on at this time. His face was ashen. The 7th floor of the Golden Core was won by the 7th floor of the foundation building. Speaking of it, it makes people laugh out loud. He glared at Wang Fuyao, and asked Wang Fudong on the 5th floor of Jindan to compete with Feng Shi. Because he felt that Wang Fuyao's defeat was just an accident, and the 5th level of Jindan was enough to deal with Feng Shi. Wang Fudong was originally dissatisfied with Wang Fuyao, and felt that the opportunity to overwhelm him had come. Therefore, he uttered nonsense as soon as he came up, saying that within 10 moves, Feng Shi would definitely be defeated. Feng Shi smiled lightly. Wang Fuyao is at least worthy of being my opponent, you are just a clown. Wang Fuyao blushed. I still have to thank you for praising me. Angrily, Wang Fudong called out the flying sword, and went straight to Feng Shi's vital point. Feng Shi didn't want to waste time with him, so she used her big moves when she came up. The word, kneeling, fell from the sky and went straight to Wang Fu building. Wang Fudong was a little confused. What kind of trick is this? As soon as his flying sword touched the word, kneeling turned into 13 strokes and shot towards him. Wang Fudong avoided it quite easily. Feng Shi, you've run out of your ult, let's see if you still. His words stopped abruptly, because another word, kneeling, fell from the sky. Wang Fudong hastily responded to the challenge. He had just resolved the word kneeling, and before he could catch his breath, another word kneeling fell from the sky. After 6, kneeling, words, Wang Fudong knelt on the ground, and Feng Shi's sword was on his throat. Wang Fudong wanted to die. He used to laugh at Wang Fuyao for losing to a little Zhu Ji, but now he not only lost, but also kneeled down to him. No shame. Wang Fuyao rejoiced for a while. Fortunately Feng Shi didn't use this bad move to deal with him, otherwise he would be ashamed to see others in the future. Sure enough, happiness is comparable. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 301 Little Marshall's sister is peerless in the world. Xingwu got ahead of Jun Wen this time, pulling his neck and shouting. Building a foundation is better than a golden core, and my junior sister is brave and invincible. The big move of kneeling is unprecedented, and there will be no one in the future, and the little junior sister is unparalleled in the world. Jun Wen gave him a hard look. Shameless. Why are you, a wild brother, so noisy? It's as if you can pass me by saying 2 more rainbow farts. I'm afraid I don't want to fart. Wild ones are wild after all. As long as my only brother is here, you will be in the next life, and you will have to stand aside in the next life. The face of the great elder is about to turn into that of a donkey. Originally, I wanted to overwhelm Beiyu and save face. It's good now, not only the face is gone, but also the face is gone. This Fangxi was able to amplify her moves one after another. How did she do it? He couldn't help cursing inwardly. It seems that the information about the Northern Territory is not allowed at all. It is said that the 4 major sects have always had rifts, that they fight each other when they have nothing to do, and in the end they hold hands and are closer than brothers. It is said that the concentration of aura in the Northern Territory is low, and the cultivation level is much lower than that in the Southern Territory. It is true that the cultivation base is low, but the fighting power is strong. People can easily beat the 7th level of Jindan with a single foundation building level. If there is a fight, wouldn't the Southern Territory suffer a lot? It seems that people have to collect intelligence again, and they can't act rashly. Even in Fangxi's dreams, she never imagined that she just had 2 random fights, which made the Southern Territory feel jealous of the Northern Territory. This is also a surprise. Although Xiao Beidao really wanted to add insult to injury and mock the great elder, he held back. He smiled and said, Elder, my little apprentice's moves are different from those of ordinary people, that's why I let the 2 young talents of your Wangfu family miss. It can only be said to be a fluke, not a great skill. Fighting and killing is nothing interesting, let's go around, the scenery of our Xuanshnong is still very good. Seeing that Xiao Beidao handed over the ladder, the great elder had no choice but to accept it. After saying 2 polite words, he said, I have other things to do, so I won't bother you. In the future, if we have the opportunity, we will have tea and talk again. What can I do if I don't go? You can't beat it, you can't say it. If only the people from Xuanshan sect are easy to deal with, then the people from the other 3 sects are also there. Not only people are there, but even the gods and beasts of the Zhenpa are there. Fuck it. Xiao Beidao tried to persuade him to stay, and then sent the great elder and others outside the mountain gate. Fangxi didn't want to go out at first, because she would definitely kneel down when she got to the mountain gate. But she was afraid that something would happen before the great elder left, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow out of the mountain gate. Sure enough, as soon as she came out of the mountain gate, she knelt down. He turned around numbly and kowtowed to the black. 818 novels. Father, disciple Fangxi kowtows to you. Today, I had a discussion with young talents from the southern region, and my disciples were deeply touched. Although I was lucky to win, I saw my own gaps and shortcomings, and I will definitely practice hard in the future. In the future, I will show the prestige of Xuanshnong and shine the light of my northern territory. The elder's face turned green. I'm about to leave, are you still embarrassing me here again? This Fangxi is really too hateful. He gritted his back molars and got on the flying boat. Wang Fuyan heard it, but he couldn't. Asked Fangxi in a low voice, are you Xiao Shishi? Although the alt is different, but for some reason, he always feels that Fangxi and Xiao Shishi are very similar. It's not the appearance, nor the cultivation base, but the same. Loss. Fangxi was surprised and said, why are you smiling? I'm still bitter. Wang Fuyao. He originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but the great elder urged him, so he had no choice but to board the flying boat with doubts. Fangxi sighed inwardly, my little vest seems to be leaking air. Gotta get a sturdy little vest next time. Just as he was thinking, he noticed that the hosta on the melon on his head trembled slightly. Ji Lei was so happy. It's so much fun to watch the show every day. This is Rei's day. It was a little reluctant to kill Fenggu. It's a pity, it is a conscientious tribulation thunder, and it has to be hacked if it should be hacked. Looking at the flying boat going away, Wang Kui said to Xiao Beidao. Old Xiao, I think it's too much for Shaoxi to only learn your Xuanshnong skills. I intend to selflessly teach her all the techniques of the beast control gate, what do you think? Lu Zhengquin's heart moved, and he hurriedly said. R1 Janzong's exercises are actually more suitable for Shaoxi, especially since she has something to do with R1 Janzong's sword powers. How about this, Zhao Zhao has nothing to do now, let Xiaoxi follow me to R1 Janzong to stay for a stage. By the way, learn the skills of R1 Janzong. Bailey Muchen was heartbroken. Actually, Shaoxi is more suitable for our Hunyuanzong's cultivation method, after all, her cultivation foundation was laid in Hunyuanzong. It is better to hit the sun than to choose a day, why not bring Shaoxi back to Hunyuanzong today? Xiao Beidao fell back angrily. You 1, 2 or 3 are shameless, aren't you? What about teaching exercises, you just want to rob me of my apprentices. Seeing that his face was turning green, Wang Kui laughed loudly. Old Xiao, I made a joke with you, but you still take it seriously. Shaoxi is your apprentice, no matter how much we like him, we can't grab him, right? Now that Wang Fu Wenlian has left, we won't stay any longer, and we will meet again some other day. Although he also wanted to stay with Xuanshnong, but there were a lot of things about the sect. Hu Wang Kui and Bailey Muchen also bid farewell. The 3 of them left, but Xingmu's direct disciples did not leave. Just kidding, I finally came, and the fool left. Rong Zheng frowned slightly. Thinking of what Xiao Beidao told him, he silently swallowed the words that came to his lips. then gave each of Xingwu and the others a copy of Xuanzhen Sect Regulations. Xingwu and others. Good afternoon, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 302 Go is king. Xingwu and the others were speechless. I thought the youngest Rong had changed his gender, but he turned out to be the same bear. Although nothing was said, everything was said in silence. Forget it, as long as I can stay with my junior sister for a while, I'll bear it. For the next period of time, these direct disciples either exchanged cultivation experience or competed with each other, and all of them gained a lot. I don't know if it's numbness, or seeing the effect. Anyway, Rong Zheng no longer resists the behavior of Xingwu and others who insist on staying with Xuanzhen. It's just that, occasionally, the elder of the law-enforcing hall will possess him and say a few words. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Fang Shi told Xingwu and the others about her experience in cultivating her spiritual consciousness, saying that it was improved from the method of cultivating the divine consciousness of the Dao people. As for whether one can succeed in cultivation, it depends on one's aptitude and understanding. Xingwu and the others were quite moved. In these years, even a pill would make people fight over, but Fang Shi taught them the cultivation method of spiritual consciousness for free. A friend like Fang Shi deserves to be repaid with his life. Fang Shi is fine and still likes to chat with these people, especially the 4 personal heirs of Hunyuanzong. Although the 4 of Muzawai have already integrated in, they still feel a little uncomfortable because of their previous relationship. I always feel that I am wrong, I am sorry for Fang Shi, and I always want to find a chance to make up for Fang Shi. Therefore, they would say whatever Fang Shi asked, and it could be said that they knew everything without saying anything. Fang Shi mainly wanted to ask about Shen Jilan's situation. Fang Shi never underestimated anyone, especially Shen Jilan was the heroine of the original book. As the so-called daughter of luck, it is impossible to give up so easily. It's not that Fang Shi didn't think about hitting her directly, it's over. But there is no perfect solution when you think about it. First, there is no direct evidence for Shen Jilan's crime for the time being, so there is no way to stand on the moral high ground and kill her. Second, some people from Bailey Muchen and Hunyuanzong haven't completely given up on Shen Jilan, so it's impossible to take her life forcibly. Finally, and most importantly, Fang Shi felt that it might be beneficial to keep Shen Jilan. The trip to the junction let her know that their biggest threat comes from the Tiank League. The most troublesome thing right now is that although she knows the existence of the Tiank League, she has no way to find the trace of the other party. She thought of Shen Jilan. The Feihung sword in Shen Jilan's hand was originally used to suppress the air of death, but it was in her hands. Could there be any handwriting of Tiank coming in it? In addition, in the book, Shen Jilan develops a lot of dog licking, and most of these dog licking talents are talented, and almost all of them end badly in the end. Could there be some conspiracy here? Therefore, as long as you keep an eye on Shen Jilan, you may be able to find out the Tiank League. Shen Jilan is just a threadbare. Fang Shi soon learned from the 4 of Muzawai that since she was grounded, Shen Jilan had been practicing in the yard obediently, without making any noise. Fang Shi felt something was wrong. According to Shen Jilan's character, it is impossible to do nothing. It is very likely that she is confident that she will be released soon. It's a pity that Fang Shi skipped to read that book, especially when she abandoned it later, and after thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't come up with any valuable clues. 818 novels. Well, if everything was predictable, it wouldn't be much of a challenge. It's time to see the tricks. Fang Shi didn't hide it either, and generously asked Muzawai and the others to find a way to keep an eye on Shen Jilan, lest she make any trouble. Muzawai and the others were also very knowledgeable, saying that whenever there was a trouble in Shen Jilan, they would tell her as soon as possible. A month later, Xingwu and the others reluctantly returned to their respective sects. No matter how good Xuanzhen is, it is not his own sect. It's not like that to always rely on others. Before Xingwu left, he sighed. How wonderful it would be if we were all brothers and sisters of the same sect. Otherwise, forget about merging the 4 sects. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked by the big brother Qin Shifeng. What are you talking about? If master hears it, I can't beat you to death. Xingwu also realized later that he had said the wrong thing, and laughed twice. That's what I said, I'm so bald. After Xingwu and the others left, Fang Shi spent most of her time practicing. Not to mention the cantilever of the head, the cone and the buttocks are almost the same. Because she knew that time was running out and she had to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. It's a pity, things backfired, despite her hard work, but with little success. The cultivation seems to be fixed on the 7th floor of the foundation building, motionless. Fang Shi had no choice but to look for Xiao Beidao. Xiao Beidao felt that the little apprentice was just too impatient. How long has it been? You have changed from a small waist with a damaged stanchion to a 7th level foundation building. How fast do you want to be? Haste makes waste, and steady action is the right way. Fang Shi. If the master is unreliable, then you can only find even more unreliable ones. So, she opened a small seminar. Those present at the meeting were Little Black Ball, Little Fat Bird, and Chankan Banner. Those present at the meeting were Ji Lei. Although one is more unreliable than the other, Fang Shi is now in a hurry to go to the doctor, let them speak freely. The little chubby bird waved the little chubby wings and said, Master, you took the elixir to improve your cultivation before, and your cultivation soared from the 4th floor of the foundation building to the 7th floor of the foundation building. Therefore, it must take time to stabilize the cultivation base. When the cultivation base is completely stabilized, it will naturally be able to improve again. Little Black Ball sneered coldly. Now the master is asking how to improve your cultivation quickly. What you said seems to be nonsense. The little fat bird immediately became unhappy. You can tell me what you can do. Little Black Ball, aren't I just thinking about it? The little fat bird still wanted to talk, but Feng Shi coughed. Qian Kun Banner, tell me. Chang'an Banner has always been very low-key. It positioned itself very accurately, it was a latecomer, and it had plotted against unscrupulous masters before, so it had to keep a low profile so as not to be caught as a pigtail. So I usually don't show the mountains and don't show the water, and I pretend to be dead when it is not necessary. Silence is gold. Go is king. Sorry, there is a delay. It is estimated that the remaining 2 chapters will be finished around 5:30. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 303A Sound of Grandfather. Hearing Feng Shi ask it, Chang'an said, Master, you should be in the bottleneck period now. If you practice step by step, you will definitely not be able to advance in a short period of time, let alone form alchemy. You have to go out and experience, only a crisis can stimulate your potential. Feng Shi felt that what it said made sense, and most of her advancements were indeed achieved through experience. Just, where to experience it? Little Hu's heart moved, and he said meanly, Master, let's go to the demon realm. Anyway, sooner or later you're going to the demon realm, why don't we go now? I dare to use the life of the fire-swallowing cat to guarantee that you will definitely be able to form a pill when you go to the devil world. Feng Shi. The little black ball continued to babble. Master, you have a beautiful heart and are extremely smart. Even if you reach the demon realm during the foundation building period, you can kill all directions. There is no need to wait for the pill formation before going. Time is running out. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to go to the devil world. Feng Shi was speechless. Because the little black balls communicated with Feng Shi with their spiritual sense, Jilei felt lonely when he heard it. It was so anxious that it flew up and down around Feng Shi, like a headless chicken. Feng Shi looked at it. Tell me, how about I go for a walk in the devil world? Jilei was taken aback for a moment, and then happily twisted up. Feng Shi was even worried that it would twist her hips away. Obviously, Jilei didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, and he also wanted to take a walk in the demon realm. Feng Shi was tempted. But it's tempting to be tempted. Going to the devil world is no joke, she has to plan carefully. First of all, she had to find an identity that could withstand scrutiny. She thought of Shi Wuan, the young leader of the Shadow Demon clan captured on the Endless Sea. At the beginning, she asked City Lord Hu to arrange a relatively leisurely job for him, in order to use him to sneak into the devil world one day. The second is to find a way to persuade Xiao Beidao to let him cover for himself. In the end, she had to be well prepared. Not to mention anything else, all kinds of materials should be prepared more, the poor will get rich. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't scared at all. But there is also a limit to fear. Because she has gotten herself a lot of amulets. If she really can't get along in the demon realm, she'll go to the Shadow Demon Shi Tianhong and the others, and if it's not good enough, she can go to the 2 younger brothers of the Rookie group. The Rookie combination was the group formed by her, Ying Filong from the Shadow Demon clan, and Si Shan from the Dunmo clan during the Chang'an Banner trial. If it still doesn't work, she has to find her relatives who are not related by blood. The old devil Zhu Tianjue asked for help. After all, she is the elder of the Blood Demon clan. If she can't even save her life, then it's a waste. If these are not enough, then she can only reveal her identity as the little princess of the Yan clan. She didn't want to use her status to oppress others, but she was forced to do so and had no choice but to do so. If this identity doesn't work, then she can only move out of the 4 great families in the southern region. Although Wei Rui and the others don't have much say in the family, they are all direct disciples anyway, which is enough to bluff people. When Feng Shi was counting how many amulets she had with her fingers, the token of the Blood Demon clan trembled. Feng Shi said in surprise, Yo, the old devil has sent a message. She poked her consciousness into it, and Zhu Tianjue's voice came from inside. Do you want to come to the demon realm? Feng Shi. Did the old devil do something to this token? Otherwise, why did he come to ask her just as soon as she thought about going to the demon race? Although he was surprised in his heart, his tone was full of expectation and surprise. My lord, do you mean that I can go to the demon realm now? Of course I would. I haven't seen you for a long time since the last farewell, and your voice and smile often appear in my mind. In the past, Zhu Tianjue would have enjoyed hearing these rainbow farts, but since he knew about Feng Shi's ambitions, he listened to them as nonsense. Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Let me tell you the truth, a family secret realm of our blood family is about to open, and this secret realm has requirements for the bone age and identity of the entrance. There is something I want in this secret realm, not only what I want, but also the other 2 guardian elders. The 2 of them have quite a lot of children, so there will be many people selected. I have no descendants, so I thought of you and planned to let you enter the blood family as my granddaughter. Are you willing? Feng Shi. You are my treasure, old boy. Give me whatever I want. I was worrying about not having a suitable identity to enter the demon realm, so here you are. The identity of Zhu Tianjue's granddaughter is simply wonderful. This is much better than her asking Shi Wuan to get a fake identity. She brewed her feelings, and shouted affectionately. Grandpa tilde grandfather. I would, of course I would. From now on, I am your granddaughter, and I will be filial to you in the future. Although Zhu Tianjue guessed that Feng Shi would agree, the corner of his mouth twitched when he heard the soul stirring, Grandpa. This girl's face is really thick. Feng Shi said again. Grandpa, I'm a human race, do you have a way to disguise me as a demon race? Also, to recognize one's ancestors and return to one's ancestors, one must examine one's blood, right? Are you all set? I have my own arrangements. You arrive near the Endless Sea as soon as possible. I will send someone to pick you up to cross the Endless Sea and enter the demon realm. Thinking of Zheng Wen, Feng Shi hurriedly asked, Grandpa, can my fifth senior brother go with me? Although he is a bit stupid, he is more reliable, and he can run errands for his father and son. Bring it. Ellipsis. Fang Shi spoke a few more words with Zhu Tianjue, and then put away the Blood Demon Clan token. Of course she knew that it was not that simple for Zhu Tianjue to let her go to the demon realm. The old man felt that he was out of his control, but because she was beyond the reach of the human race, he took this opportunity to lure her over. It would be best to help him get the things. If he couldn't get them, he could take the opportunity to find a way to control her, such as getting her a mark of consciousness or making her take poison. Alright, let's see if it's you, old mantis, or me, the little Oriole, who is smarter then. Fang Shi pondered for a while, then came to find Zhun Wen. Zhun Wen is cultivating hard. I have never worked so hard in my life. I'm afraid that Fang Shi will go to the demon realm by himself and dump him. The junior sisters are brave, and the senior brothers will always be with each other. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 304. When Zhun Wen saw Fang Shi coming in, he smiled like a flower. Junior sister, I recently realized 2 more sword moves, and I feel that I am getting closer to forming a pill. Although my talent is not as good as yours, but I am a stupid bird and fly first, then we will form alchemy together. Fang Shi. Why is it that the fifth senior brother comprehending the sword power is as simple as eating and drinking water, but she has never been able to comprehend it? Although Wan Qingshi told her that the ultimate move was a change of sword power, she hadn't realized the mystery of it yet. Therefore, one of the direct disciples of the 4 major sects counts as one, only she has not realized the sword power. What a shame. Seeing those sword movements in the corner, Fang Shi was even more angry. In the past, she couldn't be chased away by staying in her house, but since Jilei came, the good guy can run faster than a dog. Never went back. Fang Shi glared at those sword moves, and then said to Zhun Wen. Fifth senior brother, I have changed my mind, I won't wait for the alchemy, I'm going to the demon realm soon. Practice well at home. I hope that when I come back, you will already be a golden core cultivator. Zhun Wen was dumbfounded. Little junior sister, what do you mean? You don't want me anymore. Are you going to abandon me? Have you forgotten how many scapegoats I have borne for you? Have you forgotten how many slogans I shouted to you? Have you forgotten that we once shared life and death together? Have you forgotten the good times we had together? Junior sister, I can't live without you. Fang Shi. I really miss the fifth senior brother who warned her to stay away from him. What time brings to the fifth brother is not experience, but sand sculptures. Fifth senior brother, if you want to go along, it's fine, but this time is more dangerous than ever, and you might lose your life. Are you sure you want to go? Zhun Wen's eyes lit up immediately. Of course sure. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. No matter how diligent you are in cultivation, it is better to follow your younger sister. Fang Shi. She emphasized the danger of the demon world again, and seeing that Zhun Wen insisted on following, she told about Zhu Tianjue. Zhun Wen was stunned for a while, then said. So, junior sister, you have another grandpa. I'm such a piece of shit. His junior sisters are relatives everywhere, and I don't even know who my father is. Seeing Fang Shi nodding, he asked again, junior sister, you are the granddaughter of Zhu Tianjue, what about me? What is my identity? Fang Shi glanced at him, servant. Zhun Wen. Last time he was an older brother, but this time he became a slave. Is my status declining a little too quickly? Fang Shi looked at his weak, pitiful and helpless appearance, and burst out laughing. Zhu Tianjue really wanted you to be a slave at the beginning, but I didn't think it was suitable, so I asked you to be my righteous brother. Zhun Wen suddenly became angry. He just said, how could the little junior sister be willing to let him be a slave? He has heard that the status of a servant in the devil world is very low. If he really becomes a servant, it will be worse than letting him shovel shit in the animal stable. Ha! What the hell is the stable department? How could I think of such a disgusting thing as shoveling shit? The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became, and asked Fang Shi, little junior sister, have you heard of the Department of Beast Stables? Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. After returning from the junction, she didn't tell Zhun Wen about the illusion, and Zhun Wen didn't ask. Why did he suddenly mention the Department of Beast Stables? After Zhun Wen said it, Fang Shi had a guess. During this period of time, Zhun Wen has been cultivating the divine consciousness according to her experience. Although she did not succeed in transforming the divine consciousness into a weapon, it may be that the imprint of the divine consciousness was loosened by mistake. Originally, she was a little worried about what would happen if Zhu Tianjue imprinted the 2 of them with a mark of divine consciousness, but she was able to undo it, but it was not easy for Zhun Wen. Unexpectedly, he himself touched the threshold of removing the imprint of divine consciousness. As long as she guides it, it is estimated that she will soon be able to master the method of removing the imprint of divine consciousness. She, the fifth senior brother, is really a fool with a lot of blessings. Fang Shi randomly found an excuse to divert the conversation, but Zhun Wen didn't pay much attention to it. He is so excited right now. I'm going to go to the devil world with my junior sister. Ha ha ha. Looking at the entire human race, who dares to go deep into the devil world? Only junior sister and I. We are the only heroes. The most important thing is that junior sister takes no one with her, only me. Snort. Brothers 1, 2, 3, 4, stand aside. Xing Wu, that wild one, is even worse. Zhun Wen, is the tip of my junior sister's heart. However, he quickly thought of a key question. Junior sister, can Master let us go? Although Master listens to you the most, but this time is no small matter, I don't think so. Fang Shi also felt that it was a bit difficult. If it doesn't work, let the fifth senior brother cry, make trouble and hang himself. Zhang Wen suddenly felt a little cold. Sure enough, when Xiao Beidao heard that Feng Shi was going to take Zhang Wen to the demon realm, before Feng Shi could elaborate, he became furious and furious. Old 5, it must be your bad idea again. I knew it must be your junior sister who was instigated by you. Otherwise, why would Xiaoxi want to go to the devil world if he is so cute and sensible? See if I don't kill you. Zhang Wen. He seemed to know why junior sister was willing to take him to the devil realm. This black pot is so heavy. Xiao Beidao was calmed down by Feng Shi's indiscretions, and then said, Master, don't be angry, let me tell you the reason. Do you still remember the bloody absolute? Xiao Beidao nodded. Well, what does he have to do with you going to the demon realm? Master, Zhu Xinjue is actually my grandfather. Xiao Beidao. After a long silence, the old man let out a cry. WTF. He is your grandfather. Isn't that a generation higher than me? See you later, I have to call him nice. Feng Shi. Is your focus off track? Good afternoon, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 305. Am I stupid? I am wise. Feng Shi said seriously. Master, Zhu Tianjue is too old. He hid in our Xuanshan sect for more than 100 years. Even if he said that I was his daughter, he wouldn't be able to agree. So it can only be said to be his granddaughter. Don't worry, his grandfather is just an expedient measure. How could a person with such backbone as me recognize a demon as his grandfather? Besides, let's talk about each other. Don't say I call him grandfather. Even if you call him ancestor, he can't get past you. Let alone him, even if my own parents jumped out from the cracks in the rocks, their status in my heart will never be as high as yours. After hearing this, Xiao Beidao was very upset. He just said, his position in the mind of the little apprentice is unique, that old thing Zhu Tianjue is simply incomparable to me. It's not right. Shouldn't I be concerned about how Zhu Tianjue became the grandfather of the precious apprentice? It's all because of Lao Wu's incomprehensible way of leading me astray. Thinking of this, he glared at Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen. I didn't say a word. Xiao Beidao asked Feng Shi with a straight face, what's going on? How could you have anything to do with Zhu Tianjue? Back then, the little apprentice plotted against Zhu Tianjue. Logically speaking, Zhu Tianjue wished he could strangle her to death, so why did he still recognize her as his granddaughter? Feng Shi laughed dryly twice. Master, it's a long story. The fifth senior brother and I were caught by Zhu Tianjue back then, so I tricked him into being his spies. Feng Shi babbled and told what had happened, then knelt down on the ground. Master, my cultivation base was too low at that time. If I told you the whole thing, you would definitely be frightened, so I didn't tell you. But it's different now. My little wings are stiff, and I have already gone out to fly several times alone, and you have confidence in me, so I dare to tell you the matter. Anyway, it was my fault to hide it from you, whether you scold me or punish me, I admit it. Zhang Wen also hurriedly knelt down. Master, if I conceal the truth and refuse to report it, I, the accomplice, will also be guilty. He thinks he's smart. Position yourself as an accomplice first, so that Master can't pin the blame on him. Xiao Beidao was speechless for a long time, and he didn't let the two apprentices get up. He didn't expect the two apprentices to do such a bold thing without telling him. How dare they flirt with such a murderous old devil like Zhu Tianjue? What's outrageous is that it also took a lot of money. He wondered, that old devil Zhu Tianjue was so scheming, why did he fall into the hands of these two little kids? In the past, he might not have been able to accept such outrageous things, but now he is no longer what he used to be. People can't be too stubborn, they have to learn to be flexible. Having said that, but thinking of the two apprentices who had lied to him for such a long time, he was still furious. So, he gave Zhang Wen a hard look. Your junior sister is young and ignorant, and you are also ignorant. Still licking his face and saying that he is an accomplice. Are you trying to throw the blame on your junior sister? What about your responsibility as a senior? Is that what I taught you? Zhang Wen. He understands. No matter what little junior sister has done wrong, Master can always find a point to scold him. Either way. The other four haven't been treated like this yet. Master sees only me. Besides, I have suffered so much scolding for my little junior sister, she must be very sorry. You will definitely spoil me more in the future. Hey, everyone thinks I'm stupid, but I'm actually called Daziruoyu. Feng Shi really felt sorry, and hurriedly said. Master, you wronged fifth senior brother, and I stopped him from telling you. If you want to scold, scold me. Xiao Beidao's tone suddenly softened. You don't let him talk because you're afraid he'll worry, you kid, you're just too sensible. It's cold on the ground, get up quickly. Only then did Feng Shi stand up. Fifth senior brother, Master is not angry anymore, you should get up too. Zhang Wen secretly took a look at Xiao Beidao, seeing that the old man didn't say anything, so he stood up. Feng Shi deliberately said a few funny words, which made Xiao Beidao smile. Feng Shi struck while the iron was hot and said, Master, I know you are worried about me, but it's still the same sentence, only through wind and rain can we truly grow up. Not to mention others, do you think my fifth senior brother is better than before? Xiao Beidao snorted coldly. However, he also has to admit that Zhang Wen has made great progress, and it can even be described as rapid progress. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous thing has already reached the Dzogchen Foundation period? Feng Shi continued, Master, the southern territory is eyeing us covetously, sooner or later there will be troubles, just because our northern territory human race is no match for them at all. Therefore, it is best to drag the demons into the water and let them join us to fight against the southern region. In addition, I always feel that the dead air we discovered before is not that simple, and there may be more dangerous enemies behind it. They are not only targeting our human race in the Northern Territory, but all creatures in the Southern and Northern Territories. At this time, it is not worth spending energy on internal fighting. Therefore, no matter from the short term or the long term, we should shake hands with the demons. But the conflict between the human race and the demon race is too deep, and they will definitely not agree to dryly talk about forming an alliance. So I plan to use this opportunity to investigate and find a way to find out the situation of the demons, so that we can also target them. Taking a step back, even if we don't form an alliance, the more we know about them, the better our chances of winning in future fights. As for my safety, you don't have to worry, I'm still useful to Zhu Tianjue, he must save my life. Besides, I still have many friends in the demon race. Xiao Beidao fell into deep thought. Is the apprentice right? Very right. But everyone has selfish intentions, and he still didn't want to put his apprentice in danger. There are 2 more chapters, about 5 o'clock. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 306 just like her grandpa. Seeing that Xiao Beidao still didn't let go, Fang's eyes heart broke. Master, do you think the matter of the 4th senior brother is over? Do not. The Wangfu family will definitely not let it go. They will cause trouble again, and even instigate other forces in the southern region to threaten us together. Although the other 3 factions have a good relationship with us, what if they really threaten their own interests? Can you guarantee that they will always be on our side? If they join forces to force the palace and force you to hand over your 4th senior brother, where will you go? Master, we must hold our destiny in our own hands, not leave it to others. Although there is no way to improve our overall strength in a short period of time, we can leverage our strengths. As long as we can convince the demons, the Wangfu family will not pose a threat to us. In addition, don't look at the 10,000 years of friendship covenant signed with us by the Mazu. Therefore, the safest way is to bring in the demons, and the 3 parties check and balance each other. This kind of relationship is the most stable. Master, I know you love me, but I enjoy it. You see, I bounced back and forth, not only did my Danshan heal, but I was already at the 7th level of foundation building. Life is about tossing, 818 novels. Cultivation lies in making troubles. If I don't take bad water for a day, I will be upset. Xiao Beidao. In the end, the old man was persuaded by Fang Shi. Exhort Fang Shi thousands of times to tell her to be careful. At the end, he said, Shaoxi, if you really reach the end of the mountain, you will reveal your identity as a direct disciple of the Xuanshan sect. As long as they are willing to let people go, no matter what conditions they put forward, our Xuanshan sect can agree. Even if I, the suzerain, do not do it, I will gather the strength of the whole sect to save you. With a sore nose, Fang Shi nodded, yes, master, I've made a note. Xiao Beidao looked at Zhang Wen again, you too. Zhang Wen was almost moved to tears. He knew that although the master always scolded him, the master still loved him. After persuading Xiao Beidao, Zhang Wen and Fang Shi retreated again. Although Jiang Ji and the others wondered why the 2 young ones were always retreating, they didn't think much about it. Because Xuanshan was heavily guarded, there was no way for the 2 of them to sneak out and cause trouble. As everyone knows, their amiable and respectable master has become an accomplice. Before Fang Shi left, he, willingly, kowtowed to the patriarch. Thinking of the jade box that hadn't been opened yet, she was so angry. The stinginess is so stingy. Because the way she controlled the sword was too special, she had to rub against Zhang Wen's spread sword. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, the 2 did not go to Tianshui City to take the flying boat this time, but went to Jianing City. Jianing City did not have a flying boat directly to Anding City. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen changed the flying boat twice, and finally arrived at Anding City. The 2 of them can be regarded as revisiting their old places, and they're quite emotional. They rested in Anding City for a whole day, and sneaked to the shore of the Endless Sea the next night. They had been stationed here before and were very familiar with the terrain, so they avoided the sentry post. Soon, they met the person Zhu Shenjue sent. Zhu Shenjue himself. Fang Shi. Zhang Wen. Should I say it or not, this old man is really cautious. It was safer to send himself than to send anyone. With tears in Fang Shi's eyes, her face was full of admiration. Grandpa tilde grandpa. Zhu Tianjue shuddered. You shouted so affectionately that I almost thought I really had a granddaughter like you. Zhang Wen also came over. Grandpa, how have you always been? My grandson saluted you. Zhu Tianjue. Wasn't this kid a wooden stake before? Why is it slippery now? He lowered his voice. Stop talking nonsense, take this elixir, you can disguise you as demons. Fang Shi took it and swallowed it without saying a word. Zhu Shenjue was taken aback. Does this girl trust me so much? Did I misunderstand her earlier? Zhang Wen waited until Fang Shi blinked at him before swallowing the pill in his hand. Zhu Tianjue gave each of them a waterproof bead. With this bead, they can move freely in the water. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were very surprised. Zhu Tianjue actually has such treasures as water-avoiding beads, and gave them each one. Really rich. Fang Shi suddenly felt that Zhu Tianjue was very kind, just like her own grandfather. This old man has no heirs, and he probably can't use up all the good things in his hand, so she, his own granddaughter, can only help him use them. After a while, after the pill took effect, Zhu Tianjue led the 2 into the Endless Sea. He released the coercion, deterring the sea beasts who wanted to come. Zhu Qian couldn't help but glance at Fang Shi. Originally, the sea beasts and the demons in the Endless Sea lived in peace, but since she made a bad move of using pills to buy the demons, these sea beasts hunted and killed the demons like crazy. It is simply missing 8 lifetimes of virtue. Later, the demons also began to use pills to buy off the sea beasts, but the sea beasts. Ate at both ends. Instead, let them get the fisherman's benefit. Fang Shi was currently beating the little black ball. As soon as he arrived in the Endless Sea, the little black ball wanted to go out and scream, but was scolded by Fang Shi. The last time Zhu Tianjue was able to escape under the siege of Xiao Beidao and others before he recovered from his injuries, now that his injuries have completely healed, his cultivation must be higher. If the little black ball came out and snarled, it would be easy for him to spot it. It's not just here, you also need to calm down when you get to the demon realm, or I won't be able to spare you. My spiritual pet can be incompetent, and can be fed for free, but it must be obedient. If you are not obedient, then get out. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 307 Fenggu, I am optimistic about you. The little black ball was originally somewhat floating. After all, it is going to its home field. It also intends to discuss conditions with Fang Shi and improve its status. As a result, he was photographed back to the ground as soon as he floated, and stepped on 2 feet by the way. The little black ball stopped. Little fat bird couldn't help gloating, you don't even look at who our master is, and you still want to take advantage of her. It's really looking for abuse. Even Jilei was tricked by the unscrupulous master and became a little follower, why are you so fussy? At this moment, Jilei who was entwined on Yuchai was in a great mood. Because it was afraid of being discovered by Zhu Tianjue, it didn't dare to move. But this does not hinder its good mood. What a correct choice it was to stay as an undercover agent. So fun. The phoenix dog got mixed up with the old devil. If it comes to the demon clan, she will not have to turn the demon clan upside down. Make trouble. The more lively the better. It's exciting to think about. Fenggu, I like you. The Endless Sea is very wide. Although there are water-repelling beads, Fang Shi also feels very tired from swimming like this. She just looked around slyly. Zhu Tianjue frowned. What do you want to do? Grandpa, how tired we are from swimming by ourselves. Let's catch sea beasts instead. Zhu Tianjue, nonsense. The sea beasts in the Endless Sea are very violent and ferocious, even if they're threatened with their lives, they will not give in. How can they serve as our mounts? Grandpa, how do you know it won't work if you don't try it? I think that swordback tiger tooth shark is fine, let's ride it. Zhu Tianjue said sharply, that's enough. Once you make a move, you will attract more sea beasts. If the noise becomes louder, what shall you do if you attract other people's attention? Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Grandpa, I didn't even say to do it. Not everything needs to be resolved by force, you wait for me for a while, and I will talk to it. Before Zhu Tianjue could speak, Fang Shi swam towards the swordback tiger tooth shark. Little Huya, do you want a pill? As long as you carry the 3 of us to the other side, I will give you a bottle of hemostatic pill, what do you think? The swordback tiger tooth shark ignored her. It seems that you don't like the hemostatic pill, what about the chi-gathering pill? The swordback tiger tooth shark still ignored her. Fang Shi talked about several kinds of pills in a row, but the swordback tiger tooth shark didn't make a sound. Zhu Qian couldn't help but sneer, and said to Zheng Wen. This little girl is really stubborn. If it weren't for me being here, her little life might not be saved. Zheng Wen nodded like a chicken chattering rice. Grandpa, I think so too, my sister is indeed too self-sufficient. When you get home, educate her well. Zhu Tianjue glanced at him. Although this kid is stupid, he can talk. At this time, he heard Fang Shi say. What about Juozi Juofuden? Just take this pill, and your race can be raised to a new level. If you don't want it, I can only ask other sea beasts. The next moment, the swordback tiger tooth shark swam over eagerly, baring its teeth in order to show its friendliness. Zhu Tianjue. He felt his face hurt a little. In order to save face, she glared at Zheng Wen. Speak less in the future, don't always be blind and mislead my judgment. Zheng Wen. Oh heaven, oh earth. Why am I the unwelcome one no matter where I am? At this time, Fang Shi had already arrived on the swordback tiger tooth shark, indicating that the 2 of them would also sit on the back of the swordback tiger tooth shark. After the 3 sat firmly, the swordback tiger tooth shark shot out like an arrow. Swim fast. It can't wait to get Juozi Juofuden. They have a difficult offspring of the swordback tiger tooth sharks, and they are always at a disadvantage in numbers when fighting other sea beasts. Now I can finally feel proud. Zhu Tianjue sat on the back of the swordback tiger tooth shark with no expression on his face. He traveled from the Endless Sea several times, and every time he swam stupidly. Never never thought of finding a sea beast as a mount. Not only him, but other demons as well. Who would have thought that it would be possible to obtain local materials and use a sea beast as a mount? Is it because they are stubborn or Fang Shi is too active? Anyway, he was right to ask Fang Shi to pretend to be his granddaughter. Although this girl's cultivation base is not very good, she has so many eyes. Just as she was thinking, Fang Shi took out a fishing net and caught a bunch of seafood in a short while. Grandpa, when we get home, I'll cook seafood porridge for you. Zhu Tianjue. On the second night, they reached the other side. Fang Shi kept her word, not only gave the swordback tiger tooth shark 2 bottles of Juofu pill, but also gave it a few bottles of other pills. The swordback tiger tooth shark happily swam away. Fang Shi said to Zheng Wen. Brother, there will soon be a batch of cross-racial love crystallizations in the Endless Sea. Zheng Wen. You are wicked. Zhu Tianjue was confused by what he heard, but he didn't bother to ask, and led Zheng Wen and Fang Shi to avoid the guards of the Mizu and arrived at the nearest city of Hater. There is not much difference in appearance between demons and humans, but some demons will deliberately dress up differently. There are many such people in Hater City. Some put the feathers of demon birds on their heads, and some put the horns of monsters on their heads, and they wore very fancy clothes, especially some female demons dressed very coolly. Zhang Wen is like a frightened rabbit, his eyes don't know where to look. It doesn't look right anywhere. Fang Shi felt that if the second senior brother Pei Zhou came, he would definitely go up to strike up a conversation with a fan. Oh, I don't know how many sacks the second senior brother stamped. Thinking about it, I can't blame him. She is messing around here, but he is at home bitterly stamping. She is really not human. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 308 Blood Worry Free freshly released. Zhu Tianjue brought Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to a courtyard. There were only 2 old servants inside, and they seemed to be old couples. Fang Shi obviously felt that Zhu Tianjue had relaxed after arriving here, which showed that these 2 old servants were his confidants. After simply washing up and eating something, Zhu Tianjue called Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to the study room, and gave them 2 ID cards. Zhang Wen said on it, Ning Tianfang. On the top of Fang Shi is written, Ning Muyu. According to Zhu Tianjue, both Ning Tianfang and Ning Muyu were orphans and were adopted by an old couple. The old couple passed away a few years ago. Zhu Tianjue found Ning Muyu through some special means, and confirmed that she was his own granddaughter. Because he hasn't recognized his ancestors yet, he is called Ning Muyu for the time being. When he enters the blood family's genealogy, he should be changed to Zhu Wuyu. Fang Shi likes this name very much. How nice to be carefree. After Zhu Tianjue let them memorize the forged experience, he said, although you can pretend to be demons after taking the pill, but this is not enough, you must also transform your cultivation base into demonic energy. Zhang Wen was a little anxious when he heard it, turned into magic energy. Wouldn't that be obsession? He's here for a stroll, not for marriage. Although the word entanglement is not suitable, but the meaning is similar. However, when he saw Fang Shi's presence of an old god, he didn't say anything. Zhu Tianjue nodded. That's right, being able to calm down is a good seed for doing things. Don't worry, the transformation I'm talking about doesn't mean making you enchanted, but transforming through a special technique. Of course, this set of exercises also has drawbacks. After transformation, your cultivation base will drop significantly. As for how much it will drop, no one can say for sure. You have to try it to know. After Zhu Tianjue finished speaking, he waited for Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to ask questions. For example, is there any danger in this exercise? Another example is how to restore the human race's skills in the future. In the end, neither Fang Shi nor Zhang Wen said a word, they just looked at him eagerly. Zhu Tianjue frowned. These 2 brats trust me so much, do not ask. He coughed. Since you have no objections, I will start teaching you the exercises now. Zhu Tianjue spent a day and a night teaching the exercises to Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. In fact, it only took Fang Shi half a day to learn it, but she also pretended not to learn it when she saw that Zhang Wen still only knew a little about it. Zhu Qian was absolutely satisfied. They have learned it in such a short period of time, these 2 little boys have good comprehension skills. It's a pity, they are all human races. After Fang Shi and Zhang Wen learned the exercises, they began to transform their own cultivation. Zhang Wen took the lead in completing the transformation, and the cultivation base of the Zhogchen in the foundation building period became the 3rd level of the demon condensing yuan period, which is equivalent to the 3rd level of foundation building. After a while, Fang Shi's transformation was also completed. Both Zhang Wen and Zhu Tianjue looked at her with pity. Her cultivation base, which was originally the 7th level of foundation building, has now become the 5th level of qi gathering, which is equivalent to the 5th level of qi refining. Zhu Tianjue has a toothache. He originally thought that even if he degenerates again, he can still be around the 1st floor of foundation establishment, but this is great, he directly degenerated into a small waste. With her cultivation base, she can't compete with other people in the family secret realm. How about changing it and saying that what I found was my grandson? Although this Zhang Wen is a bit stupid, at least his cultivation base can make do with it. Fang Shi didn't take it seriously, and asked Zhu Tianjue excitedly. Grandpa, can't we demons transform magic energy into offensive weapons? You teach me quickly, I can't wait. Seeing her heartless look, Zhu Tianjue panicked even more. With your cultivation base, it's useless even if you turn the magic energy into a beast. However, he still told Fang Shi and Zhang Wen the method of illusion. The 2 immediately began to try. Again, Zhang Wen finished first. He transformed the magic energy into a big knife, majestic and majestic. Zhang Wen is very satisfied. Zhu Tianjue was also very satisfied. Both looked at Fang Shi. In the end, she waited and waited for a long time, but she didn't succeed in the illusion. Zhu Tianjue's heart became even colder. Or grandson. Fang Shi was somewhat anxious, obviously the steps were correct, but the illusion was unsuccessful. She has tried various weapons, monsters, and items, but nothing works. Even the big bricks have been tried, but still no success. Jilion the Jade Hairpin is a little impatient. Fengu has been practicing here since he entered the demon realm, it's so boring. So, it vibrated a bit. Fang Shi almost subconsciously sketched the image of Jilei in his consciousness, and then it was done. Her devilish energy turned into a tribulation thunder. It's just that Jilei is purple, and the one she transformed is so black that it's as if it's shameful. And more or less, sneaky temperament. Zhu Tianjue's eyeballs almost popped out. He thought he might be hallucinating. Even if Fang Shi transformed into a divine beast or even a demon emperor, he was not so shocked. How could she transform into a tribulation thunder? Such a heaven-defying thing, how can she transform it into an illusion? Although it is only similar in appearance, it is also shocking enough. Fang Shi looked disgusted. Grandpa, can this thing be changed? How about I transform into another one? Zhu Tianjue, I can't. Are you afraid you are crazy? You despise Ji Lei. Did you know that with the blessing of Ji Li, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved? Seeing that there was no way to change it, Fang Shi sighed, then make do with it. Zhu Tianjue. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 309 Demon God's Blessing. Zhu Tianjue originally thought Zhang Wen was much more pleasing to the eye than before, but now he is not pleasing to the eye again. Grandson. What are you kidding? Who has pearls and can still look at dead fish eyes? He only has a granddaughter in his life, the only granddaughter. Next, Zhu Tianjue taught Fang Shi and Zhang Wen some common spells and basic common sense of the demons. Fang Shi still learns according to the progress of Zhang Wen, and she still has to maintain the self-esteem of the fifth senior brother when she is new here. When she was not practicing, Fang Shi would chat with the pair of old servants and help with some chores. Who wouldn't like a sweet and diligent little girl? Soon, Fang Shi became familiar with them. Although both of them were very tight-lipped, Fang Shi still heard some trivial things about Zhu Tianjue from them. For example, some basic preferences of Zhu Tianjue. For example, he has a deep affection for the wife of the patriarch of the Shadow Demon clan, which is why he has been an old bachelor for so many years. However, no matter whether they are humans or demons, there are many people who are devoted to the Tao, and it is not uncommon to be single. Soon, half a month passed. Although Zhu Tianjue felt a little rushed, but because the family's secret realm was about to be opened, he had no choice but to take Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to set off and rush to the capital of the demon clan. Zhu Qian looked at Fang Shi and Zhang Wen calmly, but he didn't see the slightest bit of nervousness on their faces, and even looked forward to it. Zhu Tianjue. Maybe the human race is just these two weirdos, and I got them all. Because Fang Shi often makes troubles, of course she doesn't care. Zhang Wen is heartless, as long as he follows his junior sister, let alone the capital of the demon clan, even the palace of the demon emperor, he dares to go in and break into it. Maybe he can find his father. If you can't find your father, your mother will do. 7 aunts and 8 aunts will do. He doesn't pick. The journey was smooth, and that day they arrived at the capital of the demons, Awaki. Take the meaning of rock solid. They used ancient characters. The demon race, like the human race, has also lost the inheritance of ancient characters, and only recognizes a few ancient characters. The word, Awaki, written on the plaque is very wild and uninhibited, and several strokes are about to fly out. Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. There won't be any secrets in those few strokes that are about to fly out, right? Could there be some treasure hidden inside? However, in an instant, she felt that this idea was outrageous, and turned her attention to the transition of the two words. Because she feels comfortable looking at it. In addition, the material of this plaque seems to be very valuable, if you take it off. Zhang Wen saw Fang Shi staring at those two words, and he followed suit. Looking up. Anyway, whatever my junior sister does, I will do it. There are definitely benefits. Zhu Tianjue frowned. Although these two characters were passed down from ancient times, there is no record of who wrote them. Some people once speculated that there was some mystery in it, but they climbed up to see it and felt it, but they found nothing. No one paid any attention to the plaque anymore. However, seeing Fang Shi staring at her all the time, he looked up. 2 people passed by nearby, and seeing the 3 of them staring at the plaque, they all looked up curiously. A few more people passed by, and when they saw 5 of them watching there, they all looked up. Half a quarter of an hour later, the gate of the capital where people were coming and going was extremely quiet, and they all looked up at the plaque. Although I don't know what I'm watching, but everyone is watching, there must be something strange. Soon, this incident spread throughout the capital like the wind. Many people ran towards the gate of the city. Those who were in a hurry ran here with bare feet without even wearing boots. Just kidding, maybe this is a great opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The tribulation thunder on Fang Shi's head was simply twitching with joy. Are these people from the demon race full of food? Feng Gu just looked at it casually, and they all rushed over to follow suit. So fun. Zhu Tianjue didn't pay attention to it at first, but when he came to his senses, he was already surrounded by a sea of people. Zhu Tianjue. In fact, Fang Shi had already seen enough of those two characters, but seeing that there were more and more people watching, she continued to pretend to read it. What a nice person. She is Zhu Tianjue's only precious granddaughter, returning to Zhu's home desertedly, what a waste of time. Zhu Tianjue, an old devil, has really good cultivation and a lot of scheming tricks, but he is far behind her in building momentum. Fang Shi never thought of keeping a low profile. Because it's useless. Many members of the Zhu family regard Zhu Tianjue as a thorn in their side, and her granddaughter is naturally a thorn in their side. Being high profile will make them restrain their hands. Not only will Zhu Tianjue's opponents be restrained, but it will also make Zhu Tianjue fight against the rat. She didn't come here to be angry with the little quail. Even if she is a spy, she has to be famous. Fang Shi knelt down slowly while thinking, didn't say anything, just kowtowed 3 times respectfully. The main one is polite. Kneel wherever you go. After all, this is the way of being a human being given to her by the ancestor religion of Xuanshnong. The one who kneels is the knee, and the one who stands up is the spine. Seeing this, Zhang Wen hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed too. Soon, someone followed and knelt down. In a blink of an eye, Zhu Tianjue was the only one standing there. Zhu Tianjue. Fang Shi tugged at his sleeve. Grandpa, why are you so dumbfounded? Quickly kneel down and thank Lord Demon God. He just blessed me. Said that the sword I transformed into was too weak, and directly transformed it into a tribulation thunder for me. Bloody absolute. Give your grandma a leg. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 310. I just found 2 actors. Zhu Tianjue finally saw what it meant to open his eyes and tell nonsense. The blessing of the devil. How dare you say it? You are a fake demon, a fake granddaughter. How dare you tell such a big lie? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to end after being exposed? After thinking about it, she is really not afraid. After all, she can really transform into a tribulation thunder, and who can confront the demon god? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him and Fang Shi, and it was already hard to get off. I can only bite the bullet and pretend to be overjoyed, kneel down and kowtow to thank you. Hold your breath and bring fire. By the time he stood up, many people had already booed Fang Shi to show off his demon energy. Fang Shi unleashes the devilish thunder chi generously. Although it is dark and sneaky, it is still thunder. Everyone immediately exploded. God. It turned out to be a robbery. The demon god really blessed her. So, many people went to kowtow to the plaque again. Many people also asked about Fang Shi's identity. Fang Shi immediately told about her miserable life experience, and when she talked about the emotion, tears fell down. Zheng Wen, with red eye circles, choked up and said, Sister, now that we have found our grandfather, we will be taken care of by our elders from now on, and we will never be afraid of being bullied again. Zhu Tianjue. I just found 2 actors. Forget about that little girl. How could this careless person make such rapid progress? Humans have a curiosity-seeking psychology. Especially when Zhu Tianjue and the wife of the head of the Shadow Demon clan had such a soul-stirring lace news, I thought Zhu Tianjue was really guarded like a jade. As a result, he even has a granddaughter. Sure enough, the man's words cannot be trusted. Zhu Tianjue's old face was flushed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to get in. Although he could release coercion to silence these people, but doing so would be too shameful. When she was annoyed, Fang Shi grabbed his sleeve and looked at him with admiration. Grandpa, let's go home. Although Zhu Tianjue knew that Fang Shi was acting, but the sentence, let's go home, still touched the softest corner of his heart. Confused, he followed her into the city. Fang Shi doesn't know the way of Zujia, but there are kind people. Leading the way is false, watching the excitement is true. When Zhu Tianjue came to his senses, there were already a large group of people around him, and they were talking about Miss Wu Yu in front of Fang Shi. Zhu Tianjue. He is also a person who has experienced strong winds and waves, and he also understood Fang Zai's intentions after a short period of confusion. This ghost girl is building momentum. Either way. During the more than 100 years of his disappearance, his power was divided up in 7s and 80s. Some people thought that he was a bloody mess. It's not bad to take advantage of this opportunity to stand up. So, he strode towards Zhu's house. As the nobles of the Blood Demon clan, the Blood family occupies a large area of the capital. Although it is divided into many courtyards, everyone must enter through a unified portal. The Blood family has a profound heritage, and the door was passed down from the ancestors, which looks quite simple. The gate is guarded by guards. I was surprised to see a large group of people approaching. There is a shout of that good thing. Miss Wu Yu is back, why don't you hurry up and greet her? Miss Wu Yu has been blessed by the demon god, she is a very lucky person. She is the only granddaughter of your great elder, and your eldest lady. Ellipsis. They don't care if they're right or not, anyway, it's not a big deal to watch the excitement. The guards were all dumbfounded. Grand Elder's granddaughter. Isn't the great elder always alone? How come there is a granddaughter? Also, have you been blessed by the demon god? The great elder didn't deny it aloud, it seems to be true. So, they all came over to salute Zhu Tianjue and Fang Shi. I have seen the great elder. I've seen Miss Wu Yu. Zhu Tianjue. I don't know what to say except speechless. At this time, someone in the door sneered coldly, Miss Wu Yu. When did our blood family have an extra Miss Wu Yu? As the voice came out, a group of people looked young. The person who spoke was a man with a feminine appearance. Seeing Zhu Tianjue, he hurried over to salute. Great elder, are you back? Others also came to salute. Even though Zhu Tianjue's situation is weak now, no one dares to disrespect him openly with his cultivation level at hand. Zhu Tianjue nodded. Wu Yu, these are your brothers and sisters, I will introduce you when I have a chance. He said to those people again, this is my granddaughter Zhu Wu Yu, you guys get along well in the future. In the blood court armor, a stern look flashed in the eyes of the feminine-looking man, and it was fleeting. It turned out to be Sister Wu Yu. What I said just now was so offensive, I thought it was a cat or a dog who came here to recognize relatives indiscriminately. I'm really sorry. Ha, why is your cultivation only at the 5th level of Qi gathering? No, I'm not laughing at your low cultivation level, I'm just a little puzzled. The great elder is a genius, as his granddaughter, you should also have a very high cultivation talent. Fang Shi pursed her lips. Grandpa, I thought our blood family was a hero like you. I didn't expect such a yin and yang clan brother to exist. Don't you just want to mock me for being a cat and a dog? You can't get on the stage, and you call me a waste. Why bother? If you have something to say, just say it. Aren't you tired of beating around the bush? Besides, which eye of yours sees that my talent is low? You may not know it, Lord Demon God just blessed me. Are you questioning Lord Demon God's vision? You are so brave. You don't want to die, but the rest of us here want to die. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to the demon god? When the people who eat melons heard this, they clamored. Yes, kneel down and apologize to the demon god. We won't stop you from courting death, don't implicate us. Kneel quickly. Ellipsis. The blood court armor was dumbfounded. Good afternoon, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 311. Grandpa, he stared at me. The blood court armor was dumbfounded. He just said a few words of cynicism to that little trash. How did he become an offender to the demon god? Now these people are still forcing him to kneel down to plead guilty to the demon god. Why do they have to speak for this little trash like Zhu Wuyu? These people couldn't all be found by Zhu Tianjue. Teacher, right. As the noise became louder, more and more people gathered around. As soon as they heard that someone had offended the demon god, regardless of Sanchi 21, they all dragged their necks and shouted, and even started calling names. Blood court armor, hurry up and kneel down to plead guilty to the demon god. Otherwise, if the demon god punishes us, we will all suffer. Zhu Tingkai, thanks to the fact that you are still a noble child of the blood family, you are so unrestrained, questioning the eyes of the demon god. Are you tired of living? Blood court armor, you are the black sheep. Ellipsis. Zhueting armor gritted his back molars and knelt on the ground. In such a short time, he became a black sheep. If he didn't kneel down and plead guilty, maybe he would become a sinner of the demons. My God, I offended you with my words, please forgive me. After speaking, he planned to stand up. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi said, apology requires the sincerity of apology, how can you just kneel like this? No matter what, you have to kneel for half an hour. Everyone said yes. Immediately someone echoed. I think half an hour is a bit short, so it takes an hour anyway. I think at least 2 hours. 3 hours. 5 hours. Ellipsis. The blood court armor's nose almost turned out of breath. Are you bidding up the price here? Zhu Tianjue saw that the incident was getting bigger and bigger, and it was getting more and more outrageous, so he coughed. Kneel for half an hour. In the future, remember to be cautious in your words and deeds, lest disaster come out of your mouth. Zhu Tingkai nodded in agreement, but his heart was full of resentment. Zhu Shen never had any heirs, so he thought about it. If he can adopt Zhu Tianjue's name and become his grandson, not only will he be able to receive Zhu Tianjue's care, but all the good things that Zhu Tianjue has accumulated over the years will be his. So, after the news that the family secret realm was about to open came out, he ran to Zhu Tianjue to recommend himself. In the end, Zhu Tianjue declined. He didn't give up, he felt that as long as he fought for it again, Zhu Tianjue would be able to agree. After all, the things in the family secret realm are very important. In the end, Zhu Tianjue actually brought back a granddaughter. It's still a little waste with 5 layers of energy gathering. Can he not be angry? That's why he found fault with Feng Shi, but unfortunately, stealing chickens won't cost you money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give Feng Shi a hard look. Feng Shi slid and ran to Zhu Tianjue's side. Grandpa, he stared at me. If you look at it, you will die without repentance, let him kneel for a while longer. Zhu Tianjue, then kneel for an hour. Blood court armor. This time he learned the lesson, he didn't stare at Feng Shi again, his lowered eyes were full of resentment. Seeing that the blood court armor was deflated, the remaining young people didn't dare to provoke Feng Shi, but their eyes were a little bit unfriendly. Feng Shi didn't care about these things at all, she was here to be a target anyway, there were many people who hated her, and there were not too many of them. Feng Shi clasped her fists at the melon-eating crowd, and then followed Zhu Tianjue into Zhu's house. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Feng Shi took a deep breath, her face full of intoxication, so this is the taste of home. Zhu Tianjue. He whispered, you restrain me a little. Since arriving in the capital, this girl has been going crazy, and he even had the illusion that she was about to escape from his control. Feng Shi nodded obediently, Grandpa, I will listen to you. Zhu Qian absolutely doubted her words, and brought her and Zhun Wen to meet Zhu Tianqi, the patriarch of the Zhu family. Zhu Tianqi smiled and said, I was worried about your heirs, but I didn't expect your granddaughter to be so old. Although this little girl looks a little poor in cultivation, she is a smart child at first glance. As the patriarch of the blood family, he is naturally very well informed, whether it is what happened outside the city gate or what happened just now, he knows everything clearly. He did not doubt the authenticity of the demon god's blessing, after all, as a demon clan, no one dared to disrespect the demon god. Besides, the tribulation thunder transformed by the magic energy cannot be faked. This little girl's way of building momentum by leveraging her strength is not bad, she is a bit clever. Regarding Zhu Tianjue's sudden emergence of a granddaughter, he was happy to see it come true. As the patriarch, he didn't want to see the gap between Zhu Tianjue and the other 2 guardian elders getting bigger and bigger. The balance of the 3 parties and mutual restraint are in the best interest of him as the patriarch. Therefore, the blood patriarch treated Feng Shi very kindly, and even gave Feng Shi a meeting gift before verifying his blood. Of course, there is also a reason for the blessing of the demon god. As for Zhun Wen, he is just an outsider, and it is already a grace to allow him to stay in Zhu family. Zhun Wen has become numb. It doesn't matter, as long as my junior sister pets me, that's fine. The blood patriarch and Zhu Tianjue talked politely for a while, and then said, Tomorrow, I will call people together to verify Wuyu's bloodline. If there is no problem, I can enter the family tree. It is good. Ellipsis. Coming out of the patriarch's courtyard, Zhu Tianjue brought Feng Shi and Zhun to smell his own courtyard. As the guardian elder of the blood demon clan, Zhu Tianjue's yard is still very grand, and there are many servants. However, Feng Shi found that Zhu Tianjue obviously didn't relax in that small courtyard in Hada City here. It seems that there are many other people's eyeliners among these servants. Zhu Tianjue called the servants together and introduced the identities of Feng Shi and Zhun Wen. After he finished speaking, he wanted to dismiss the servants, but Feng Shi said, Grandpa, I want to say a few words. Zhu Tianjue, tell me. There are still 2 chapters, which can be finished around 5 o'clock. Zhun Wen's pseudonym Zhu Tianfang collided with Zhu Tianjue's name, so he changed it to Zhu Anfang. Close black lens bracket. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. Tip: you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 312 True Blood Connection. Fang Shi said with a smile. I know that among you people, there are quite a few eyeliners sent by others. Some of you came here on your own initiative, and some of you were forced to come here. If it was someone else, they might have dealt with you long ago. But my grandpa is too lazy to talk to you, because my grandpa is doing a decent job. There is nothing shameful, you can just stare at it if you want. But I'm different, my eyes are smaller than the nose of a needle. If anyone dares to betray me, I'll kill him. You may feel that you are doing it covertly, that I can't catch you, or that I have nothing to do when I'm new here. Then you can go and find out what happened to the blood court armor after offending me. Fang Shi glanced around while talking. The servants lowered their heads, no one dared to meet Fang's eyes gaze. Fang Shi changed the topic. Of course, blocking people's money is like killing parents, I still understand this truth. You can still go to your master to report the situation, but you know what to say and what not to say. If you are not sure, you can come and ask me, or you can discuss it yourself. As long as you have a unified caliber, lies are also true. There is nothing to reward you for the first meeting, so I will send you a few messages, and then go to the master behind you to receive the reward. The first one, I'm a chi gathering level, cultivation base, and I'm a little trash. The second, I was blessed by the demon god, and I can transform into a thunderbolt as a weapon. The third one is that my life in the past was very poor, so I was extremely eager for money, and I was an out-and-out money addict. All right, that's it. Thank you. All the servants. You are not even willing to reward us with a magic crystal, so we still have to thank you. However, he still saluted respectfully. Thank you, miss, for the reward. Fang Shi nodded. Work hard, I will reward you in the future. A kind of servant. The great elder recognized a pixie and came back. After the servants were dismissed, Zhu Tianjue called Fang Shi to the study and asked Zhang when to watch outside the study. Although this kid is a bit useless, at least he can be trusted. After entering the study, Zhu Tianjue frowned and said, You were too reckless today, don't say anything else, you are disrespecting the demon god. If the demon god commits crimes, I'm afraid your life will be lost. Fang Shi randomly found a chair and sat down, blinking her eyes. Grandpa, have you forgotten? I am a human, I am not a demon. The demon god seems to have no control over me. Blood heaven absolute. I forgot about this. It's all because the little girl's acting skills are so good that he got into the show. The next moment, Fang Shi's 7 orifices bled and passed out. Zhu Tianjue suddenly turned pale with shock. The demon god has sinned. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging the demon god for forgiveness. Because he is also an accomplice. Not long after, Fang Shi woke up. Seeing Zhu Tianjue kneeling on the ground, he was a little confused. Grandpa, what are you doing kneeling there? Zhu Tianjue said angrily, the demon god has punished you, why are you still asking? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and kneel down to plead guilty. Fang Shi. She explained it patiently, saying that this was a small problem she had before and had nothing to do with the demon god. Zhu Tianjue. Anyway, he did offend the demon god, just kneel. He stood up from the ground, tried his best to pretend nothing had happened, sat down and drank 2 sips of tea. In order to relieve Zhu Tianjue's embarrassment, Fang Shi took the initiative to change the topic. Grandpa, what about tomorrow's bloodline verification? Zhu Tianjue put down his teacup and said, I came to you to talk about this matter, and I will seal a drop of my blood in your fingertips later. When the bloodline is verified tomorrow, you just need to release it. Fang's eyes lit up immediately. This is a great way to cheat. She wants to learn. This is a must-learn skill for cheating and abducting. But if she said it clearly, Zhu Tianjue would definitely not agree. So, she said, Grandpa, I don't think it's safe to use only one finger. If someone finds fault, I have to change my finger or another hand. You might as well put a drop on each of my fingers. Or get all my toes on. Zhu Tianjue. However, he felt that what Fang Shi said was not unreasonable. In order to avoid accidents, he sealed a drop of blood on all 10 of Fang's fingers. When he'd finished, Fang Shi had almost learned it. The little blushed, and said affectionately, Grandpa, your blood is flowing on my body, from now on we will be blood-linked father and mother. Zhu Tianjue snorted coldly and ignored her. However, he didn't know if it was because of the sealing of the blood, but he really felt that Fang Shi was a little bit more pleasing to the eye than before. He told Fang Shi some precautions, and then let her and Zhang Wen go back to the room to rest. In the middle of the night, after Zhu Tianjue finished dealing with the matter at hand, he released his consciousness to see the situation of Fang Shi and Zhang Wen. He thought that the two of them had already fallen asleep, but he saw that both of them were practicing hard. Zhu Qian couldn't help but nodded. Regardless of their qualifications, these two boys are very hard-working. He was a little restless, always feeling that something would go wrong in the upcoming blood test. But everything that can be done has been done, and we can only wait and see. After breakfast the next day, Fang Shi followed Zhu Tianjue to the ancestral hall of the Zhu family. Zhang Wen wanted to follow, but unfortunately he was not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Had to wait outside the ancestral hall. At this time, many people gathered in the blood family's ancestral hall, all of whom were prominent figures of the blood family. Great Elder, is this your granddaughter? She looks good, but she doesn't look like you. After Fang Shi changed her appearance was ordinary, but after transforming her cultivation base into demon energy, her appearance became much more refined for some reason. Originally, he could only score 6 points, but now he can score 8 points. Zhu Tianjue said indifferently, I look rough, it's a good thing that I don't look like me. Worry-free, this is the second elder, come here to pay respects. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. Tip: you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 313. The blood family would die without her. Fang Shi obediently saluted and said hello, without saying a word of extraneous words. Zhu Qian was absolutely satisfied. It seems that this girl listened to what he said yesterday. Today is more restrained than yesterday. At this time, the third elder also came over. TSK, I heard that your granddaughter was blessed by the demon god. What a blessing. It's just that this cultivation base is really low. Even with the blessing of Geely, there is still a gap between him and other young people. Zhu Qian never answered his words, but asked Fang Shi to greet the third elder. Fang Shi still obediently complied. The third elder didn't accept it, but said, "It's said that you're infatuated with Cheng Wanqing. Why did you get a granddaughter? It seems that your so-called deep feelings are all fake." No wonder Cheng Wanqing chose Ying Berjian back then. She was really wise. Zhu Tianju's face suddenly darkened. Zhu Tianliang, you are courting death. The third elder sneered. If you can do it, don't you allow others to say it. Your granddaughter is the ironclad proof. If it wasn't for empathy, where did she jump out? Or is she not your granddaughter at all, and you got her to fake her? Ellipsis. Originally, there were quite a few people talking around, but now they all dared not speak. The blood patriarch hurried over to smooth things over, which resolved the dispute. Fang Shi tsk in her heart. No wonder Zhu Qian Judao can't beat the second elder and third elder. Seeing these two makes her stomach cringe. Compared with others, her cheap grandfather is nothing but a fool. It's not that Zhu Shen has no strategy, it's just that the focus is different. It's like a general who can lead thousands of troops to kill may not be able to fight against treacherous ministers who play tricks. To deal with people like them, it takes a wicked person like her to deal with them. Ugh. If the blood family didn't have me, they would have to part sooner or later. The blood patriarch just glanced at her, and saw the little girl look compassionate. Blood patriarch. When he saw that everyone had arrived, he announced the start of the blood test. He entered the ancestral hall and asked for a piece of his ancestors' remains, which was a jade-like leg bone, smooth and shiny. The person who verifies it only needs to drop blood on it. If it is a direct bloodline of the blood family, the remains will absorb all the blood and emit red light. If it weren't for the collateral blood of the blood family, the remains would absorb all the blood, but it wouldn't produce light. If it weren't for the blood of the blood family, the blood would not be absorbed, let alone the light. Fang Shi said in her heart that the ancestors of the Zhu family were aggrieved enough. People are dead, and the bones are still taken out and tossed about. These unfilial sons and grandchildren. If I were the ancestor of the blood family, I would break your legs first, and pull out your leg bones to play with. So, facing the ancestors' leg bones on the table, Fang Shi knelt down and kowtowed 3 times without saying a word. My ancestors, Zhu Wuyu made an apology for you. She didn't say why she pleaded guilty, because she would offend everyone in the Zhu family. But if the ancestor has a spirit, you must know why she pleaded guilty. Still the same sentence, the main one is polite. After kowtowing, she stood up, and when she was about to pierce her right index finger, the third elder said with a gloomy face, "Use the little finger of your left hand to test." Fang Shi immediately followed suit. After pricking the little finger of his left hand, the blood dripped on the leg bone of the blood family ancestor. The blood was instantly absorbed, and then the leg bones glowed red. Zhu Tianjue heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I listened to the little girl's suggestion, otherwise I would have revealed my secrets. The blood patriarch also breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to announce the results, the third elder said, "Wait a moment. I heard that there is a secret technique that can seal blood on fingers or toes. Although this kind of secret technique requires a lot of consciousness of the person performing it, the great elder should have no problem. To be on the safe side, I suggest using the blood test on the wrist. This cannot be faked." Fang Shi didn't even know what to say about Zhu Tianjue. "I thought the method you used was so secretive. As a result, people guessed right. You old bastard." Zhu Tianjue didn't expect that the third elder would know such a secret technique. Although he was flustered in his heart, there was nothing abnormal on his face. He sneered and said, "Zhu Tianliang, don't say that it's okay to use the blood on the wrist or the blood of the heart, but I won't agree. Because this is clearly making things difficult for Wu Yu. You're avenging your own private revenge." The third elder snorted coldly. "I'm not targeting you. We must act cautiously at this juncture. After all, it would be bad if outsiders get mixed into the family secret realm." The second elder also chimed in, "Yes, first elder, although the third elder's words are a bit offensive, they're indeed reasonable. In order to convince the public, let the little girl do a blood test on her wrist." Many second elders and third elders also clamored for Fang Shi to test with wrist blood. Zhu Tianjue thought, "That's too bad. No wonder I was restless yesterday, and something happened. If the wrist blood is tested, it will be revealed. But now the situation is forcing, I'm afraid it won't work if I don't test it. The patriarch will not be on his side either." Sure enough, the blood patriarch said, "Great elder, I think the second elder and the third elder are right. Let Wu Yu do a blood test on his wrist." When Zhu Tianjue didn't know what to do, the ancestor's leg bones placed on the altar suddenly flew up. Boom. Just hit the third elder's head with a melon seed. Immediately afterwards, the second elder also came. "Test your grandma's claws. A bunch of unfilial dogs. Don't let me go to the ground to rest in peace, and use me out for abuse if I have nothing to do. Is it your own seed? You don't know it. Wrist blood test. Just test your blood and forget it. See if it's all black. All of you dogs and things put together are not as filial as this little girl who recognized me halfway. Do you still suspect that she is not my blood? You can't see me well." The next moment, the leg bones floated above Fang Shi's head, and the red glow enveloped Fang Shi. Zhu Tianjue's eyeballs almost popped out. Ancestral blessing. The blood family has been passed down for so many years, and the number of people blessed by the ancestors can be counted on one hand. As a result, the ancestors blessed this little girl now. She is a human race. Human race. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 314, are you a human or a demon? Zhu Tianjue has some doubts about life. To be precise, he doubted himself. Did he lose his memory? Forgot a very important experience. Is this little girl really his flesh and blood? Somewhere, the grandparents met again. Or did he get back the blood left by the blood family's direct lineage by mistake? Whose seed is it? In an instant, Zhu Tianjue played out several ups and downs in his mind. The reason why he thinks this way is that he really can't understand how his ancestors would give blessings to a little girl of the human race. The only explanation is that she is a relic of the sea, the seed of their old blood family. He is confused, and the others are even more confused. Especially the second elder and third elder with bulging heads. What are they doing wrong? To be slapped on the head by the remains of the ancestors. What's even more exasperating is that the ancestor actually blessed the Zhu Wuyu. How could she be favored by her ancestors? However, they don't doubt Fengshi's identity now. After all, it is impossible for the ancestors to give blessings to outsiders. Bathed in the red light, Fengshi's face was blushing, and she was so happy in her heart. Just now, seeing that she was about to reveal her secrets, she released her spiritual consciousness to cover her leg bones, and then started chatting with others. Old ancestor, you have suffered. You worked hard for the blood family during your lifetime, and you have been protecting the blood family after death. It's a shame that I didn't recognize my ancestors earlier, otherwise, even if it's my life, I would have to ask them to change the way of verifying their bloodlines. Because this way is really disrespectful to you. Don't blame the second and third elders, they are also out of kindness. After all, the family secret realm is no small matter. If I am not a blood family member, it will be bad. I can assure you that they did this out of sincerity, and it wasn't public revenge, let alone targeting me and my grandfather. The two of them are very cautious at first glance, and I guess they won't be relieved after the wrist blood test, and I have to ask me to test the blood between the eyebrows, heartbroken. I'm fine, I'm young, so taking some blood is just a way to keep in good health. But, I really can't bear to let them abuse you like this. Whose family's ancestors can't rest in peace, only you will be demolished by their unworthy descendants. How can this be a relative? This is an enemy. Ellipsis. Although Fengshi originally wanted the ancestors of the blood family to show up to protect her, but she didn't expect the ancestors of the blood family to be so powerful. Not only did he beat up the second elder and the third elder, but he even gave her a fortune. Although she doesn't know what this means, it must be good. The ancestors of the blood family are still strange to others. Soon, Fengshi experienced the benefits of being lucky. Her cultivation base soared from the 5th level of Qi gathering to the 7th level of Qi gathering in one fell swoop. It seems that there is no kneeling in vain in this world. Kowtow. It seems that she misunderstood the Xuanshnong ancestors. What an important survival skill he had taught her. 818 novels. When the red light dissipated, Fengshi received a bunch of envious and jealous eyes. Especially the second elder and third elder, their eyes were red with anger. Zhu Tianjue's eyes were also red. However, he is excited. Warriors, your ancestors blessed you just now, why don't you kneel down and give thanks? Fengshi nodded obediently, then knelt down and kowtowed. After getting up, he said to the blood patriarch. Patriarch, when the ancestor blessed me just now, he said, he doesn't like this kind of bloodline verification ceremony, and wants to be buried in peace. Although the blood patriarch was shocked, he didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, the ancestors appeared just now. He hurriedly knelt down to plead guilty to his ancestors, and the rest of the Zhu family also knelt on the ground. The leg bones of the ancestor of the blood family floated up again, covering Fengshi in the red light. Everyone. Give it once, can't you? Even give it a second time. How much did the ancestors like this Zhu Wuyu? Fengshi didn't expect that there would be additional rewards, let alone the joy in her heart. After the improvement of the magic energy, when it is transformed back in the future, her cultivation will also increase accordingly. The demon realm is such a great place. Master is still worried that she will be in danger. How nice the people here are. It's a pity that the 5th senior brother couldn't witness this glorious moment. There's not even anyone who can blow rainbow farts for her. When the red light dissipated, Feng Zai's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of energy gathering. Her cultivation is like a joke. When I came here in the morning, it was still on the 5th floor of Qi gathering, but after a short while it soared to the 9th floor of Qi gathering. Faster than blowing air. After the red light dissipated, the leg bones flew into the ancestral hall. Finally, I don't have to be spoiled by the brats anymore. Wuyu is a good kid. As expected, he is the descendant of the blood family who most resembles me. The ancestors of the blood family were very satisfied. Zhu Tianjue was also very satisfied. The second elder and the third elder's noses are going to be crooked. Now they don't dare to question Fengshi's identity anymore. After all, their ancestors have blessed her twice. Could it be that this little girl is really the granddaughter of Zhu Tianjue? Even if it wasn't, it must be the blood of the direct descendant of the blood family. The two of them were suffocated and angry, and could only comfort themselves. Even if Zhu Wuyu was at the 9th level of Qi gathering, it was still far behind other people. Still a little trash. She couldn't make any troubles at all, let alone get the things in the secret realm. The blood patriarch immediately wrote Zhu Wuyu's name in the genealogy. From this moment on, Fengshi was a serious blood family member. As soon as she came out of the ancestral hall, Fengshi saw Zheng Wen waiting for her. Although Junwen has great confidence in his little junior sister, it is a lie to say that he is not worried. Seeing that she came out safe and sound, he was relieved. The two followed Zhu Tianjue back to the yard. Zhu Tianjue still let Junwen take charge, and called Feng Shi into the study. Tell me the truth, are you a human or a demon? Feng Shi. There are still 2 chapters, which can be finished at about 5 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 315. Feng Shi burst into laughter. Grandpa, of course I am a demon race. Otherwise, Lord Demon God and our ancestors would not rush to give me blessings. Zhu Tianjue. He is also confused. This little girl was brought back from the human world by him, so how could she be a demon? But, why did the ancestor value her so much? Hearing his doubts, Feng Shi rubbed her chin and thought for a while, then said. You said, could it be because my personality is so charming that it sparkles and is lovable? Zhu Qian absolutely wished he could slap her to death. No matter how you say it, you have finally passed the hurdle of verifying your bloodline. This is just the beginning. The next family secret is the real test. Zhu Tianjue thought for a while and said, there are still 3 days before the opening of the secret realm, don't go anywhere, and practice hard in the house. Feng Shi was also afraid of unexpected complications, so she nodded and agreed. During this period, some people came to visit Feng Shi for various purposes, but Zhu Tianjue found reasons to refuse them all. Although Feng Shi has been in the yard these days, she is not idle, and chats with those servants when she is not practicing. Learned a lot about the blood family from them. Today is the day when the family secret realm is opened. Feng Shi didn't expect that the entrance to the family's secret realm would be in the Zhu family's cemetery. The blood family is really different. Take the ancestor's leg bone to test the blood, and build a cemetery on the family secret. Featured and new and different. The blood family's cemetery is not within the capital city, but in a valley 100 miles away from the capital city. The blood family has sent many people to guard here, so there is no need to worry about someone digging the grave. Zhu Tianjue looked at Feng Shi and Junwen who were following behind him, feeling a little strange in his heart. Usually, when he came to the ancestral grave for ancestor worship or other reasons, he was alone, but this time there were 2 more cubs. Unfortunately, they are all humans. After arriving at the ancestral grave, everyone performed the ancestor worship ceremony first, and after the completion, they waited in place for the opening of the secret realm. Due to the requirements for bone age and the requirement of being a descendant, only 18 people met the requirements. There are 6 people who belong to the patriarch, 6 people who belong to the second elder, 5 people who belong to the third elder, and only Feng Shi is a person who is bloody. Solitary. Most of these people's cultivation bases are in the Yuan condensation period, which is equivalent to the foundation establishment period of the human race. But there are also a few people who are at the magic core stage, which is equivalent to the golden core stage of the human race. Feng Shi compared it, and it was basically similar to the cultivation level of the direct disciples of the human race. But she heard that there are still a group of top elite disciples of the demon race who are cultivating in a secret place, and little information about these people is known to the outside world. Because they were brought into a secret place since childhood, almost isolated from the world. Just as Feng Shi was thinking, the entrance to the secret realm opened. A piece of blood red, like a mouthful of blood. Those who enter the secret realm line up in a line and enter one by one. Junwen looked at Feng Shi with tears in his eyes. Little junior sister, you must come back safely. If you don't come back, I probably won't be able to return to the human race alive. Zhu Tianjue was also a little worried, and even wanted to tell Feng Shi for a moment that it was fine if he can get the things, as long as he came back safely. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly woke up with a start. What happened to him? It must be because I haven't slept well these days, so my head is a little confused. Soon, the queue reached Feng Shi. Feng Shi strolled in. As soon as the left foot was lifted, it was frozen. The golden rooster is independent. This posture is also strange and beautiful. Feng Shi wanted to move but couldn't. She could only watch helplessly as the blood-red entrance disappeared until there was nothing left. Then, she was able to move too. There was a dead silence at first, and then the frying pan exploded. What's going on? Why didn't Zhu Wuyu go in? I think she seems to be locked in. Could it be because she is still in the Qi gathering period, so she is not eligible to enter the secret realm? That's why, people have to have strength, luck alone won't go far. Ellipsis. These people have long envied and hated Feng Shi, and they finally found a chance to step on her, so they were naturally very positive. The sour taste in the words floated far away. Zhu Tianjue's head was buzzing. White is busy. He tossed and tossed for so long, but it ended before it even started. This bad guy Feng Shi didn't even enter the secret realm. Not to mention anything else, she was sorry for those 10 drops of his blood. Also, a role model for the human race. Also, the princess of the Yan clan. That's it. It's just a little trash. If I had known this, it would be better to recognize that second idiot Junwen as my grandson. Feng Shi didn't expect this to happen either. She only guessed the beginning, but not the end. Why? Could it be that she saw through her human identity? She said that Zhu Tianjue, an old trash, was unreliable. If it wasn't for her cleverness, she would have revealed her secrets long ago. The old and the young are complaining about each other in their hearts, but they're comforting each other on the face. Moralist, if you can't get in, you can't get in. You can't force anything, and when the opportunity comes, you will naturally have everything. Grandpa, I think so too. 8 or 9 out of 10 unsatisfactory things in the world, I have not only received the blessing of the demon god, but also the blessing of my ancestors. I am already lucky enough. If all the good things in the world fall on me alone, it would be too unfair to others. Zhang Wen also came over and said, yes, sister, you have already received the blessing of the demon god, you can't be too greedy, be content and be happy. Everyone. The three of you can sing a play. The gloomy mood of the second elder and the third elder finally brightened. The sky is bloody, you accept your fate. You can't compete with us. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 316 Yes, I am your ancestor. There are 3 family secret realms in the blood family. The other 2 are opened every 30 years, but the secret realm is very special, and the opening time is not fixed. Sometimes it may be opened every 10 years, and sometimes it may not be opened every 500 years, and the scene inside is different every time it is opened. So for those who go in, there is no experience to learn from. In addition, the images in the secret realm cannot be transmitted simultaneously, so everyone can only wait in place bored. It's just that no one expected that the light curtain suddenly appeared, and the scenes in the secret realm slowly unfolded on the light curtain. Everyone was taken aback, what's going on? But it is also a good thing to be able to see the situation inside the secret realm. All eyes were on the light curtain. Presented in front of everyone are densely packed caves extending in all directions. Fortunately, those elite disciples were teleported to the same cave, so there was still a support. These elite disciples are headed by 3 people, Zhu Tingyun, Zhu Tinglian and Zhu Tinghao, all of whom are at the middle stage of the magic pill. After the 3 discussed, they were divided into 3 groups, left, middle and right. Fang Shi was not surprised by this. They were loyal to the patriarch, the second elder and the third elder. As the saying goes, different ways do not conspire with each other, and they will definitely not act in unison. Everyone watched with bated breath. Although these caves looked ordinary now, they were definitely not that simple. Among the 3 teams, Zhu Tinghao in the middle was the fastest, passing through 5 caves in a blink of an eye. Blood Court Armor is also in this team. He is in a very good mood now. Because he didn't find Fang Zai's figure. Either she was teleported somewhere alone, or she just didn't come in. No matter what the result is, it means that she is very unlucky. You deserve it, just die. So he talked about it with others. These people are all members of the third elder, so they naturally ridiculed Fang Shi, and even brought Zhu Tianjue into it. Especially the scolding of the Blood Court Armor is called a joy. Zhu Tianjue listened with his face sinking like water. Fang Shi took out the recording and placed it in front of the light curtain grandly, and said with a smile. Record it, and my grandpa and I will listen to it when we have nothing to do in the future. Everyone. These fathers are planning to settle accounts after autumn. Others don't say it, the Blood Court Armor is probably going to be in bad luck. In fact, the other 2 teams are also talking about Fang Shi, but the words are not so harsh. Fang Shi felt very bored. There is nothing new about these people cursing people. It's far worse than her. She is boring, and the thunderbolt on her head is even more boring. At first, I thought I could follow Fengu to play in the secret realm, but she, a little trash, didn't go in. Fang Shi felt Jilei's trembling, and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be because of the existence of Jilei that she didn't enter the secret realm? The more I think about this possibility, the more I wish I could twist Jilei into twists. Under Fang Zai's crazy suggestion, Jilei finally realized this possibility belatedly. It stopped immediately. I'm guilty. At this time, the Zuetinkai and others on the light curtain were still shuttling through the cave, and they did not encounter any danger. Fang Shi yawned as she watched. Zhu Tianjue was in a bad mood, so naturally he didn't like her. Sin said, you haven't even entered the secret realm, yet you're still drowsy here. How big is this heart? Fang Shi sensed his unfriendly eyes, and stood up. Grandpa, I'm walking around. Zhu Tianjue. What's better in the graveyard? All right, turn around if you want, out of sight is out of mind. Fang Shi chose a random direction for a stroll, and Zheng Wen Pai Dian also followed. All the eyes are graves, and they're also very magnificent. Because there are special staff to take care of it, there are no weeds. Walking and walking, Fang Shi saw a small grave. Not only is it very shabby, but also the graves are full of weeds. Fang Shi carefully checked the information on the tombstone. The owner of the tomb is named Zhu Baihuan, so he should be from the generation of Zhu Tianjue's grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. According to the inscription on the back of the tombstone, this bloody Huan has a violent and surly temperament, repeatedly disobeying the orders of the family, and even almost causing disaster. Because he had made a little contribution to the family, Nine did not remove him, and buried him in the ancestral mausoleum after his death. To put it bluntly, this one is a sinner. Fang Shi just smiled after reading it, and then began to clean up the weeds on the grave. Zheng Wen followed suit. Although he didn't understand the reason, he just followed his junior sister. Fang Shi didn't have any particular reason, but felt that this grave was treated differently and felt a little lonely. It is estimated that Zhu Tianjue will die in the future. Zhu Tianjue in the distance sneezed twice. Mother, who is scolding me? Soon, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen got rid of the weeds. Because there were people in the distance, and it was not easy for Fang Shi to burn paper to worship, he took out a jug of wine and sprinkled it in front of the tomb. Then, a voice sounded in his head. Little girl, do you want to go in and play with them? Fang Shi was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, are you the ancestor of blood-devouring Huan? She also didn't think of how to call Zhu Bawan for a while, so she said that. That voice laughed loudly. You little girl has a sweet mouth. Yes, I am your ancestor. Fang Shi. Why does this sound like a curse? You haven't said whether you want to go in and play with them. If you do something for me, I'll give you a big chance. Fang Shi blinked and blinked. Old ancestor, can you help me in? Blood-devouring Huan Leng Qi. Oh, I can't even look down on the crap they made. It's like a child's playhouse. Not to mention you, I can even send the idiots around you in. Fang Shi glanced at Zhang Wen, who was beside her. Unknown to you, Zhang showed a bright smile. I really am the tip of my junior sister. She likes to look at me when she has nothing to do. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 317 is the ancestor crazy. Fang Shi silently looked away. She always felt that the fifth senior brother was not too stupid, but she didn't expect that even ghosts could see it now. Grandfather, what do you want me to do for you? Did you see what was written on the inscription? Violent and surly, repeatedly disobeying the orders of the family. I recognize all these. But what does it mean to almost cause a catastrophe? Obviously I didn't do anything. What a motherfucker, let me take the blame. Although I don't care about my reputation, no one wants to put shit on my head. You find a way to change the inscription for me, lest I look at it and make trouble. Fang Shi felt that this matter was not easy to handle. Now that it's all engraved on the tombstone, it's a final conclusion. Besides, after so many generations, the Blood Patriarch would only agree to change the inscription unless he was full. If he changed it, wouldn't he be fighting against the original Patriarch? When you say it at a young age, disrespecting the elders is disrespectful, and at an older age, it is disobedience and unfilial piety. The point is, time has passed, and few people know this name, let alone find out what happened back then. Seeing that she was silent, Zhu Bawan snorted coldly. Don't worry, I won't let you do it for nothing. In addition to sending you to the secret realm, I will also give you a big gift after it is done. You should know Lang Yinyuan, right? I can give you a token to enter Lang Yin Abyss. How about it? This is a great opportunity. Fang Shi's heart moved. Lang Yinyuan. She had long heard that a group of top elite disciples of the demon race were cultivating in a secret place, and the secret place was called Lang Yinyuan. If you can enter, you will definitely gain a lot. Old ancestor, can you give me 2 tokens? I want to bring my brother-in-law with me. Zhu Bawan sneered coldly. He is so stupid, what are you taking him for? If you go in, it will also hold you back. Fang Shi, old ancestor, my righteous brother has treated me as much as a mountain. We agreed that we will have the same blessings and share the same hardships. I can't leave him alone. Zhu Bawan clicked his tongue twice. You little girl is a man of temperament, quite like me back then. Since you insist on carrying this burden with him, then I will give you an extra token. Fang Shi hurriedly said. Thank you, Grandpa. However, I just recognized my ancestors and returned to the clan, so I don't have much right to speak in the clan, so it's too difficult to clear up your grievances. Do you think this is possible? You give me the token first, and I will help you restore your reputation after I have made a name for myself. What do you think? Zhu Bawan blurted out. Are you trying to prostitute for nothing? Fang Shi. You and the inscription are a perfect match. Old ancestor, if you think it's inappropriate, forget it. There are so many descendants of the blood family, so try another person. Blood-biting Huan snorted coldly. If I can communicate with others, I will still look for you. What Zhu Bawan said was the truth. He didn't like Fang Shi at all. After all, Fang's ice cultivation base is too bad. But after waiting for so many years, he can only communicate with Fang Shi, so he has no other choice. He thought for a while and said, well, I'll send you into the secret realm first, and see how you perform. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, then please send my righteous brother in too. Although Zhu Bawan was impatient, he still agreed. On the other side, Zhu Tianjue looked at the image on the light curtain absently. The 3 teams were still shuttling through the cave, but they still didn't encounter any danger. At this time, the second elder frowned. They seem to have returned to the original point. This should be a maze. Zhu Tianjue had already seen it. It's just too lazy to say it. He suddenly thought of Fang Shi. That girl wouldn't have seen it earlier than him, could she? So I just wandered around. Can. While thinking about it, someone exclaimed, look, those 2 seem to be Zhu Wuyu and Zhu Anfang. Zhu Tianjue subconsciously raised his head to look at the light curtain. Originally, the light curtain was divided into 3 areas, but now it has become 4 areas. There were 2 people standing on the extra area, staring with dazed eyes. Little sister, where is this? It seems to be a family secret. How did we suddenly get teleported in? Not. Zhang Wen originally wanted to say that there would be something wrong with the grave bag, right? But seeing Fang Shi blinking her eyes, thinking that the images here will be sent outside synchronously, she quickly changed her words. It can't be that the ancestors blessed you again. Fang Shi silently gave Zhang Wen a thumbs up. Following his words, he said, brother, no wonder there seems to be someone guiding me forward. From what you say, it should be my ancestors guiding me. Having said that, she suddenly became very excited. Brother, you were also teleported in. Do you know what this means? This means that the ancestors have recognized you. Admit that you are a part of our blood family. No wonder I didn't enter the secret realm just now. The ancestors wanted me to come in with you. Come on, kneel down and worship the ancestors with me. Zhang Wen was taken aback for a moment, then was so moved that he wept bitterly, and quickly knelt down and kowtowed with Fang Shi. Zhu Tianjue outside the secret realm. Although I have no proof, I think you 2 are acting. The key is, how did these 2 things get in? He was confused, and the others were even more confused. Especially the second elder and the third elder wish they could get into the secret realm and drag people out. Bai Ti is so happy. Let that Zhu Wuyu go in. Also buy 1 get 1 free. Forget about Zhu Wuyu, at least it is the bloodline recognized by the ancestors, so that Zhu Anfang is an outsider. The ancestors even let him enter the family secret realm. Is the ancestor crazy? Temporary business out. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated around p.m. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 318 Humility is a virtue. Although the second and third elders were very annoyed, they still had a solid heart. Not to mention anything else, their team has 5 or 6 people, Zhu Wuyu only has 2 people, and they are all at the bottom of the cultivation base. Not enough to be afraid of. But this time, the 3 of Zhu Tingyun saw through the mace one after another. The 3 of them bit their index fingers at the same time, and began to use the blood family's secret technique. Blood bead guiding. The blood beads wrapped in demonic energy floated up and flew forward, followed by Zhu Tingyun and others. Zhu Tianjue's face was not very good looking. He also knew this secret technique, but he didn't teach it to Fangxi. It's not that he hides his secrets, but that only those who have reached the golden core stage can use the secret art of blood bead induction. Besides, only the blood of the blood family will do. The blood he sealed on Fangxi's fingertips can only last for 2 hours, and it will be useless after a long time. These 2 brats don't know formations and don't have the help of the secret art of blood bead induction, so I'm afraid they won't be able to leave the maze for a while. Just as he was thinking, he heard Fangxi say to Zhang Wen, "Brother, Lord Demon God and ancestors have blessed me one after another, which means that I am so lucky now. So, let's go by feeling." Zhu Tianjue. Ancestors aside, what exactly is the blessing of the demon god? You don't know. Go by feeling. To hell if you can get out. Fangxi stopped and walked, humming a little song. It doesn't look like you're here for a trial, but it's like you're here to relax. The blood patriarch smiled and said. Not to mention, the girl Zhu Wuyu has a good mentality. Zhu Tianjue thought, is he in a good mood? Just heartless, shameless. Jile above Fangxi's head was also humming a ditty, but it was a silent version. It's in a great mood now. The sense of superiority that has been silent for a long time is finally back. No matter how strong the phoenix dog is, I still have to ask for it. Without it, she would be stuck here. This bullshit maze is nothing in its eyes. If such a simple maze can stump it, how can it hack the people hiding in the formation? Jili is much more efficient than blood beads, and after a while, he guided Fangxi and Junwen to the exit of the cave maze. Fangxi said with a smile. Brother, how is it? I'm lucky, right? It's not that I'm bragging, since I got the blessing of the demon god, my luck has been surprisingly good, I should be the legendary lucky person. Junwen nodded first, then said with red eyes. Little sister, as the saying goes, you have suffered a lot in the past, but now your fortune is finally turning around. I'm so happy for you. Junwen said this, not just acting. Little junior sister was too miserable in Hunyuanzong before, and her danshan was almost broken. If she hadn't met her master, she might have given her life. Fortunately, now that all the hardships have come to an end, my junior sister will definitely be safe and sound in the future, and everything will go smoothly. Fangxi guessed what Junwen was thinking, and her heart warmed up. Brother, let's sit down and have a rest. Junwen calmed down, and the two began to eat and drink. After a long time, the two of them had no intention of leaving the cave. Fangxi even took out a recliner and lay on it leisurely. Brother, do you know why I don't go out? Junwen shook his head. Why? Fangxi said with a smile, there must be an ambush outside, the two of us are too weak, far behind the other 3 teams. So give them this good opportunity to ask for directions. Brother, remember, humility is a virtue. Everyone outside the secret realm. You lose it. The great elder has an upright personality, how could he have such a crooked granddaughter? However, what method did she use to find the correct route? Is it really good luck? A lot of people really believed it. Because Fangxi didn't use any secret technique, didn't use any magic weapon, and didn't seem to understand the formation, it seemed that he walked out of it crookedly. Thinking about how she can get the blessings of the demon god and ancestors, is she really a person with great luck? I heard that there is something called Fangxi in the human race, which is good luck. Some people even call her auspicious of the human race. Is it possible that the demons will also have auspiciousness? Zhu Tianjue was much more relaxed than before. Don't care how she got out, as long as she can get out. The process is not important, the result is more important. After a while, the other 3 teams arrived one after another. They were not stupid, and they didn't go out rashly. After resting for a while, Zhu Tingdian looked at Fangxi. Zhu Wuyu, since you guys arrived first, then you guys go out first. Zhu Tinghao also agreed. The blood court has no words. Fangxi yawned, I didn't sleep well last night, I couldn't keep my eyelids open, you guys go first. Zueting Kai had long been displeased with Fangxi, and immediately said. Did you not sleep well or dare not go out? He felt that Fangxi would definitely argue that he really didn't sleep well, but Fangxi said. Did you see it? I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Yes, I just dare not go out. I'm only on the 9th floor of Qi Gathering, and my brother is only on the 3rd floor of Condensation Yuan. What's the difference between us 2 little trash going out rashly and being sent to death? Therefore, we have no intention of going out for the time being, and it is good to catch up on sleep here. Zhu Tingkai never dreamed that Fangxi would be so honest, so that he didn't know what to say next. You call them cowards. People admit it. You call people trash. People also admitted it. The others were also stunned. When people are shameless for a certain level, even the enemy can't find a point to scold you. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 319 That's too impolite. After a while, Zueting Armor gritted his teeth and said. You want to wait for us to clear away the obstacles before you go out. It's so beautiful. Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Fang Shi said with a smile, maybe you don't know yet. Everything that happens here will be simultaneously transmitted to the shadow transmission stone outside. If you kill me and my brother, my grandfather will kill you to revenge us even if he is risking his life. Zhuo Tingkai sneered, do you think such a clumsy lie can fool me? This family secret is different from the other two places, and there is no simultaneous transmission of images at all. Fang Shi didn't argue with him, but silently turned on the recording stone, and there came the scolding from the blood court armor when it first entered the secret realm. The blood court armor was confused. Zhu Tinghao and the others were also confused. Fang Shi comforted him kindly, don't worry, my grandfather is as modest as he is, and won't be as knowledgeable as you. It's just that your elders feel that you are too uneducated, so they are very angry. Especially the second elder and the third elder, they were about to explode with anger. Said that after you go out, you will be punished. Second elder and third elder outside the secret realm. This girl's film is really hateful. Not to mention anything else, just her bad mouth can kill people. Zhu Tinghao and the three of them discussed that it was not a big deal to stay here all the time, why not go out together, there are many people in there as a support. But when he thinks that they were born to risk their lives, Zhu Wuyu and the two of them followed suit to pick up bargains, and they felt unhappy. Therefore, Zhu Tinghao threatened, Zhu Wuyu, you can only leave this grotto 2 hours after we leave, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Even if I can't really kill you, I want half of your life. Zueting Lian and Zueting Yun have the same meaning. Fang Shi smiled and nodded. Okay, I promise you. If it's less than 2 hours, even if you beg me, I won't go out. Zueting Arma sneered coldly, please, you really think highly of yourself. Overestimate yourself. After a while, the three teams left the grotto. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen continued talking and laughing in the grotto, and even set up a bonfire and began to barbecue. Zhu Tianjue didn't see it. Thinking of him, Zhu Tianjue can be regarded as a generation of heroes, and his old face has been completely lost by these two worthless things. What's even more exasperating is that the second elder and third elder even sang and ran against him. Zhu Tianjue wished he could tell them that those two were humans and had nothing to do with him, even half a magic crystal. At this moment, there was a scream from inside the shadow transmission stone. Several colorful small mushrooms suddenly popped up from the ground, emitting bursts of colored smoke. Zhu Tingyun and the others hurriedly held their breath, and wrapped themselves with devilish energy. Outside the secret realm, many people frowned. These are poisonous mushrooms, and what they emit is not smoke, but spores. Some will make people fall into a hallucination, some will make people bleed to death from 7 orifices, and some will make people crazy. After a person dies, they will parasitize in the corpse, turning the corpse into their own nutrients. At this time, those poisonous mushrooms began to attack everyone with mycelium. Most of the demon energy of Zhu Tingyun and others was used to defend against poisonous gas, and there were too many poisonous mushrooms, so they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhu Tianjue doesn't need to worry about Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, because these two guys are still grilling meat in the grotto. He didn't know whether to praise them for the good lives or call them worthless. At this time, Fang Shi got up and stood at the entrance of the cave and looked out. Brother, why do I seem to hear the screams of the blood court armor? They won't be in any danger, right? Zhang Wen pricked up his ears and listened. It seems that there is really a fight, can't it be some kind of danger? Shall we go over and help? No, leaving aside the level of our cultivation, the key is that they won't let us go out. It's 2 hours too early. Don't let them bite us back at that time, and beat us half to death, then it won't be worth it. Fang Shi nodded. Brother, you are right, we have to keep our promise, don't go and take advantage of others. That's so impolite. Everyone outside the secret realm. Although what you said is all right, why are you so angry after hearing it? However, everyone felt that even if these two idiots passed by, it was useless, so they still focused more attention on Zhu Tingyun and others. After all, Zhu Tingyun and the others were elite disciples of the family, and they gradually took control of the battlefield after the initial panic. Those poisonous mushrooms rely on spores, and their high phi attack power is very average. So as long as you protect your mouth and nose, it is not difficult to deal with them. An hour later, those poisonous mushrooms all escaped into the ground and escaped. Zueting Armor stuffed a few pills into his mouth and said, when Zhu Wuyu and the others come over, these poisonous mushrooms will definitely make a comeback. They still want to take advantage of us, so let's dream. A few people also followed suit. On the one hand, because Zhu Wuyu came later, on the other hand, it was because of jealousy. Why can she get the blessings of the demon god and ancestors? They're much better than her. While everyone was talking and laughing, the ground began to tremble. Zhu Tingyun and the others' hearts suddenly sank. Quick, go. Unfortunately, it's too late. Several wrist-thick mycelia drilled out of the ground, covered with barbs, engulfed them. What's worse, those poisonous mushrooms also emerged from the ground. It turned out that they were feigning to feed just now. They never thought that these poisonous mushrooms would have such a high spiritual intelligence. At this time, mushrooms with giant hyphae also drilled out of the ground. Desperate earth crack mushroom. Although its spores are not poisonous, the mycelium is extremely powerful. The most frightening thing is that there is not only one life-destroying ground crack mushroom here, but dozens of them. Zhu Tingyun and the others suddenly fell into panic. If it weren't for those poisonous mushrooms, they might still be able to fight. But on the one hand, they have to defend against those poisonous mushrooms, and on the other hand, they have to deal with the life-destroying ground cracker mushrooms. They have no chance of winning at all. They are dead. They thought that the images here would be sent outside synchronously, and shouted for help at the top of their lungs, begging the Blood Patriarch to come in and save them. Of course the Blood Patriarch wanted to save them, but they couldn't. Because the secret realm has conditional restrictions, they cannot enter at all. There was no one else who met the requirements. Besides, the entrance to the secret realm has been closed, and it will only be opened again at the specified time. Who can save them? Who can save them? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. Tip: you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 320. Brother, your words are wrong. I don't know who in the crowd said. Aren't there Zhu Wuyu and Ning Anfang in the secret realm? Maybe they can save people. After this person finished speaking, he felt that this was nonsense. Let's not talk about whether Zhu Wuyu and Ning Anfang have the conscience to save people. The key is that they will die if they go. However, many people still looked at Zhu Tianjue. Zhu Tianjue. What do you see me doing? I know better than you what the virtues of those two guys are. It's good if they don't add insult to injury, and save people. Stop dreaming. Besides, I have no way to contact them. Everyone just looked at Zhu Tianjue subconsciously, and soon, their eyes returned to the image transfer stone. At this time, Zhu Tingkai and others were still screaming for help, and the voice spread far away. Naturally, it also reached Fangxi and Zhengwen's ears. The two thought to themselves, the screaming was quite miserable, and it was true feeling at first sight. Fangxi glanced at Zhengwen, and Zhengwen immediately said, "Little sister, I seem to hear their cries for help again. It's worse than before. It's not really in danger of life, is it? It's a pity that there is still half an hour before 2 hours, and it is not easy for us to break the contract. Other things are secondary. The main thing is that both of us are people who keep our promises and never break our promises." Seeing Fang's eyes, appreciative eyes, Zhengwen gave himself a 360-degree praise in his heart. Although my mouth is not as good as that of my junior sister, it is still amazing. Look at the choice of words and sentences, every word is just right. And the tone of voice, the expression, are quite in place. Fangxi also felt that Zhengwen had made great progress. He couldn't even speak human words at the beginning, but now he has become eccentric. She weighed it in her heart. Zhu Tingyun and the others are still very good in strength, and there are quite a few of them, so she and Zhengwen probably were useless in the past. But if they don't pass, the reputation of the two of them in the blood family will be completely ruined. Although the demons are more selfish than the human race, they still have basic morals. Especially relatives of the same clan. So, she decided to take Zhengwen for a cutscene, make some random gestures at a distance, and then run back quickly. Although they are not capable enough, they run fast. Thinking of this, she stood up abruptly. "Brother, what you said is wrong. It is important to keep promises, but nothing is insignificant in front of human life. Even if Zhu Tinghao and the others are unkind, we cannot be unrighteous. I went to save people, you wait for me here. Little sister, but your cultivation is not as good as theirs, you will die if you go." Fangxi said seriously, "Even if I die, I can't just let it die. Brother, although I have just returned to Zujia, I have no relationship with everyone. But we all have the same blood flowing in our bodies. We are blood-linked relatives. How could I have the heart to wait for death?" Zhengwen gritted his teeth, with a desperate look. "Little girl, you are right. Then I will go with you. The ancestors have recognized me, I am no longer Ning and Fang, but Zhu and Fang. That being the case, it is duty-bound to save lives." Fangxi and Zhengwen looked at each other, then rushed towards the scene of the incident with righteous expressions on their faces. Everyone outside the secret realm was moved by Fangxi and Zhengwen's words. At first, I thought that they were all selfish, sneaky people, but I didn't expect that they had a passion for it. Even the second elder and the third elder were stunned for a moment. Only Zhu Tianjue watched with a blank face, because he knew that the two who went to death willingly were dramatists. Most of this performance is to gain favorability. It is estimated that as soon as I ran to the scene of the incident, I had to run back. Fangxi and Zhengwen walked around a bend in the mountain and saw the situation in the distance. Zhu Tingkai and others were besieged by large and small mushrooms, and colorful smoke was still filling the room. Fangxi really knew those mushrooms. In the jade sips that record the knowledge about pills in the sea of consciousness, not only the spiritual plants and the demon plants are recorded, but also the magic plants are recorded. Among them are these mushrooms. Fangxi has a bottom line in her heart. Those little mushrooms emit poisonous spores, which are basically useless to her. So as long as she kills those little mushrooms, Zhu Tinghao and the others will be free to deal with the life-destroying crackling mushrooms. It cannot be said that 100 poisons do not invade, so let's borrow the name of our ancestors to use it. The ancestors are so kind, no matter how many scapegoats they take, they're not too heavy. Of course, I have to act in the middle of the show to show her noble sentiments of self-sacrifice and self-sacrifice. When they were 2 miles away from Zhu Tinghao and the others, Fangxi pulled her neck and shouted. "Everyone, don't be afraid, I, Zhu Wuyu, am here to save you." Zhengwen Pai Dian followed behind, "I'm here too." Zhu Tinghao and the others had already fallen into despair at this time. Seeing Fangxi and Zhengwen coming over, although they were quite touched, it was limited to this. Because they think it's useless to come. Zhu Ting was heartbroken, and shouted, "Go back. You go back. If you come, you will die, and it won't help." Fangxi was a little surprised, she didn't expect that Zhu Tingyun had a conscience. There are quite a few people who have the same idea as Zhu Tingyun, it's useless to come anyway, it's better to let them go back quickly. Of course, there are also people who think that they have to be held back when they die, why are you alive and kicking when we are dead? That's what Zueting Arma thought. While speaking, Fangxi had already run over. This guy felt that since it was a hero coming out, it was natural to be a bit prestige, so he shouted loudly. "Hey, little mushrooms, your time of death has arrived. I am the person blessed by Lord Demon God, if you are sensible, get out of here quickly, or else you will provoke me into a thunderous wrath, and none of you will survive." Zhu Tinghao and others. Are you going to scare these mushrooms away with your mouth? If you have time to spare, you might as well hurry over and help. Even if you help us cut off a mycelium. Continue at 5 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 321 It has to be my granddaughter. Fangxi didn't care what they thought. Anyway, she had to set off the atmosphere first. So, while babbling, he released a tribulation thunder that was transformed into a demonic energy. Have you seen? What is this? This is tribulation thunder. The most powerful thing in the world, not to mention you, everything in the world has to surrender to it. Tribulation thunder above Fangxi's head. I didn't expect that I would have such a high status in Fenggu's heart. It turned out that she had always been duplicity before. As expected of my little pet, she really adores me. Because I was too excited, I couldn't help twisting a few times, leaking a bit of the breath of thunder. The next moment, those large and small mushrooms suddenly stopped fighting and scrambled into the ground. Fuck it. Geely is coming soon. Hurry up and bury the spores in the soil. Nothing is as important as race continuation. Fangxi, who was chattering. Junwen, who was ready to run away at any time. Zhu Tinghao and the others already felt like they were about to burp. Everyone outside the secret. Everyone is confused. Why are those mushrooms gone? Could it be that he was really scared away by Zhu Wuyu's words? Or was she scared away by the tribulation thunder she transformed into? Not so much, right? Could it be that because the secret realm was isolated from the world, it was the first time I saw the tribulation thunder transformed by the magic energy, and was frightened? Other than outrageous, everyone didn't know what to say. Don't mention them, Fangxi herself felt that it was outrageous. However, she reacted quickly. No matter what the reason was, it was important to run away quickly. So, after making a gesture to everyone, Yazi ran away. Junwen followed closely behind. When it comes to escaping, he is a professional. Zhu Tinghao and the others also reacted quickly, and hurried to follow. Outside the secret realm, Zhu Tingjue remained expressionless. It's just that the hand has been stroking the beard. It has to be my granddaughter. It's bullshit. Just bragging a few words and scaring those mushrooms away. Who else? I just asked who else. Everyone didn't know that his inner drama was so rich. Seeing that he had no expression, they thought to themselves, he must be the great elder. He is indeed a ruthless person who has been dormant in the Xuanshnong mine for more than 100 years. Look at his character, his determination. In contrast, the second and third elders, whose mouths were open like catfish and whose eyes were staring like copper bells, seemed less stable. However, no matter how you say it, Zhu Tinghao and the others are out of trouble. Zhu Wuyu made a great contribution this time. Great credit. Without her, none of these elite disciples would be able to survive. On the shadow transmission stone, Fangxi and the others were desperately running forward. After running for 100 miles, he stopped. Fangxi sat slumped on the ground, her face was pale, and she was panting heavily. Zhan Wenming knew that she was pretending, and asked with concern. Little sister, are you all right? Fangxi waved her hand with difficulty. It's okay, I'm just exhausted in physical strength and demon energy, I'll take it easy. Zhu Tingyun and the others looked at each other, and then they all came over to express their thanks, and took the initiative to take out some pills to replenish physical strength and magic energy and give them to Fangxi. Only the blood court armor did not move. Those mushrooms probably just escaped by chance and had nothing to do with her. Why should I thank her? Everyone rested for a while and set off again. After discussing the mushroom incident, Zhu Tingyun and the three decided to act together, and it would not be too late to separate when necessary. Zhu Tingyun proposed to let Fangxi join their team. Zhu Tinglian and Zhu Tinghao hesitated and agreed. Fangxi didn't refuse either. After all, she and Junwen have just arrived in the demon race, and many things are unclear. Following Zhu Tingyun and the others can save a lot of trouble and learn a lot. Fangxi and Junwen walked at the end of the line at first, and then Fangxi ran to chat with a few clan sisters in the line. Soon, they chatted with others and became half-sisters. On the one hand, it was because Fangxi was good at chatting and likable, and on the other hand, Fangxi saved their lives by bringing her own good filter. Junwen saw that Fangxi was like a fish in water, so he went to chat with Zhu Tingyun. Before Zhu Tingyun asked him and Fangxi to go back, it can be seen that this person is not bad. Moreover, he is from the patriarch's side and has no hostility towards him. Once you have a good relationship with Zhu Tingyun, it will be much easier to find other people to get close to. It has to be said that Junwen has been with Fangxi for a long time, and his mind has become more and more flexible. Sure enough, Zhu Tingyun treated him very well. Hearing that he and Fangxi was sent in separately by the ancestors, their attitude became a little more intimate. To be recognized by the ancestors, this Ning Anfang is considered a member of the blood family. The patriarch was very pleased to see the scene. As the patriarch, although he is very good at using the technique of balance, in fact, he still hopes that the clan can live in harmony. Only in this way can the whole clan be twisted into one rope in times of crisis. I didn't expect that the great elder would have such a beautiful granddaughter. The big blood Tingjue was thinking about a very profound question. If he could be as shameless as those two guys, wouldn't he be able to live a little easier? Fangxi didn't know that her amiable and respectable grandfather was thinking about life. She was in a great mood now. Although I didn't guess why those mushrooms ran away, but they ran well. She collected a wave of favorability without any effort. It's just awesome. When she was enjoying herself, she felt as if something was moving under her feet. When I looked down, I saw that the ground seemed to be bulging. Not only her feet are like this, but other people are also like this. The next moment, Fangxi ran away screaming. Run, the mushroom is catching up. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 322 The Demons Can Play.